Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
this is it. Hello. How are you guys?
Why am I zoomed in? Zoom me
Welcome. Hello.
You want to zoom out? We can zoom out. Is that better?
That's
You
more
feel better now?
comfortable.
Okay.
I didn't know that the pastor was going to wear a suit today.
Well, you know, I don't wear a suit when we're in our planning sessions, but I do try my best to put on my jacket when I'm going live, especially on a big auspicious occasion as
Yeah.
today.
Yeah,
we got
this is a big
tracksuit
day.
McGee here. Just it's the two
Well,
sides.
Hey, I just wanted to be comfortable.
There
So,
it is. And you know, truthfully, I'm very comfortable in this. Like I'm not wearing slacks, I'm wearing jeans, so I'm very, very comfortable. You
and look,
Wonderful.
the rule is look good, feel good.
there it
right?
is.
Well,
So, I think we're all feeling pretty good. Are we going to introduce this or something? What should we do?
well, this is this space. You're currently watching this space right now, actually. And in the future, you could say that you watched it. So
Yeah, and it's funny because for all the planning that we've been doing, and we've been doing a lot of planning,
we did not plan this show in any capacity.
we're just
Not
jumping
at all.
on. We're
Not
just jumping
this
on
show.
here.
Well, this is, but you know, I think this is the best way to start it, right? Because this is how it started, and this is how it's been planned. We're missing, you know, one person, David, but then also we have Nick in the background, and this is just how we planned it for the last how many months now, Matt? How long has this been in the works?
It's been for a while, almost a year total. Myself, Jake Draugelis, our co-host on Left Past 10 and the host of What You Can Do, WYCD, What You Can Do, started planning this last summer and like right around now. So I think about a year. And then, of course, the election happened. That was disruptive for like everything, right? And it was, you know, we had to get our bearings for a month or so, and then we picked it back up. You and Andrea came on board, and we have been meeting weekly or more than that.
Yes.
Ever since, pretty much
around February, January-ish.
Yeah. And this has been the kind of planning thing where I've said this before, but we have encountered all the ways that other people who have tried this have failed, and we have moved on. We have overcome those obstacles. We have gone around those pitfalls. We have not succumbed to the pressure almost, but we have not let it collapse, and we kept building it. And we got to a point where, I mean, look, as we were sitting here listening to the music and seeing people show up in the chat and the enthusiasm, I can't help but be a little emotional because a lot of work has gone into this. And I just want to say right here at the top, no, but seriously, like, this is a big deal. This isn't just launching a stream. This isn't just going live like on, I mean, this is kind of what the three of us do on a regular basis, right? This is a lot different. This is a culmination of a lot of effort.
More or less. I don't, Andrea and I think we're both on a somewhat of a sabbatical, or this is my first live stream in a while, and I'm glad to be sharing it with comrades. And no, I really do want to say that this is a big deal, right? And it never has to come off as, it doesn't have to seem like a big deal to anyone else, but it's a big deal because the effort was put in and people committed, and the lineup looks amazing. And so I just want to tip my hat off to everyone who was involved, everyone in the background, Matt, to you, Andrea, to you, David, to you, Jake, to you, Nick, to each of and every one of you, because you really did a phenomenal thing here.
Because it's already over. We're done.
That was it. We did it. This thing's gonna run itself now, like a well-oiled machine. But that, I mean, that is the goal. Somebody was asking in the chat earlier, is it just going to be content after content after content in one stream? The answer to that is yes. The goal is to go 24/7. But to start, you know, for one, we're playing it smart, right? We're not going to go too big too early, and we're going to ease into it. I wouldn't say that we're easing into it, but we're not going to go 24/7 right away, which would be a little too off the rails. So we're going to do 3 days a week. And the goal is to have as full a schedule as we can have each of those days in a single stream.
Yeah.
So we will have a programming schedule. We've put that online already. We will have a blend of syndicated content like existing videos and original live shows back to back. So one of the big rules, one of the things we're going to ask people to do on our behalf is at the top of the hour, which will typically be the sign or the start of a new programming, right? New programming, like a new show or a new video or something. Share the stream. Yeah. This is the kind of stream that you can just share over and over and over again all day, and it's still fresh. It's not like one show. So that's one of the big benefits. I think the coolest thing that I heard, Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report, who is a part of this space, he referred to it as, he said, do you have friends and family who just leave CNN on in the background? Well, you should get them to turn on this space, because they will be able to just leave this on in the background. And whereas YouTube will typically redirect you to who knows where after a video is over, when something's over here, the next thing will go, and you can trust that it's going to be progressive, it's going to be on the left, it's going to be independent, and that it will be created by and for the working class.
Some of it might be a little codependent. I know a lot of people have the codependencies out there, so consider it codependent.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's the nature of the internet right now. And I think that's a great thing. And I love that this is for the working class, by the working class. And I think that we are doing something here as it continues to grow and evolve, that we'll be able to look back at this very first broadcast and not laugh because it was, anything other than, nothing like that, but just smile because we had no idea where it would go from this moment.
Yeah, that's sort of a good reason why we're coming in here clean slate, no script, no plan. It's not like, okay, I say this and then you say this and then Andrea will finish it off. We're not doing that. We're just coming in here.
Anything.
We're coming in here to demonstrate that this is a blank palette in a sense. We're bringing people on and talking where. So just imagine behind the scenes, everyone, that the three of us and David, we've been meeting with different hosts and people trying to, if they have interest in being a part of it, we meet with them, we talk to them, talk about what their show could be about. And it feels really good when we get to the point of saying it could be whatever you want. And then week after week, just change the format, have a guest host, have guests on, do interviews. You don't have to talk about politics. Not every show on this space is going to be about politics. We're going to have a lot of like content in between shows, like shorter content that will play in between shows that would, instead of like commercials, it's just more content, but you can trust that it's created by somebody who was already in this space.
Right. And you can trust that even if it's not political content, which I think is great right now. I think it's really important that we're able to have community even outside of just the political rant and the political issues, because that becomes so overwhelming. But you can trust that this space is full of people, whether they're talking about politics or not. Their conversations won't attack anyone that we're in allyship with. Right. Even if they're talking about pop culture, whatever they're talking about, it's not a backdoor like right-wing media is right now. Right-wing media is so insidious right now, where they will backdoor their right-wing politics in everything from pop culture to entrepreneurship and all those types of things. That's not going to happen here. So whether or not they're talking about political content, that you can trust that they're going to be standing in solidarity with all those groups that we stand in solidarity with.
Yeah,
I'm sitting in solidarity personally.
And that's fine. Just, take a rest if you have to. Don't, that's self-care, Andrea. But
sit down.
There's a lot of possibilities, to the point where we can't definitively say what it's going to look like in a couple of weeks or a year. If we're here in 10 years, who knows who's going to be here in place of us or alongside us, right? Anything can happen. And that's sort of why we wanted to do this. My very first thought was, I this was last year, and I thought to myself, looking at like, I'll watch like 4 shows at once, right? And I was looking at my list of who I subscribe to on my personal YouTube homepage, and I was thinking like, boy, what if I wish this was just like a channel with all these people on there, so I didn't have to like see who was on. I could just hit the channel and know that they would pop up at a certain hour or something like that. And then I was like, hey, wait a minute. Does anyone do that?
Right.
And I could think of a couple, like a couple of examples, not worthy examples. But then I started asking around, and I was, I have a lot of guests on my show, so I would have people on and go, hey, real quick, before we go live, anybody ever have this idea where like everyone streams on one channel and it's in addition to your regular content or whatever? I didn't really know how to articulate what I was thinking. So I would use that idea of, and I even made the visual at some point for our original slide presentation to be like, it's like your YouTube subscription list as a channel. And they would say a lot of people have tried the idea. I don't know who, they wouldn't elaborate, but a lot of people had tried the idea and they weren't able to get it off the ground. And people would say things like, oh my God, this is an amazing idea. How are you going to do it? And I was like, I don't know, but if you think it's amazing, it's probably worth trying.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing. Like,
idea.
So many, Andrea, I love you. There's absolutely none have been able to get it off the ground. I'm really just, you said it, and I've been thinking back through the years that I've been doing this work, and I know that I've been with a lot of people who've had conversations like this, right? So there have been many conversations about getting something off the ground like this, but never, I don't think I've ever seen one actually go live. And so in that way, we have already distinguished ourselves from every other effort. And I think the other thing, I've been in some of the conversations where people were talking about doing this, and none of them ever centered the work in the working class. And I think that sets us apart.
And another aspect to it is that a lot of people that would be doing this kind of stuff, they're trying to make money. We're not trying to make money. I don't need money. I don't want your money. Well, I mean, if you want to send it, you can description, you can send it. But that's the other thing is like, we're not dealing with like a revenue model. We're not trying to appease advertisers. We're not trying to like have commercials. And like, this is just people that are, I think, pretty decent at streaming, doing what they're pretty decent at, and building a platform that we can expand on later too. And that's the other thing is like, how difficult is it to get involved in YouTube? Like now, if you're going to start I've been doing YouTube since I was like a teenager, right? So like, I don't even kind of know how you would get started. I want this to be like a platform where it's like, you have a good idea for a YouTube channel, but you don't know where to get started. Are you a lefty? Great. Come on board, like that kind of stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a great point. We aren't going to, say, hey, sorry, you don't really have enough followers. You need more of a social media presence. This isn't like where you got to have credit to get a credit card. You know what I mean? It's like, well, which comes first? How do I do that? This is where we show solidarity. This is where we show our strength in numbers. This is where we support one another.
That's right.
There could very well be instances where somebody, hey, we're all human. Anything can happen. There could be technical glitches. There could be personality conflicts. We're not saying that this is going to be a utopia of any sort, but like I sometimes just, and we've talked about it, and sometimes I just fantasize about it where, Ben and I don't agree on something. So we bring it on air and we hash it out right here in front of everyone, like adults, and like we like in a way that sets an example for people within the online left, within this space, outside of this space, who can't seem to talk to each other in a way that is productive, in a way that either comes to the realization that you can't work it out and you're going to go your separate ways, or you actually work it out. Now we move forward together stronger and we have a real movement going here. But like for now, there's a lot of drama out there. There's a lot of back and forth. Believe me, I participate in it to a degree, but I think that we can provide a place where people can come together. And people can figure out like, we're both on the channel. We're both in this space. And then that's, I mean, at some point we're going to talk about why we came up with this name, but like people use the term this space all the time. And by saying, are you in this space? Are you doing this space? Are you a part of this space? It helps you realize, yes, I am a part of this space. That is meaningful, I think.
The broader
Another
community.
thing too is that frankly, when we're all like, this is like the internet has become capitalistically captured by corporations. So if you are engaging in something like YouTube, you are subconsciously in a lot of ways absorbing like stuff like competition. We got to compete. Like I got to get more views than that guy's views. I need to say this more exaggerated, hyperbolic thing to get more views. Someone said something about me. Well, great, because I can get some views when I respond to them, that kind of stuff. And, some of that's, fine and dandy and whatever. But like, I feel like it's like a virus that has overtaken a lot of people and how they behave on the internet. And it's like, we don't need to be competing. Not everyone is in a race, to become like a millionaire subscriber YouTuber. Like we can all coalesce, bring our energy together. And guess what? It's greater than the sum of the parts, So that's one of the other aspects of this too, is like, we got to stop fighting each other. And that's not to say that there's not legitimate grievances, but any of the legitimate grievances in this space, if you will, we're not actually having those conversations because everyone's talking past each other for views. Everyone's making their own soliloquy on their channel that no one listens to. The other person does a reaction that, they create their own soliloquy that no one actually listens to, right? We need to have like a space, if you will, where people can come together and have grown-up conversations with grown-ups. We're all adults here. We can have conversations. I disagree with Letterhack all the time. I disagree with the pastor up here all the time. I wouldn't wear a suit on this show. But like I'm not going to make a video like titled Pastor Ben wears a suit on this space.
It's not really a suit. It's more of a blazer, but I get the point. The point remains.
It would be Letterhack underdressed on opening.
Yeah, it's like, and then you have like a giant red circle and an arrow or something.
Yeah, the yellow circle arrow pointing at their face.
Oh yeah.
Listen, that's the other thing is like this. I think this space rejects everything that you just said in terms of the capitalization of content that we have all been sucked into. And it really helps us to refocus that this was never supposed to be a zero-sum game to begin with, right? Content creation, especially when you're doing content creation for a purpose. And that's what I think we found with all the individuals who signed up and joined up to do this. They all, as we talk to them, all of them are doing this because it's not a career for them. It's a calling. It's a purpose. And they want to be able to convey something into the national discourse that will make this place better and more palatable and a more perfect union, or whatever you want to describe it as. And so I think this space particularly becomes like the anti-capitalist model of content creation, where we're really going to test the theory. So long as we don't crash out, which I hear each of you saying, like, this is the perfect opportunity for us to display the ability to have disagreements and be not only mature about them, but be kind of, really what's necessary, like magnanimous about them. Like, can we disagree for growth versus disagree for clicks? And I think this is the perfect platform to do that. And I'm excited, super excited about the lineup. I know I mentioned it twice, and I'm sure we have the graphics that you made, Matt, that look amazing in terms of the schedule. And I'd love to go over that. Yeah, I'd love to go over that along with this graphic right here. Look at everyone who's involved. Go ahead, Matt. You can take from there, but I
don't even know what to say. Like it's unbelievable to me that these people were so eager to be a part of this and that they're so enthusiastic. And we're adding more people right now. Like I'm in conversation with more people to come on. Like that's why we're doing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because we're like, let's just drop it right in the middle of the week. And then when we run out of time slots in those days, we'll add days, and then we'll just that's how we'll grow to be 24/7. And I thought, oh, that'll happen over time. I don't know. that could happen at any minute. Who knows?
Right.
It's
A
just
lot of
how much
people
we're
just
willing to
like they
take
want to
on.
see the machine already in
Yeah,
place before they
that's
commit to it, right?
myself
So,
included, really.
No,
Yeah, but
I get
I
it.
want to see it all happen one time. But yeah, so we've got Left of the Box, the Humanist Report, myself, Like It or Not, Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions, the Power Report, that's Dan from the internet and his whole crew over there. We will be producing our own content right here on this space. Keep an eye out for that. We were talking about like, oh, can we ever do this? And then we said, well, yeah, of course we can do that. We can do whatever we want. Any of these people can say, hey, I want to make a documentary and play it on this space. Okay.
Yes.
That is absolutely not a problem. You'll always have an outlet for your work. Cosmopolitics, Kristina Oakes. Kristina, it's coming on right after us. That is the very first live stream outside of this introduction. It's called Kristina's Corner, and that will be every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. So that is what's going to happen immediately following us. A Difficult Truth, Carlos from A Difficult Truth. Everyone knows Carlos. They've probably also seen him on Left Past 10 a few times recently. He has his own show. Movie Runtime, that's KT Baldessaro. When I said that we'll have shorter non-political content between shows, like as you can call it filler, but it's more than that. It's just consistent content, right? KT has so many really good reviews and previews of movies and television shows, and also trivia. And she does it in a very creative manner. It's always entertaining. It's the perfect palate cleanser between some doom and gloom political show, or whatever you're talking about. It's these days, it's all pretty disastrous out there, right? But then, we always, everyone in this space on the left tries to remain hopeful and present some sort of like, moment of joy or whatnot. Well, this is the perfect way to do that between segments where you're like, wow, that was heavy. Well, here comes KT with something very light and easy, right? And that stuff is timeless. Like, you can talk about the 1960s Star Trek anytime. There's no shelf life. The Leftist Mafia. Let's say you're not staying up late to watch the Leftist Mafia on Thursday nights. You can watch it here. We will be replaying that content right here. That means that every one of those guys that is a host on that show is in this space.
That's right.
Jeff Waldorf, the Logical Leftist, also will have a show right here on this space. He kicks things off on Wednesday. He kicks off Wednesday's whole schedule. The Angry Ginger. The Angry Ginger actually wraps up our entire week. That's the last show Thursday night. So they will be live this week. AG will be live this week, and then they're on vacations. So perfect example of how we deal with something like that, because people aren't always going to be available. We just show some of his syndicated content. We syndicate his existing content. So we take a couple of interviews that he's done, we edit them together, and we play it for you. This is the perfect opportunity for you to get used to and get to know content and creators that you might not be aware of or might not have like the bandwidth to absorb and to check out in real time. And then, of course, Max the dog will be on quite a bit. Andrea Rovenski has a show on Wednesdays called Welcome to Fville. The name
was that called?
It's very creative. You never know if names are going to change or become more suitable for workplaces. You just don't know.
I have a show. Is that
it
true?
Could get more intense. But look, when was the last time you saw Andrea Rovenski live stream solo without Left Past 10 host holding her back?
Yapping it up. Yeah, it's like an
right?
anchor tied around my fucking neck as I just get sunken into the river, all this Letterhack controlled.
I cannot tell you how many comments I get on my channel about how Andrea needs to have her own show again. Well, this is a
whole conversation. Like, we have a whole group chat where we just post all the comments that are telling Matt to like, oh, I love Andrea, and I don't want to do this. I just want to say this. I don't want to do this.
It's going to be awesome.
They haven't asked me. They've learned not to do that, but they've asked Matt. So I decided I'd do Matt a favor and clear his comment section out a little bit.
I love it.
I appreciate it. And then of course, the pastor himself, the Benjamin P. Dixon show, will
At least
be.
I'm consistent with my Blazers, Andrea. Just for the record, I'm consistent. That picture.
Can you do that thing with the, what is that? Like the thumb?
I don't know what pose that was that day.
Yeah. What is
something
that?
Something like, oh, I was like popping the collar or something. I don't know. But that photo was at least 5-6 years ago and about 30 pounds ago. So, but I'm still consistent with the blazer.
There you go. Well, different size, but it's the
Sharp
same shape.
As attack. Dieter McBusiness, American Wasp. Dieter McBusiness had one of the best analogies for politics and Congress on my show ever, where he was using Star Wars, Star Trek, and Jurassic Park. And I was like, look, that's how you use pop culture to make a point about politics. That's how you game the algorithm. Think of all the hashtags I can use when I clip that and make a short out of it, right? So absolutely got to have Dieter on. He is he's always coming. Okay, so here's the thing. Dieter makes great content. He's also on the West Coast, which makes it a lot easier for us to have somebody come on, which would be prime time for the East Coast, but not for him. It's still pretty early for him. See how we're working it out? So that's one reason to have as many people on the channel as possible, because we can go later and later and later if folks on the East are on the West Coast are on East Coast time. So, but anyway, Dieter that's going to be a great show. Right after him will be the Rational National, and then me. So like that, just I'm so excited to be in that block of like, who's not going to watch that? Like, I just assume everybody is.
I can confirm. Matt was sending me like a message at like 2:14 a.m. the other day. Can you believe I'm going to be right there? And I was like, buddy, it's not that big of a deal, you know?
I was like circling it with an arrow. I was like, that's me. So then also Gina Bonanno from Raw News and Politics will be providing original content for this space. That is a big deal. Gina,
totally new stuff.
Gina put out a video last night talking about us. She showed this graphic, and our subscriber count doubled in less than 24 hours. So
shout out to her.
That is, you want to talk about strength in numbers. That is a big one. That is
when Ben shouted us out, we did not double. So
we definitely.
I'm not the influencer I used to be, but you know, I'm so glad that I was checking out her channel, and I'm like, I'm super excited about everyone, but I'm glad to see that she's on board. That's going to be great.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be good.
I'm excited. A lot of these people, like, I'm meeting for the first time, and it's all really great. This is a big way to meet new people too.
Right?
Yes. Awesome.
Networking at its finest. And then, hey, Funny Book, that's my new show, 9:00 Wednesdays Eastern time, right before Left Past 10. Also, Beard Bonnet Chronicles is coming back. DJ exclusive from the BPD show and from Like It or Not is going to be on the air. He kicks off our Thursday lineup. That's the first show of Thursday afternoon. It's the perfect way to ease into the day. He is, I mean, that guy's got an infectious laugh. He's one of the nicest people. He's just a good guy. I was talking to him on the phone about this, and I was telling myself, stop just hanging out. This is supposed to be kind of like businessy, right? Like, you got to just make your pitch and then let him think about it. But he's such a cool guy. I just want to hang out. Then,
I just want to say on that note, like, I was talking to him the other day when we were doing our meeting. I haven't laughed in years. Matt can verify this. I laughed for the first time since like 9th grade during our meeting. So it was a really huge deal. I'm very excited.
Yeah, he's got the energy. Left Past 10, of course, will be on this space. That's at the regular hour, Wednesdays at 10 p.m. until whenever. That'll wrap up. For now, that'll close out the night. It'll be interesting if we ever have someone that comes on after that show and it's like, oh, wow, we have to stop at a certain time. Because usually we just sort of let it fizzle. And then Jackson White. White from, he is a regular TYT pundit. He is on Rebel HQ, and he has his own live stream, Politics and Paper. He will be bringing that to this space and more. Like I said, lots of people have a lot of projects and a lot of different creative ideas. And one thing to help get those ideas, to motivate you to like get them going and to wrap them up, is having an outlet. someplace where you can publish them. And so that's what we're offering. And so expect to see more from everyone, but also Jackson. And then, like I said, the Rational National. It's one of the most recent additions to the schedule, and we're working on more. So when you look at a lineup like this, you got to think like, okay, let's just say people come and go. All right. I mean, we're adding people all the time. If people want to take a hiatus, we would miss them. We would also welcome them back. And in the meantime, there's still plenty going on here. This is not, if this turned into like the online equivalent of an abandoned strip mall with just a bunch of empty rooms and me standing out front going, come on in, I'm doing a show. Like, then maybe we would call it. But I mean, for the immediate future, this thing is only going and going and going. We're upward motion.
No, this is a great list. This is a great lineup. I don't care if you were, I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember Air America and how, important it was. And it was a good effort. And we wanted it to really, really work. This kind of lineup, when you hear these people do their thing, like the arguments, the framing, the context, the nuance, the legitimate arguments. And I think that's the biggest thing that I'm excited about. Like, we're surrounded by people who make good faith arguments. I've listened to at least each people on the screen. I've listened to them at least once, twice, 3 times more. And I have not heard bad argumentation from them. And that is what I think is significant in this time of like, we're in a post-fact, post-truth reality. Now, this doesn't mean everyone's going to get it right all the time, and that's fine, right? So we'll be mature enough to correct each other when we have to, and softly or gently call each other out when we stumble into a bad faith argument. But I don't think that that's going to be a real problem for us. One, because not just because we're on the left, not just because we're progressives, because sometimes, those folks, they do get bad faith arguments. But when you're dealing with people who honestly are pursuing the truth of a matter, that's quality content. And I think that's why this is going to last.
Yeah, I mean, there is bound to be a day where we have so many people involved in this that our what counts as a policy agreement for being a host on this channel will be public, right? For now, I don't think we have to make it public, but the basic ask is that people are inclusive.
Yeah.
Of course, we have to look out for things like copyright strikes and whatever. There's rules to live streaming that everyone sort of has to follow, just best practices, right? And we structured those around platforms that have the strictest policies, because we'll be branching out from YouTube for sure. In no time at all, we're going to be streaming everywhere that one could stream. But the basic ask was that everyone be inclusive, and that no one treat anyone like, no gatekeepers. We're not isolationist. We aren't, I think gatekeeper covers it, but like, we aren't creating a space where this isn't a club. I mean, it's a club, but it's not a club that you have to earn your way into. You basically have to be on the left, have a webcam and a microphone, and then,
and don't harm anybody unless you're punching up. Like, that's the only punching that we really, really, really support. I am thoroughly in favor of punching up and punching Nazis. So as long as that, and I think that was an easy standard, right? And it's strange, but it's not strange, right? It's strange that we have to make that the baseline, but that's kind of the world that we live in. But it wasn't strange because I think everyone automatically, I don't think we had to have that conversation like beyond just mentioning it. And then when we mentioned it, this is inclusive, everyone was like, absolutely. Everyone got it immediately. There's no group that we're seeking or we will allow to be oppressed in this space unless they're Nazis. And then all bets are off.
I love punching up. So that's why I often make fun of Pastor Ben's suit. Because you'll notice he's got a lot more subscribers than me. So
no, I mean, I maybe, I don't know. For now, I don't even know my subscriber count anymore. I thought you were going to talk about the fact that I'm wearing a suit. And I was going to say, man, this is off the thrift rack. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, my suit's so cheap, I stole it from the thrift store.
There you go.
Well, we'll definitely put that back up there and shout them out again before we wrap today. But there's, when I was like in the very, very early days of coming up with this, we didn't have a name or anything. And as like the graphics guy, the first thing I started doing was like, well, what would it look like? And I literally started with my favorite color, which is blue. And I was like, well, maybe something blue, right? And then I was like, nah, maybe like a void, maybe like a big empty space. And I was like, that doesn't really cut it, because I was trying to think of a room that we could fill, right? And I was like, we'll just treat the graphics as kind of like light and soft and empty and like endless. And then I was like, no, that to me, endless is space. And also in space, you have a bunch of stars. And so then I came up with what I think we all agreed was a corny slogan right off the bat, where I was like, we didn't have a name yet. And I said, it'll be where the stars align to bring you the best of the left, right? Which is in a marketing world, that's great, but I think it's a little too corny for us, right? Like we want to be a little cooler than that.
We do not support Iowa in any capacity. Let's just put it that way.
But I was, in a way, when I was creating the graphics, I was being drawn toward a space, and then literally space, and then having the stars idea kind of helped me connect, right, all the dots. And I was like, oh, this space, everyone says that all the time. Like retail shops that are going to come up when they're building or renovating a storefront, they say, watch this space. People are always saying, when you're in this space, there are a lot of purity tests, or when you're in this space, it's up to you to be inclusive. People always use that term. And like, if you haven't heard it before, you're going to be hearing it a lot, not just because of us, but like you'll realize that a lot of people, I heard it.
We're trying to colonize language, like when you hear this space in any context, you're going to think of us. And that's pretty powerful.
I'm not sure. The whole colonizing aspect of it, I don't know if I accept that, but it's actually true. Sadly, it's true. We are going to make sure that every time you think about this space, we have made it what it is. You're not going to be able to think of anything else but this space.
It's a cognito hazard.
Yep. And it makes sense because it's what we use in our regular conversation, right? So it's not something that was like it. We didn't have to twist ourselves into knots trying to come up with something super witty. It just makes sense. And if it ends up being witty, okay, fine. But we just did it because we want to do something with this space. We want as many people in this space as possible. We want to get people from this space already to be a part of our thing. And so it just made sense to call it that. And it was really just placeholder. I mean, it was placeholder when you guys came on, and we just kept it. And the graphics were, I just saw those through as space. And then we had the music made. That's an original.
I honestly just having it in my headphone, in my earbuds for the last 30 minutes or so. It's just, it does something. I love it. It's minimalist, but it says so much, especially when you have the little glow that's going on. You guys really did your thing with the music and the graphics side.
That's the Letterhack's brother came up with that.
Nice.
Oh, the Letterhack's brother?
Yeah, he
is.
Are
they related to the Letterhack?
Yep, he is. That kid, I'm just like, kid. He's like a full-blown grown-up. But I say, yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know, we're using space graphics. There's like stars. Kind of want it to sound like, a transmission. And he goes, okay. And then he sent that back, and I was like, all right, that's perfect.
Yeah.
So anyway, it all just sort of fell into place. And like we were saying, there's no like capital. It's not like we had little retreats where we were entertaining donors like, politicians do. We weren't shopping around like what do you call those, like a business proposal or a prospectus. We weren't showing that like, here's what we think our numbers are going to be after year 1, right? And here's our ROI. We weren't doing all that corny crap. So it was really just like, oh, you got graphics. Okay, I guess we're going with that. Oh, there's a song. I guess we're going with that.
That's
It Yeah, it wasn't like we could workshop it. It's like, well, we're not really paying for it. So we did pay for it, but not like a lot, not enough to like get somebody to like really rework
Yeah,
it and
like
rework it.
$10, buy
It was
yourself
more
a
than
peanut
that,
butter
but
and jelly sandwich, is feed your kids for lunch.
it just goes to show that we are not only working with what we have, but we're pretty good at putting this stuff together, right? Like when we're going through, you don't just say, oh, I have a YouTube channel now, I can start live streaming. Nope, there's all kinds of stuff that go into it. One time we were talking about it, and I said, and I just want to point out, I never intended to be this guy. I always want to be like the guy who knows how to drive a car, right? Make sure it has gas, turn the ignition, there's a couple of pedals, steering wheel. Otherwise, I'll get a mechanic to do that.
I believe most cars, you just press the button now.
But I'll get a mechanic to do the
here.
rest. I'll get somebody else to look under the hood. But when you're live streaming and when you're like, you have a podcast or something, guess what? You're the tech. You're the guy. And so when we were talking about,
actually, like, and that's the
super
other
annoying.
thing too. Like, there's so many people, I mentioned this before, but there's so many people that would be really good at talking, but like they're not technologically capable of like downloading all this software and like, so their gift or talent is just going to waste. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and it's like, oh, what kind of mic do I get? I don't want to waste money on a bad mic. What if it doesn't work? What sort of software? Like when I first started streaming, it was literally months, like 4 or 5 months of like telling myself, it's just a speed bump. You have not derailed. This is a glitch. This happens to everyone. You know what I mean? And like trying to figure it out and rework it. And then when we came up with this collective, and I remember one of the very first things Andrea ever said to me about this project was, we need to be able to give people a leg up in getting their platform off the ground by using this platform. So if you don't want to be that technical savvy right off the bat, you want to focus on your hosting and your content and the commentary that you're going to provide on certain stories, or what angle you want to have, or what niche you're looking to create, then you can do that here and let us handle the rest. I'm the silly analogy guy, but I kept saying we want to provide you with the car, provide you with the track, provide you with the pit crew, and then all you have to do is sit down and drive. Yeah. And it's like, what about this? Oh, well, not only can I answer your question, but 4 of us can answer your question. All the other hosts can share their knowledge on something, right? So like no one in here is alone. That's the beauty of it. You can come on with us and we go, okay, here's your time slot. This is when you go live. Well, what's it going to be like? I'm nervous. All right, let's practice it. Let's do some rehearsal. Let's do some training. Let me show you what can go wrong and how to avoid it, instead of you finding it out in real time. And then you're like, shit, I spent 3 hours planning that segment and it was ruined because I couldn't get my mic to work. We've all been there, but we don't have to be there.
I started streaming back in the days of Google, was it Google Hangout? Does anybody remember Google Hangout? And we used to have to rig it because it wasn't meant for streaming. So you had to do a screen share, and then it was, you didn't have, they had webcams back then, but the webcams were so low quality and you couldn't connect like DSLR. It was just a really, I feel like, stones and cavemen with fire days. That's how old I am in streaming. And to now, for us to be able to unify everybody into a single stream where they can connect automatically from home, and technology is such that they can just grab the best camera that they can afford and they can plug it in like a webcam and the great microphones. And then we have different producers, like we have our main producer, but then you can produce yourself. And then you have someone in the background who can pinch hit for you. It's just a really, really great time for us to do this, because back in the day, not only was it like technologically prohibitive, it was also really cost prohibitive. Like, you know, now you could just open up your laptop and have enough technology there and the camera and the microphone to do a decent stream. But when we first got started back in the olden days, it wasn't like that. And so just to be in this space now, right, pun intended, right, but this time and period where technology is at a place where it's inexpensive enough for the working class to be able to compete. And what we're going to find is that we've always had something to say. We've always had something of substance to say. There was always just barriers to entry. And I think we're overcoming those with this space.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times when I was just starting out, I was like, all right, I got to get better headphones. I need a microphone. What am I doing? And I would hit up David Grossman. I would go straight to your producer and I would say, hey, I would always preface it with, it's so funny how we talk now, right? Like we're at the point in our relationship now where we just happily talk over each other, right?
Yeah.
but like
yeah. So the other day I went out on a picnic.
Exactly.
And it was really, you know.
But I initially was like, hey, I don't want to bother you, and I understand like you're a busy guy, but if I was going to start streaming with a better mic, what would I do? And he was like very cool about, this is what I use.
Giving away all of our
Here's
secrets.
what we do. Use this app, right? Like do this. And I was like, oh my gosh, it was so helpful. I would reach out to Dan from the internet. This is before I streamed, and I was just like going on other people's shows sometimes, right? I went on your guys' shows, both of your shows before I ever streamed for myself.
I don't recall. That doesn't sound familiar.
And I remember being like, Dan, what do I do? What don't I do? You know? And Dan was very cool about, because I mean, come on, he was producing for the Young Turks. He goes on there all the time.
He's from the internet, you know, he knows all this stuff.
Exactly. So he would coach me on certain things and give me tips, and it was really cool. And then he would even follow up and say, hey, I saw you on the show, did good. This is what I would do. Very, very helpful and generous. There's no reason why everyone in this space shouldn't be doing that, right? And especially for the smaller creators. Now, I know that in this space, like I'll put it this way, nobody ever leaves the right, but they do leave the left. You know what I mean? So like there is that
might be the only time I might crash out. I don't mean to cut you off, but if someone gets started on this space and you end up in their space,
we're gonna go after you.
Let's do poly market odds. Who's gonna crash out first?
Oh my goodness, no! I will crash out over that. You do not start. That's the only thing. You don't have to remain in this space. We do want. I do really thoroughly expect that there are going to be some breakout talent that's going to like start here and just go further than we could ever imagine. But if you start here and you end up on Megyn Kelly's show and you end up on Glenn Beck's show, we're coming for you.
Yeah, I'd be pretty bad that I didn't see it coming. I mean, a lot of people get into streaming because they want to do, you know, they want to learn how to monetize. They want to learn how to get clicks. They want to learn how to game the algorithm. And they might find somebody who's like us that are going to be so willing to help you start off and give you resources and whatnot that they could potentially take advantage of it. And so, you know, that's just something that everyone will have to look out for all the time. But it is also the reason why people who have been doing this longer with larger platforms, rightfully so, can often be hesitant to support a smaller channel because they don't know if that's going to backfire. And there have more than likely been times where it did backfire, right?
I have a testimony when you're done. Go ahead.
So I think that, you know, what we can do is we'll take that heat to a degree. Yeah. We will bring it on. We will bring people along. And if it seems like somebody is, you know, needs to be, you know, how do you want to say it? Like if we need to pull somebody aside and be like, hey, remember, we're being inclusive. Like we all hate the Democrats, but you're talking about the guy who comes on right after you. Like, can you talk to him? Can we be adults here? Right. If that happened, and I mean, who knows? Anything can happen. If that happened and they weren't cool about it,
Oh,
Sorry.
you're painting. Oh, there's some interesting days ahead now that you frame it like that, Matt. I think we have some, but no, I truly believe that the spirit of this, like, of course there'll be always somebody with an opportunity and they just can't resist. I'm just thinking about some of the names that actually got started with me, and then they went elsewhere, and I just wow. So I have to take that back. So I'm already guilty of a couple people who.
This is the first I'm hearing about it.
Here's the thing.
What have your evil deeds been?
Here's the thing, though.
That he was without sin cast first stone. So I got to take that back, though. But no, because wow.
We can prevent it, though. This is the thing, is like, we're not creating a platform where we're saying, hey, look, new guy, certain amount of clicks every week, or you're out. Certain amount of clicks every month, or we're gonna bump you to the 5 a.m. slot on Sunday, right? Like, where
we don't even have a 5 a.m. slot, and we're gonna bump you there.
It's like we're gonna put you out in Siberia. You know what I mean? If you don't pull your weight, we're not doing that. That helps breed that culture of I need clicks. Oh, I'm doing it. Well, these guys are always breathing down my neck, and now I'm basically pulling the weight over here on this network. Why don't I leave the left and go somewhere where they're actually going to pay me, right? So what we do is we go, okay, first of all, there is no pressure like that. We're not putting any constraints on anyone, and we're not gatekeeping. You can do whatever you want. If no one's watching, guess what? You can keep doing whatever you want, right?
Honestly, that's preferable. You can do anything and no one will know. That's
your parents. Yeah, right. That's the best time to do anything, is when no one's watching. But like, there's always the replay. Like, you can go back and watch this anytime after we go off air. So I think what I'm trying to say is there will be a spirit of camaraderie that you don't get from typical corporate settings and more capitalistic models of business. We will be here. We will be a team. You know how, like, on the job, everyone knows this. I can't stand it when you're on the job and they go, we're a family. And it's like, what are you, my uncle? Who's going to co-sign for a loan around here? Right? Like, are we really a family? No, asshole. You're the CEO. You get paid millions and I don't. I make all the money and you take all the profit. What is this? That's not what we're doing here. This is legit. And that's why the further we go, the harder it'll be for someone to go, they're winning off the backs of other people's work, or that you won't be able to see that, and that we'll just build more evidence that we're genuine and pure, or as pure as we can be, every day, every time we go live. And that will prevent people from leaving the left.
I really like
one other thing that I want to mention too is that, unlike news and even a lot of other more popular sort of networks, just not politically oriented, but there's a lot of that out there. Like, we're not creating a product that you consume. Like, we're trying to create a culture, an atmosphere that you are a member of. So if you're out there in the chat, like, I don't want it to be you watching the stream and talking about the stream. I want you to treat the chat as your club, your buddies, like, hey, how was the game the other night? I don't know. I broke my leg. Well, that's a shame. Why'd you break it? And then you go on from the, like, hey, how's your aunt doing? Like, oh, my aunt died of leukemia. It's really unfortunate, but like, that's the kind, like, we want to foster a community of people that actually, like, dare I say, care about each other a little bit, instead of just like nameless, faceless, strings of text. These are the people that watch and we talk, like, we're trying to create not just the people on the stream that you're watching, but the people out there in the chat, the community. We got a Discord too. We're going to be expanding that kind of thing. And so it's not just streamers. And that, I feel like, is something that should also be underlined.
So real quick, Andrea, your examples are very descriptive. But to shout out to the chat right now, Bo Z, we are live. This is live. We see your all's comments and we're looking at your conversation. And I think this is exactly what Andrea is talking about. This space is a community. It needs to be a community. And I think that's how we overcome. That's how we beat the right. The right can have people in a chat room, but they're not capable of actually fostering a community. And you can see that in all of their actions and all the ways, as soon as they come together, they actually start destroying each other. There is no sense of sense of camaraderie, except their agreement in hatred, right? The right, they're unified in their hatred, but when you're unified in your hatred, you can't build community. This is why the entire paradigm of capitalism right now is isolation. You'll be in a neighborhood and you won't even know your neighbors. And so that's what this space has to be the exact opposite of. And so we insist on you all being kind and actually caring and actually, I don't even think we have to insist on it. I've seen, and I think, and Matt, you could talk to this. I think what kind of drove this idea, at least in my head, was the fact that there was already an existing community that transitioned across every one of our content, our channels. Like we'd see the same people on your channel that you would see on my channel, that you would see in someone else's channel. And we realized like, hey, that we're already a family and community in that way. Wouldn't it be great if we had everyone in one space, this space?
Another thing too that I want to mention is that like instead of clicking, like with your mouse, you have to click the button or whatever to like go to a different channel, it all being on this space saves you mouse clicks, which would mean your mouse is going to break later than it would have otherwise, which means we're saving you money, really.
Yes.
Because you're going to buy a new mouse like maybe 3-4 weeks later than you would have otherwise, so I'm just saying like that's a benefit.
No, think about it. We're fighting back against planned obsolescence, right?
That's right.
Yeah. We're beating back one click at a time.
That's right.
It is about the viewers too. I mean, I don't know if I would love to be famous for the guy who always said, the online left can't be a bad thing. It can't be a negative thing if you include all of the viewers in the online left. Like people talk about the online left isn't capable of inspiring boots on the ground. The online left can't stop infighting. Why can't they unite? Why are you asking all these questions without providing any solutions? And why are you leaving out the viewers and the audience? We're talking about millions of subscribers. All right. You can't tell me that all 6 million people who subscribe to the Young Turks or all 2 million people who subscribe to the Majority of Report are just staying right there. There's no way. And I refer to myself as a hack because I transcend the audience of, in this case, comic books and letter writing into actually making comic books. I transcended the audience and the viewership.
This guy wrote a Hellboy comic. He wrote himself into Hellboy, by the way. That's a whole different story. We'll talk about it later.
They asked me to do it. But
this is an official Hellboy universe character on stream you're watching. This guy is a comic book character come to life. Anyway, go on.
I've done cooler stuff than that too, just for the record, like this.
I doubt it.
But this is way cooler than that. I want people to go, that guy was one of the people on this space. That would be way cooler. But I wanted to be a streamer. I wanted to stream because I knew the audience dynamics, because I was watching all these different viewers and all these chats, and I see it now. I'm watching all the different shows and I see all the same people and then a bunch of new people who are exclusive to that channel. Cross-pollination is a real benefit to every content creator on the left and the left itself, especially if we can get everyone into one place. Even if, look, you don't have to sit here all day and leave it on in the background like CNN. You don't have to do that.
Yes, you do.
It would be highly beneficial to us, but it would also be highly beneficial to the audience, because if it's at, the job or your house or your dorm, right? People passing through are going to be like, what are you watching?
Computer you see onto this space,
Somebody's
when you're
going
at
to
the
say,
DMV, just like go in there, put it on this space,
Think about it. If somebody was like, hey, that's that guy, the Rational National, why is he on a show called This Space? Oh, I'm glad you asked. They're all on this space. What's this space? Right? Yeah. It's a hook. So we can use having an audience. I always joke around about having guests on my show gives my show the credibility that it wouldn't otherwise have, right? Like the credibility goes through the roof as soon as I have anybody else with me on the show.
Person, let's just put it that way.
But in truth, it's the audience. I mean, if nobody's watching, okay, how do you brag? How do you advertise? You'd say, oh, you should watch my show. Oh, really? And then they get there and they're the only one. Why should I watch your show? Well, if you're on a network and you say, I'm watching this space, this show is on there, it isn't about the audience in the traditional sense, but it's about the audience in a greater sense. There's a greater meaning. See what I mean? Like, it's very much, if you build it, they will come. And then that quickly switches from us building it, them coming, to them building it up more. And then we get more creators.
There's gonna be
That's how
lots
it
of them.
works.
Let's just put it that way.
So it's centrifugal, and it's a vital relationship between streamers and viewers like never before. That's another aspect to this that I'm really excited about. And then that gives us, through, you know, sustaining audience engagement for long periods of time, that gives us the benefit to not only talk about different political campaigns or political movements or forms of activism, but to really follow it, to really pay attention to it. I could talk about it at 9 o'clock. Somebody's talking about the same thing the next day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you can see what has transpired in that time. And that informs my next show when I'm talking about it.
That's
so
right.
we can do that throughout the day. We can jump in look, at the outset, it feels like work, but now that it's happening, it's going to be fun. We can jump in anytime we want and do the breaking news thing. We can have special coverage. We can have shows where it's just a bunch of hosts talking about a single topic or debating or whatever we want. And it doesn't even have to be like a regularly scheduled thing. It can be like a monthly.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely gonna be tons of one-offs. I would like, that's the thing. Like, we're building the network, we're building a compendium, if you will, of people. And like, there's definitely going to be like moments where like people on the network say, hey, you want to do a show and talk about this? And then guess what? You can, and it's there. And then, it doesn't need to be there doesn't need to be 78 episodes of Let's Talk About Frogger. Maybe do that once. It's my favorite arcade game, whatever you do, it's one off. You don't need to do 38. That's the other thing about YouTube and content culture, as I like to call it, is like a lot of people love to milk everything that they could possibly think of to absolute death. Like you get a niche and you have to keep going. You have to keep going until you come up with like things that like don't even make any sense anymore to talk about it. But when you have a platform like this, you have a really cool idea, but you don't want to, it's not a YouTube channel idea. It's not a show idea. Like, how many people have like a place where they can just do like an hour talking about this niche political topic from 1973, like, that we want to have that kind of thing. If you're a historian and you are really interested in like the Cold War or something, like, come on and do a one-off show, like documentary or not, just a podcast, whatever. There's all kinds of ways that we can bring people in, and it doesn't have to be you're starting a channel. It's a huge commitment if you're starting. And it's like, if you're somebody who just it knows a lot about one thing, but it's not like you can talk about it for 78 hours every day. You don't need to start a YouTube channel, but you can do a show here once, and then, maybe do an interview slot every once in a while about it. And that's it, like.
That's right. That's right. And then build from there, right? So there's always residuals. Before I go into residuals though, it's the top of the hour. And so we need everyone in the chat room, everyone who's a part of the community. I see someone already gave us a prospective name calling us spacers. We'll let you all name yourselves. We'll let that happen. But we need all of you.
So I must urinate. I will be right back.
Yes. And while she takes a break, hit that share, like, and subscribe button. If you already liked, you already subscribed, that's fine. Hit the share button again. We just want to make it our hourly ritual. When you have a consistent nonstop stream, what happens is there's only one notification that goes out at the top of each stream every day. So we need you to be the notifications so that you share it and everyone knows here's a brand new top of the hour. It's time for us to share this space, which goes back to the community, the collective community. And I like what you said, Matt. It's something different. You no longer have to say, hey, I'm supporting Ben Dixon's channel because of X, Y, and Z. And you'll still be a subscriber to my channel, and you'll probably come over and see whatever content I do there that I don't do here. But over here, it becomes, hey, this is ours. This is all of ours collectively. Like, anyone in the audience who wants to step up and become a streamer, you're literally building your future platform by building this, by building the community. And so because it's an open-ended kind of situation like that, it's an open-ended relationship, an open door is actually what I'm looking for. It's an open door. We build each other up. Matt, I don't really see a downside to this.
Neither do I. I'm only seeing
I am
more and
back.
more upsides. Here's the thing.
Speaking of downsides, hello?
When host come on. Okay, so first of all, we plan to promote host and their other platforms, their social medias, and how you can support them monetarily. If we are playing syndicated content, we'll scroll that across the bottom. We're always going to have a description for every stream where you can see which host how to support which host in which manner, right? Like who has Venmo, who has Cash App, who's on YouTube, who's on Twitch, who's on Blue Sky, who's on Twitter, that kind of stuff. You'll be able to follow and support anybody that you want. The other reason why it's key to call out and reshare the link at the top of the hour is because that's typically when an all new show will begin. And so you'll be able to say, not, oh, hey, don't forget, we're still watching this space. You'll be able to say Kristina's Corner is starting on this space at 5 o'clock, right? Eastern. Like, here's the link again. And so people can jump on a few minutes early, catch the end of a show, and then segue right into the next one as smoothly as we can possibly make it. So, to answer one question, Donald James X was asking, are we sticking to the schedule or can things change? Of course, things can change. Like if, somebody doesn't make it to work that day, that happens. Look, this is not a job. Like, you're allowed to get sick. Things are allowed to come up. We're not going to be like, well, you might lose your spot. Nope. There's no, you don't have to earn your way back in. We'll always bring you back in. We'll always allow. And people we've talked to about coming on who haven't committed yet, okay, let us know. Let us know when. Do I need to follow up with you? Because I will. Otherwise, let us know and we'll work it out. But there is look, okay, let's say it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon and there's an insurrection at the Capitol, right? Mm-hmm. We're going to cover that. And I know there's going to be other shows throughout the day that are also going to want to cover it. We will probably work something out on the fly where it's like, hey guys, this is what we want to do today. If you don't want to be a part of it, that's cool. You do your show, but we'll be coming in with 10 minutes here and there. We may try and get an hour here and there. We're going to work it out to where we can handle breaking news in a responsible manner. This probably will not be the sort of thing where there was an incident at a school or at an airport where we jump in and go, okay, here's all the facts as we know it. We're not going to do that because those facts change really quickly. We're going to be responsible. We're not the news, right? We're media, but we're not like the news, okay? I'm not a journalist. I'm not going to start acting like one, but I will apply journalistic ethics. Mm-hmm. I will be, I'll cite sources. You know what I mean? I'll fact check. I'll moderate. I'll do follow-ups to go, I got this thing wrong. Here's what I should have said. So when you do that stuff in real time, we don't want to mislead. We don't want to present false information. We don't want to give people the impression something could be worse than it is or safe when it's not safe, whatever. So, but if there's we have the potential for shit to pop off for days at a time in this administration. Let's be real. People have been looking
off right now.
People have been looking at Los Angeles 4 days now. It's a realistic thing to say that if there was a escalation in Los Angeles, which they're escalating it, let's be real. If there was such an escalation that we were like, this has never happened before in this country, my little show about comic books and politics can get bumped.
Yeah.
That I'm not going to be like, no, I planned that show. Fuck that show.
I worked on that show since I was in 5th grade, man.
Basically that isn't untrue, but I have been building enthusiasm for such a show since then. But there's in the real world, we need to be a place where you can come and go, okay, who's talking about this? Mm-hmm. You want to turn on CNN? Great. You want to watch us as we watch CNN? also great, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? We'll be monitoring situations, and we will find ways to use this platform to be informational and to make the news educational. It's not just going to be clickbait, though. We're not just going to do things because, like, I saw a newsletter from someone who shall remain anonymous, and it said, "This is bad. Our worst fears realized." I read the whole newsletter. I never got to the worst fears realized part. I never got to the "this is bad" part, except that it's all kind of bad right now. And I was like, we're not going to do that. But we will, our schedule is there so that it's not pure chaos, and so that people can feel accepted and that they have their own branch in this tree. You know what I mean? Their own star in this galaxy or whatever. And so, we want to stick to the schedule, sure, and we want to provide people with a sense of belonging that way. But I mean, if it's going down, it's going down right here.
And yeah, like we'll probably try to have like at least like some sort of semblance of a coherent schedule out per week. I don't know when exactly, like next week. I don't know. We'll post it on Monday or whatever, but like we'll try to have some form of a schedule. And then that way, like again, anything can happen at any time. You never know. But 90 to 95% of the time, what's on the schedule, if you show up at that time, it should be there. That's the ideal scenario, but we'll see if that works out in about 51 minutes from now. So,
well, yeah, and things will change. There will be developments, the unforeseen. I always say we'll have ongoing logistical challenges, right? We know this. And like sometimes we go, what do we do if this happens? And I go, just file that away under ongoing logistical challenges. We'll handle that, or we'll figure it out. Or, sometimes like I've had the unfortunate experience and also the benefit of being in the corporate setting for many years. And when you're dealing with something like layoffs or just a scenario where you suddenly have fewer people on your team than you did before, you kind of stop doing certain things and give it some time and wait and see if you needed to be doing that at all. You wait and see if it even matters that anyone is doing it or not now, right? And so we will get to a point where it's like, can we have an hour of no content in the middle of the day? I find it hard to believe that will happen. We may have 5 minutes here and there because we have like a 10-minute video or a 4-minute video, and we can't get quite an hour. So there may be times like between shows where you're hanging for a few minutes. Have a bio break, get a snack,
I just
take
had
the
one.
dog outside, whatever you got. You shouldn't be sitting here glued to this anyway. You should, but let's be real.
Well, just keep it playing in the background till you come back.
Yeah. We will.
And one other thing too about having a collective like this is that, like again, I'm meeting a lot of new people for the first time in working here, and like there's a lot of like we all have blind spots in certain sorts of political or even just cultural or scientific or just how to properly pack your garbage into the trash can. Everyone's got blind spots. People, it's always helpful to stumble upon something you didn't know you needed to know, and so like that's one other thing too, is that having this collective here, you get to see a lot of new voices, you get to hear a lot of new perspectives, that things that you might not have otherwise found. And how do you find new channels and people? A lot of the times you find it just from the YouTube algorithm, like or corporate algorithms in general, or just like pushed tweets, or like some news story someone said, but like I would love if people found new people that you really love, and then you go subscribe and you watch their entire bodies of work from this space. Don't let a corporation tell you who to watch. Don't let a corporation show you new stuff. It's an editorial decision for us, like who we're showing and who we want to bring to the fold. And again, like if they're on this space, they've been vetted to some degree, they're solid to some degree. It's possible we might make a mistake, but it's also like we do need to stop relinquishing our lives, especially online, to what corporate algorithms and AIs want to tell us to do. This video got 17 thumbs up in the first 20 minutes, therefore it's the best video for you. I don't agree with that system, right? So that's the other thing is we're trying to create this area where it's like you can find new things, you can find new individuals, you can meet new people, you can, oh wow, that show or whatever that you're talking about sounds really cool. I'm gonna go check it out, and then next week you can have a full-fledged conversation, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I want people to, go, I'll just use myself as an example. Oh, the Letterhack's on every Monday night at 9 p.m. I didn't know that. I'll start watching that. Oh, like it or not, comes on Saturdays. I'll watch that now, right? Oh, Andrea's starting to do things on Fridays. I'll watch that. You're watching this space. It's kind of like, yeah, we want it to be 24/7, but in the meantime, this will give you an opportunity to go look at other people's content, right? And on this space, we will be replaying things that you may very well have watched. Well, who was on right before this space? Who did you discover at this space that now you're like, well, I've seen this, so I'm going to bounce real quick and just, oh, yeah, okay, this space host is doing their own thing on their channel. I'll go watch them for a while, right? This is what we want. More importantly, it's what we need. Everyone involved in this space, literally, or just, on the left, needs to understand that you're not alone. And if you're acting alone and autonomously, that's fine, but it's not necessary. You can always have pals. You can. And those viewers can be your pals.
Here's another thing to that point. That's what makes the community, the audience, so important here, because they are going to find out about some new people even before we do on this space. And then if there are new people who are looking for community, they'll know exactly where to send them to say, hey, there's a co-op over here. There's a working class co-op media collective. Go check them out. This is how you should get started. And so I think I think you and the audience really should see yourselves as, we got to find a better word. But in my world, we call them evangelists, where you go out and spokespeople, people who can tell others that here is a community, one that you should come watch, just come and be a part of it. Be here in the comment section, listen to all the commentary and listen to all the people and the way they think, because I'm telling you, as these content creators start talking and discussing these issues, most of you already know them. So you already know what you're in for. You're in for some really solid commentary, but then also be a spokesperson for those new people who don't know where to go. They may not have heard of this space yet. So we need you to be talking not only about what's here already, but talking about who can become a part of this as well.
And that's also like, it's easier in a way, socially to tell people like, hey, there's this new YouTube channel called This Space. It's a lot of people collaborating than, hey guys, I love this YouTuber, come check them out. Cause like not everyone's going to like every single like individual YouTuber, but like there's a good chance that someone will like something on this space, right? Yeah. Hopefully, we got a lot, we got movies, we got, people talking about music, we got politics, I guess, I guess we'll talk about the news once in a while.
We have Canadians. We have more than one Canadian.
We got Canadians.
Got international coverage.
It's well, they're going to be Americans very soon, but like, so that's the thing though. It's easier to tell people, hey, go check out this space than, hey, go check out the Letterhack. Who? What? Huh? Like I don't want to check out the Letterhack. What? Right, but I'll check out this space.
I think it would be hilarious if somebody found out about this space show and then was like, oh, he has his own channel. I think that would be, that's it. That's what we need. That is the hook, right? That's what we're trying to do. But we really do have Canadians on here. It's pretty cool. Left of the box. I mean, that's everyone knows Sandy. That is one of the coolest. Also, the Rational National. I forget that some of these folks are Canadian until they start saying, you hear them talking, you're like, oh, obviously Canadian. But like, I forget because they're so well versed in what's going on with us,
American politics,
the U.S. They know more about the U.S. government than most American citizens. I would say, like, I'm including myself in most. Like, David Dole knows more about this country than I do.
I know quite a bit about the Canadian government,
makes a difference when you're living it, but you know what I mean? Like,
well, let me ask you guys this. What are your favorite like let me give you my example. Like I'm super excited about whatever shows that we like impromptu do about politics and technology, just science, or even just, you know, kind of stargazing kind of things where we just really just got to shoot the breeze over abstract concepts. Like what type of content outside of the political world are you excited about seeing pop up from time to time?
I think that what's going on. Okay, so you get to these points where things get a little hot and heavy in your government and in your country, and celebrities kind of take a back seat. They're not being as vocal. Some are, but by and large, a lot of celebrities with larger platforms aren't being very vocal or outspoken. But then when you start to look at the content, like comic books, for example, the politics and the lefty themes and issues that are being brought up. Spencer Ackerman, Nobel Prize or Pulitzer Prize winning international affairs correspondent, the authority on the Iraq war. He's written 2 books about it, is writing Iron Man for Marvel Comics right now. Wow. You better believe he's tackling all the issues that progressives talk about in that comic, right? So you see it in their work. And so I'm interested in hearing people talk about mainstream media in terms of movies and TV and pop culture, like Devil's Advocate, Movie Runtime. If we get Movie Night Extravaganza on here, Kristina Oakes and Kristina's Corner, which is up next at 5 o'clock. Kristina is all over pop culture. She knows so much about it. I'm looking forward to people talking about that so I can see what kind of, you know, not politics, but lefty angles and themes are being talked about, and who's representing the left without, you know, doing it through their personal lives.
I'm really excited to what Ben was talking about, like, you know, just get really high and talk about the universe, you know, like let's just, you know, let's talk about the molecular, you know, atomic molecules, you know what I mean? You know, all that chemicals, you know, but also I like video games. I'm a video gamer. I'm probably going to be shoveling some of that shit down your gullet pretty soon here. So definitely look out for that.
That's perfect.
The descriptors that you use, it's hilarious to me. No, I actually, talking about the universe, you catch me talking about the universe anytime. I definitely the comic books. I'm looking forward to doing some Star Trek episodes, and that reminds me, someone in the comment section, I'm not going to call their name, they said, so long as it's not the next generation.
What?
And I'm offended.
Oh,
I'm very.
This is where we pull people further left, and now we pull them further Star Trek.
Yes.
If you can't leave Next Generation out, you can't. Oh
now,
my gosh.
I do have a major confession for me to have. I am the only show that I think I like as much, if not more than Star Trek, would be Doctor Who. That said, I just finished and binge watched Deep Space Nine for the first time in my life. Last week. Sunday was my last episode. I finally finished it.
This is what we're going to be doing. The next time there's like a hot show out there, we are going to jump on here and talk about it the next day.
I'm not.
Right?
They will. I'm not.
If you want to do the Deep Space Nine sort of like book club,
I'm still on Deep Space 1. You know,
right? If you're like, we're talking about episodes 1 through 10, or we're talking about season 1 this for a couple of weeks and season 2 for whatever you want. That's the beauty of this, is people can do whatever they want. Jeff Waldorf said he wanted to talk about Star Trek, didn't he?
Yes. I think he did.
Come on. Like, I would love to see that. I would love to see people do stuff that isn't their regular content. I would love that.
Oh, goodness. No, Bozy is like, knowing Ben likes Doctor Who is wild, makes my brain just broke. No, let me tell you, me and the doctor, we go way back. I would say not to the original series. I didn't start watching the original series until after David Tennant. When I saw David Tennant, Silence in the Library, I think it was my first episode ever seeing, and I've never looked back. So huge Doctor Who fan, huge sci-fi fan. I just was slacking on DS9 for whatever reason. My head and my heart could not commit to going back and watching that entire series until just last week. So.
I'm more of a Red Dwarfer myself. You know, it's the superior sci-fi show.
I like all that stuff. I'm a
what about Battlestar Galactica? Good one.
I couldn't get into Battlestar. Maybe, but maybe somebody can help me out. I don't know.
What about Stargate, the movie, not the series, the movie?
I love the movie. Yeah.
The movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
one where they go into like the other like a pyramid or some shit.
Yeah, they go through a Stargate.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
who was in that? Wasn't what's his fucking that movie?
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell. Yeah.
Is that who you mean?
I mean, there's a couple. What's
James
his fuck
Spader?
Yeah, him too. He's in there.
You got to tell me about. I honestly now I might lose my sci-fi credentials, but I'm not familiar with Red Dwarf.
Oh, BBC.
No, it's a classic program.
Old school. That's there with like what that would be like season 1 Doctor Who, or was it after
that? Is that old? Wow.
It's like Hitchhiker's Guide.
Okay.
Era. Yeah.
I do love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I love that. And there's how do you all feel about Black Mirror? Because there's a lot of differing opinions on that show.
Black Mirror has got some really good ones and it's got some mediocre ones, but I think the really good ones are really worth it. That's my opinion.
The Choose Your Own Adventure was amazing. I thought I just
they
thought
removed
like
they removed that shit. It's got
I thought that was
you
fun.
Can't see it anymore.
I thought that was fun to do. I don't know why they didn't do something. I just thought it was really creative. It was a creative way to use a streaming platform.
Soul Life said Sliders was better than Doctor Who. I don't agree with that. However, I absolutely love Sliders. That was
totally different.
Oh my goodness, I love that. That show was amazing.
I would compare Sliders to like Misfits of Science. Anybody? Misfits of Science. What about Whiz Kids? Anybody?
I don't know Whiz Kids.
Oh,
I don't know.
The 80s computer nerds who solve mysteries. Come on.
Oh, I got to go back and find that one.
Whiz Kids is awesome.
Okay, since we're talking about the 80s, then you got to bring in the Goonies. Anybody? I know it's not sci-fi. Goonies is like that's my
yeah. I'll watch that every day.
Yes,
you watch it.
I don't get tired of it. I would.
It becomes on TV.
Tired of it.
I like the what's her fuck song from the Goonies. That's my favorite.
Cyndi Lauper.
Yes,
Cyndi Lauper. Yeah.
Good enough.
She's great.
Hey guys, we passed 400 subscribers.
Nice.
Pretty good. I'm just thinking about how long it took me to
get. Letterhack. Everyone clap for Letterhack.
It's for us.
Snap for Letterhack.
Do you know how long it took me to get 400 subscribers on my own channel? And we did it in no time at all. That's pretty cool.
It took me so long. I started doing YouTube when I was 12 years old. I was probably like 15 when I got 400, and that's a long time when you're that young, It's like 20% of your whole life,
I think it's good. That's very cool. And I'm looking for it. On the one hand, I was like, okay, we'll see how long it takes to get to 1,000. On the other hand, I was like, how long is it going to take us to get to 1,000? Because that's
we'll be at 1,000 by the end of the day. Huh? Anybody? If you share the stream, go to your Skype group or whatever IRC chat room and share the stream to everybody. Go to your email chains. Put it on Facebook.
I'll tell you what, it's only going to get better throughout the day. So if you're subscribing during this,
it's going to be a lot better as soon as this show is over. I mean,
right? Because right now we're literally just shooting the breeze, talking about what this is and what it's going to be. But the shows begin in how long? 33 minutes.
Yeah,
33 minutes.
We're right there.
Maybe 1 or 2 minutes sooner. I don't know. It's possible or later. You never.
Yeah. We can do whatever we want. We can just take a break right now and leave.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And I really would love to underscore that is that we can literally do whatever we.
Yeah, right. That works both ways, right? You just leave 2 people on screen hanging all by themselves. It's not a problem. The good thing is we're friends, and we don't have to bring Andrea back on screen either. That's one thing that we don't have to do.
Did I miss anything?
Before
my connection
before we wrap this up, I want to we got to mention Sandy's situation. Now, there are people that we knew we wanted to invite. Look, we want everyone to be in this space, but there are people we knew we wanted to invite immediately. Yeah. We had a very short list because we were like, well, will people want to participate? We don't know. And so we said, well, who's definite? And we could look around the table and go, well, we are. All right, that's 3. And then definitely Sandy. That was always the 4th one.
Right.
Sandy Environmental Coffee House. That was the fourth one for me. It was like, we three will do it, and then Sandy. And now we can't. And it's heartbreaking to me. It's also very frustrating. And it's just another one of those things that
we're burying the lead a little bit here, but Sandy got her entire YouTube channel terminated by some bullshit garbage on YouTube. So
as
it's really fucked us up.
As people on the left, we are constantly up against it, right? We are always finding ways to fight. We're always finding ways to say, all right, be emotional, get over it, move on. We gotta fight. Now we gotta fight back, right? Now we gotta make this in a moment of activism. It's not just heartbreak, it's got to be activism. And so we just want everyone to know that the situation with Sandy's channel is unfair. It's a mistake. We don't know how it works behind the scenes. It could all be bot algorithm. It could be AI algorithm. We have no idea. It could be real people who just don't give a shit. We don't know. But it's something that Sandy's not letting go, and so neither are we. And we just rest assured, like I said earlier, this is not a situation where Sandy will say, okay, I'm back up and running, and we'll go, okay, we'll follow up with you in a couple of weeks and see if we can get you back on. We will immediately have Sandy back on. Okay, immediately.
Absolutely.
If I have to give up my own show to do it, to give her a prime spot, we will do that. This is not a situation where people go and don't come back. They can always come back, and we will hold that spot. It is not.
I also, one thing on that is that there is a chance that we will be victimized in some degree by some AI horse shit. And any one of our contributors, this could happen to anybody. And this is one of the other benefits of having this community is that, you know, when your account gets shut down for some stupid horse shit because AI is Google, YouTube's AI is accusing you of something you've never even thought of before, you know, but like, where do you go? Like, if you don't have a community, like, where do you go? You don't go anywhere, you know, like, so that's what having this network, we're trying to build that solidarity so that if there is an emergency, we can all respond. We can immediately activate. And if this YouTube channel ever disappears, you can find our new YouTube channel or somewhere else on thisspace.tv. Right now, it's just where you can find all of our links. But, you know, if in the case of an emergency, go there and we'll have some sort of update, you know, that kind of thing.
You know, the issue with Sandy that's bothering me so much is everything that you all just said. I feel like it leaves us all vulnerable to the whims of not just the AI, not just Google, but, you know, targeted attacks, just all the different ways that they can take us down. And the fact that let's be real, like, we're in a season of removing leftist voices. It has always been that season. And for many years, they try to make it seem like right wingers were the ones who were targeted like this. But no, it's been the left. And I feel that one of the things that we should do in this space is for all hands on deck to just stand in solidarity with Environmental Coffee House, with stand in solidarity, not just in terms of mentioning her name, but to put energy behind it, to put force behind it, so that we collectively begin to tweet at, and this is a whole nother conversation that we haven't mentioned yet, the calls to action. Like, we want the audience to transition yourself from just passive viewers. And you're already like a wonderful community. So you're more than just passive viewers. You're a wonderful community. But now we need to take action, because I think if there's anything that we can do to help Sandy out, if there's anything that we can do to help turn the tide, bring attention to it, to do a pressure campaign, I think this is the space to actually accomplish that, because it's not going to be the only time someone in our collective gets targeted and attacked, and it might be us. So I really believe that not just mentioning it now, which I think is awesome, and we should mention it, but I think every host, as much as they may know her work, even if they don't know her work, just know that she was and will be a part of us as soon as we can get her back on.
Yeah, Sandy Shellis is a total pro, just a great host, really knows how to perform, but be real, present facts, talked about the climate disaster in a realistic yet scientific way, had meteorologists and scientists on the show all the time. kind of telling that that's the show they decide to delete permanently, right? So let's hope it's not permanent. We're being hopeful. And in just to tag on to what you were saying there, Ben, they don't even have to be a part of this space. If any show is unfairly taken down and they're in our, lefty space, we can broadcast that far and wide right here. And if they're like, yeah, I don't know what to do, I can't stream at the moment, they took down my channel or I'm suspended or whatever.
That's part.
If it's not a further violation, come on over, right? You can do something here. We can at least have you on as a guest and talk about it. And if anything, at a minimum, which is pretty huge, just think, if this space takes off the way we would like it to, we will be able to activate thousands of people to tweet at YouTube.
That's right.
It will be massive. It will be big. I'm not sure anyone has the kind of clout that we hope to have. And so again, that's just further evidence that we're doing this for us, for everyone. When we say solidarity, it's real.
That.
Yeah,
that's fact. That's a fact. Yeah. That and again, recruiters. I'm looking for more words than evangelists. Recruiters, spokespeople. We need you all to help us build this space. Spacers, Army, whatever. We'll get all those names to come.
Bar.
All that. But we absolutely need you all to be the boots on the ground, so to speak, for social media, to get the word out about not just the shows, but the actions, the movement. What are we standing for? What are we fighting for? There's going to be solidarity here, because if we are all in the position of inclusion, which we all have agreed on, and then we all take the position of we are not, we're going to stand for the oppressed, then there's going to be issue after issue after issue after issue that the majority of us, if not 100% of us, are in agreement on. So if we have that kind of solidarity, we have that kind of clarity, the very next thing that we have to do with that is mobilize it and move it into action. And so we've got to get everyone in the comment section. We need you to take ownership of this space in that way, so that when you hear something that needs to be moved, when you hear a call to action, when you see something that's injustice, get that, and maybe we missed it, send it to us, make sure we don't. And then when we have some call to actions that go out, we need you all to help us put boots on the ground to make an impact. And listen, let me tell you, sometimes it doesn't take more than 50 people to move a dial. Like these corporate engines, these corporate machines, they're very responsive to public pressure campaigns. So if they get 50 people in their replies on a certain matter for a week straight, we would have their attention, and we can at least force the issue of another meeting, or at least a follow-up email, or at least some information. We may not be able to change everything about it, but with just even the smallest amount of agreement and forces moving in lockstep, I think we can get some change.
Yeah. I mean, they say that it sickens me to hear we can't inspire boots on the ground. Yes, we can. Maybe we don't. That doesn't mean that we can't. Look at what's going on in the world. Look at all the people out there.
One other thing too is that, like, boots on the ground it's a physical metaphor, but we do live in a technological digital age. Not everyone is willing to, or capable, or physically possibly able to do,
I was being
like, lots of but what we can do here is do other form of activism. Like that does, right. Just because you can't leave the house as often as you would like, or you have other responsibilities, does it, or you live somewhere else, and there's nothing going on in Timbuktuland, right? But like, that doesn't mean you can't be useful. That doesn't mean you can't participate. That doesn't, and it's also, above all else, even if you don't have it in you to be like a super active, and you really should if you can't, but like, if you don't, just staying informed, staying educated, especially in this current age that we're in. I like to say that we're entering a new dark age. Like, they're trying to erase our history. They're trying to erase information. Look, they just took down Sandy's environmental channel about the climate, where she interviews hundreds of different meteorologists and stuff like that, weather scientists, right? We're in this new era where the corporations are trying to basically shovel slop down your throat and make it so that you don't have any room to gasp for air, so, and and just staying informed, staying educated, staying on top of like, and that's not just like, what are these people saying in the news, but it's just like how the world functions, like just like learning about human behavior, like learning how people interact with one another. This is all going to be extremely important going forward. So that's another aspect of all of this is like whatever you can do. And not everyone has the same feature set that they can do, but whatever you can do, we would love to be able to, and hopefully grow into being able to equip you with whatever you need, viewers and anybody, participants, hosts, whatever. We would love to just be able to make you the best possible version of yourself and to provide you the tools to do so. Whatever that means, we'll figure it out together, right? But like that's kind of one of the goals here.
Yeah. Can I just repeat what can I just simply repeat what Andrea just said? Because I think it is so important. We can't all be literally in Los Angeles right now. We can't. Some of us have a desire to stand in solidarity with them and be there, but we can't. But what we can do is use that one retweet, use that one tweet, that one post, that one social media, like just that word of encouragement. And I think people sometimes we downplay that because it doesn't get the attention that the cameras brings. But let me tell you, this battle is as much online in the information space and the information war and the narrative wars. It's as much there as it is in person. And in fact, if we had, as the left, as progressives or whatever we're calling ourselves, if we had the ability to push narratives as a unified block, then a lot of the things that we see going wrong right now would never have gone this way. And so how do we prevent that in the future? It's by using our collective voices. And I don't care, like I said, if it's 50 people can do damage in this space if we're moving as a unified voice. And I think that this platform, this YouTube channel, this stream, this space is going to be the place where we can coalesce and talk about it and then move everyone into action.
Yeah, we want to share resources with our host in terms of where do you get your news from? Where do you get stories from? Wow, I never thought to look at the National Association of Letter Carriers events and features page. They have a lot of breaking news on there. Wow. You know what I mean?
A lot of people in the left are just doing the same work over and over and over again.
Yes.
You do the same thing someone did 30 years ago. You do the same thing someone did 100 years ago. And at a point, we kind of need, like, that's what history is for. That's what books are for. That's what language is for, to be able to pass ideas from one person to the next. And in the digital age, this is as simple as, like, Letterhack before was saying, what mic do I buy? What's a good pair of headphones? What software should I use? Like, at some point, I'd love to just have a step-by-step guide on, like, our website or something or whatever. We can put together some sort of just repository of information so that you don't need to do the same thing that 100,000 people have done every day before you for the same reason, for the same goal, for the same purpose. We can grow. We can finally move ahead. We can finally progress, because if you've been a part of the left, and again, what we're seeing in Los Angeles reminds us a lot of what was going on in 2020, which reminds us a lot of what was going on in 2015, so on and so forth. And have we gotten anywhere further, or are we still doing the same thing over and over and over again with worse results? And we have to be able to learn from one another. We have to be able to teach one another. And we also have to be able to just provide that location, that space, physical or digital or otherwise, where we can grow from one another. Because again, we can't afford to be individualized. We can't afford to be atomized into our own little silos where we're all doing the same thing over and over and over again, unbeknownst to each other. And then we all say, hey, look at this thing I did. And then 100,000 people are like, what? I just did that. I just did that yesterday, or I'm just about to do that. Like, we can't, it's a waste of time, frankly.
We literally cannot afford, like, I know you probably meant it literally as well as metaphorically, but we don't have the resources on the left. We do not have the resources on the left to keep reinventing the wheel and wondering why we haven't built a cart and why MAGA and the fascists are like in spaceships, literally in spaceships, while the rest of us we're still reinventing the wheel, spending the same amount of money over and over again. This is, I think, what is most powerful about this space is that we are going to start leveraging shared resources, a communal spirit. The cooperative just goes beyond just this stream. It means like we'll have a solidified email list where we're going to be sending messages out to instead of us Instead of you being on 6 email lists for 6 different creators, like, and then each of us are paying to manage, there's so many places where we've been wasting resources, and it's we create this, it's this scarcity mentality. We don't create it, but we fall into it, and we buy into it, and we not only scarcity mentality, but zero sum mentality. And because of, and then like, what's the word when you think the narrative is about you? When you think the whole entire
main character syndrome.
Main character syndrome. Oh my goodness. If we as the left can get rid of those 3 things and just work together, then we will all be in position to do what we each do best, instead of me having to go and recreate everything that Matt has already done, that Andrea has already done, or hell, somebody did 100 years ago, like you said. We literally cannot afford to do that anymore.
Yeah, it's very well said. When the collective becomes a coalition, watch out. But we will be moving forward, advancing. There's no point in time where we'll go, okay, guys, this is how we've always done it.
Yes. Come on.
We won't be saying another thing that used to drive me nuts in the corporate world, where I was like, hey, I have an idea. And they go, well, we've always done it this way. And I'm like, oh, you don't want ideas. That's boring. We're open. We have a suggestion box. We want to hear from host about, let's try this, let's try that. We're already getting suggestions. And on that same note, when it comes to calls to action and suggestions, you guys know better than anybody who should be on with us, who should be in this space. And the funny thing is, so far I've had like several suggestions where I'm like, we're talking to them. So
yeah,
perfect,
and that's the other thing.
right?
Like, don't suggest them to us, because chances are we're down with it.
That's where I was
suggest
going.
us to them.
That's right.
You know, like there's only so much we can do, you
Tell
know,
them
but
to
if you are a part of someone else's audience and you're constantly telling them, hey, look into this space, well, then they feel like, well, shit, my audience is telling me to do it. There's public pressure. Whereas if we send them an email or something, they're like, who the hell are these fucking guys?
Right.
I'm just going to ignore it, you know?
Do you know how weird it would look to cold call somebody in an email and go, hi, so-and-so, I'm Matt, aka the Letterhack. I'm starting a media collective.
Hit spam.
Right? This is
shit.
what do you
Letterhack.
want from me? I'm not doing this. But I think that if you say, you know, and that's exactly where I was going, Andrew. See, great minds do think alike. So that's proof
We've also
that I'm
had
a
the
great
same
mind too.
conversation like 38 times.
But it's all behind the scenes. You just put it all out there, full transparency, I guess. It doesn't matter. But it's not enough for us to go, oh, okay, I'll make a note and then never get to it. Or maybe get to it and it doesn't land with them because they're like, who is this guy? But if you reach out to them, starting right now, you can say, go over to this channel and watch. There's something happening right now. Or look at the 9-hour stream from the previous day. Or just tune in tomorrow at 1, anytime between 1 and midnight. They'll be on, right? And my hope is that everyone will be as enthusiastic as everyone already has been. And like we said, some people just want to see it up and running. Some people just want to see it happen one time, maybe for a week, maybe for a month. I don't know. But I guarantee that if we're still doing it in a year, we're going to be way more. We're going to be booked way more than 3 days.
It's going to be that space in a year.
Yeah.
I like that. That accent is really good. Yeah.
But yeah, season 1 is 3 days streaming for as long as we can in those 3 days. Original content. This show that we're doing right here today will not be here next week. This is like a one-time thing that we're doing. So we will fill this space on this space with some more programming. And we will, you know, that's just sort of what's fun about it, is that we're going to be adding things, or we'll switch things up. It's not going to get stale because we won't let it. Okay. Something else we're going to do that, I don't know, maybe host will decide to do this. That'd be cool if people want to do it. Like we said, whatever you want, we don't care. We want to bring on now.
Coming to the stage.
Yeah, coming to the stage. Kristina Oakes of Kristina's Corner, which is up at 5 p.m. Kristina, how's it going?
It's going.
So nice to see you. Now, I just want to say that one of I was saying earlier that we had a very short list of people that we wanted to bring on immediately, right? And you were one of them. You've got bona fides, you've got chops, you know how to do this stuff. You are a pro streamer. We could not do this without your input and your expertise. So thanks for being here. How's it going? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited. I think this first Kristina's Corner is going to be like everyone gets to know me, know what I'm about, you know, because a lot of these people clearly just watch YouTube streams and not Twitch streams. So I'm going to be telling them about Movie Night Extravaganza, my life, my politics, and all that jazz. So it's going to be very interesting. And chat can ask questions too, so that's cool.
That's great. I love that. That's awesome. I don't know how much you were listening to what we said, but what do you think about in terms of, because this is, don't let me go into interviewer mode. Okay. I have a tendency to do that and just like take the focus off me and just ask boring questions. But one question I used to ask a lot of my guests in the first couple of years was, if the online left is sort of a negative phrase or a dirty word or whatever, I always think, well, you're talking about the viewers. You're talking about a lot of supportive people. And if this is independent media, the only reason it continues to exist is through that support. How do you feel about this space being a thing that we can use to activate people?
I think that this is a wonderful thing. Honestly, you know, getting a bunch of like leftists together to show camaraderie and how we all support each other. Something like this is needed because there have been times like Air America, you know, a few other times where they try to do this. And unfortunately, the money runs out. I think with live streaming, it'll definitely be a lot different because there's different ways that, you know, you don't really have to make a profit out of this to be the main focus. It's all about news, entertainment, commentary. You know, everyone has a slice of whatever it is that they're interested in. So, and since this eventually will be a 24/7 thing, hopefully, there is again something for everybody. And I feel like some of these, you know, projects that focus on like radio did not understand that moving to YouTube was the smart way to go to continue on. And I mean, Majority Report did Sam did a really good job with doing that, you know, doing the YouTube and all that. And look where they are now. They're crushing live from the Polymarket Studios.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Kristina, no, go ahead.
I was just saying, I mean, it's the truth.
Yeah. No, Kristina, I'm so excited about watching your live stream as you take off from this space. And I love what you do, and I love what you do on social media too. I love your voice, and I'm excited about it. What aspect of this do you think is going to be the most helpful, like in terms of the left and the battle that we're in against fascism? Like, I have a lot of hopes for it, but where is your hope in that particular battle?
Yeah. I hope that people can turn to us for the news to see like what's really going on, debunk things. I mean, right now you see so many people thinking that there are like actual like riots happening in LA when it's really just ICE and all those people that are starting the violence first. If people want to defend themselves, they have to do what they have to do.
That's right.
So I hope people can be able to come to us and realize, wow, there's this collective of different left-leaning content creators who are actually giving us the news straight. Maybe go live if something major is happening. Like I was listening to what Matt was saying earlier. Like if there's an insurrection happening at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll go live. We'll do it live.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
So that's the one thing I'm hoping.
It would be nice to see, like, you know, like this is the thing. I always say I'm not a journalist, but I can play one on YouTube. You know, like I can quickly say, okay, we've got some breaking news. There are developments at the Capitol. Let's go to a live feed right now on C-SPAN. And
sounded really good.
And Dixon will be joining me momentarily, and we're going to talk about this.
But
I have a question for Kristina. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there's a mysterious figure watching over you from behind. What?
Yes,
is that your co-host?
Yes, Count Orlok. This is from Nosferatu.
The new one.
Yeah.
I see. Okay,
Yeah,
that
he
was a
doesn't.
little. I was concerned.
He doesn't have much time left, unfortunately. My cats, for those who if you're gonna see any rambunctious things happening in the background, it's my cats. They're wild. They're still kittens. But they keep torturing him and he's about to just kapooey any day now.
It might happen live on stream only on Kristina's Corner.
Yeah.
Pretty
That's
good.
It'll be funny.
awesome. People are going to
Yeah.
forget where they saw stuff. Was that on this space or on their regular platform? And that is perfect. I would love that
Yes.
outcome. That would be great if that happened.
Yeah.
Matt, to something that you were saying, and Kristina, I would love to obviously get your thoughts on this. But I think, Matt, I don't think we ever have to apologize for not being quote unquote journalists. I mean,
Yeah.
I've done journalism before, like actual journalism, but I think that's kind of immaterial to the fact that we are not bound by what journalism is bound by today. Like journalists are not even journalists anymore. They're just corporate shills. I hate to use that phrase, but they regurgitate and they frame things. They frame things in ways that are so dishonest. And Kristina, you already talked about it. You know, how many people are actually fooled by the idea that there are actually riots going on in Los Angeles right now because of the framing that comes from journalists, quote unquote journalists, versus like people who are authentically either on the ground or authentically seeking the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
in 2021, I was participating in a lot of protests, and a lot of the encounters that I had, I was like the only person recording a lot of those events. And then like mainstream media would talk about how like buildings were getting set on fire, spray paint everywhere, rocks are getting thrown, and then I'm the only one with a video going like, that's not true, you know, like everyone was just eating hot dogs and like playing karaoke or whatever, you know. And that's the thing, like it's really important, like journalism as a concept should not be conflated with whatever the fuck corporations are doing, this 1984 horseshit that they're doing. You know, like that is not journalism. That is just garbage. I wouldn't even say it's propaganda. It's just garbage. It's just shit. It's slop, you know, shit on your shoes. You know, you got to get a hose and get that shit out of there. Right. Like journalism is documenting what's happening, relaying it to people. This whole like neutral tone thing, that's not journalism. Where did that come from? That's horseshit. That's garbage. It gets in the way of things, right? So that's the other thing. If you're a journalist, you're not a journalist, that doesn't matter, you know, like because ultimately like CNN, they don't have journalists. I don't think a single journalist works for CNN. I would be surprised if you could find one, you know, but it's like, you know, it doesn't matter what your credentials are at the end of the day. As long as you can do the thing and you can do it well, that's really all we're asking for.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember during the George Floyd protest, my sister got involved because that really like moved her, like, you know, what was going on. Like, she's like, I want to go to a protest with you. I'm like, cool, wear a mask. They were actually handing out masks and water bottles, and it was like for the kids type of protest, you know, because, you know, obviously, you know, kids can be victims of police brutality. We see it all the time. And so my sister is now like posting Instagram stories of like the fact checking of what's really going on in LA. I'm like, yeah. Also, with her being from New Jersey, all the undocumented immigrants went on strike for one day in New Jersey. Every business was closed.
Wow.
There you go.
All of them.
Right. And if I know we're getting ready to transition and we're getting ready to come down, but the mere I love you, Andrea. I love you. The mere fact that ICE is detaining people that are working, right, that are on the jobs, that are at construction sites, that are at restaurants, and they're destabilizing the economies in this area, right? It just really shows you how bad faith this entire thing is, because they're arresting everyone who's working, but not arresting a single one of the individuals that hire them, that are paying them. And it just really shows you that those are narratives that you're never going to hear in mainstream media. And I think you will hear every day with voices like Kristina's Corner on this space.
Yep.
So Matt,
this is good. I'm very happy about this. I just want to say thanks again to everyone who is participating in this space. Kristina, thank you. Ben, Andrea, David, Jake, Nick. It's been a lot of work behind the scenes. We're pulling it off. This is proof of that. Anything can happen. We'll be there to address it and perfect our method as we go. This is Working Class Media. It is an independent media collective. It is created for and by working class people. It's as much about the viewers as it is the content creators. That's why we call it This Space. Thanks
It's
very
not
much.
another space. It's not one of those other spaces. This is this space.
Not that space, but this space.
Yeah, exactly.
Good luck,
and
Kristina.
so,
I'll be tuning
yeah,
in for sure.
it's going to be good. Looking forward to it.
Let's go.
All right.
Take us down, Nick.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around for, what is it? For like, what, 30 seconds? Welcome to Kristina's Corner. I'm Kristina Oaks, aka Cosmopolitics on Twitch. Also co-host of a little podcast called Movie Night Extravaganza on YouTube. We've had Matt on, we've had Ben on, we've had Andrea on, we've had Sam Cedar on, list goes on and on. Now, I was thinking for today, since a lot of you guys don't watch Twitch, and I understand why, Bezos, all that stuff, I thought today that you guys would maybe ask questions, to get to know me, know what I'm about. A little quick thing is I'm originally from New Jersey, from Freehold, home of Bruce Springsteen. He's kind of a family acquaintance. And I've lived in this hellhole called South Carolina for most of my life. But let me see. Hello to some people. Hello, Brandon. Hello, Latina. Hey, shout out to New Jersey. Yeah, the state that always gets a lot of crap from people. Hello. Oh my God. I'm just reading chat. Shout out to South Carolina. You know what? That is very, very true. I've lived in South Carolina since I was 5 years old. And I've hated it ever since. Like, I knew that moving down here, I'll be like, oh God. Like, my sister always tells me that I belong up north because I'm very, very into like pop culture and the left-leaning politics. But you're acquainted? Yeah, we're acquainted with the boss. My cousins went to high school with him. He tries to show up to some of the high school reunions. My mom used to serve him food at Jersey Freeze. He when his first record came out, my mom was helping Bruce with. My mom was at the record store, and Bruce showed up to check to see if all his 8-tracks and albums, the vinyls were there. And my mom eventually recognized him. And then one time, my father and my mother were walking, because in Freehold you can walk everywhere. You can walk to the mall, you can walk, to other, people's streets and whatnot. So he's like beeping. He's like approaching my parents, and he's beeping the horn, and my dad yelled at him, telling him to stop hitting on my mom. But he just wanted to say hi to the both of them. Oh God, my dad was always a jealous type. Also, my father died from cancer a few years ago. Was not fun. Having cancer during COVID was not fun, since they did not really like to keep up with other patients, but it is what it is. Also, my dad got into leftist politics during the George Floyd protests and all that. Actually, what's funny is that one time I walked in home from like work. We got done with work early because my mom and I clean houses. And I hear a distinctive laugh, high-pitched laugh. I think y'all know where I'm going with this. And then I hear a very distinctive voice. It was my dad was watching Majority Report, which was crazy. I was like, damn, Dad. I'm like, how did you find these guys? Oh, yeah, Pinkerbell, yeah. Okay, so I have Sam Cedar. My dad was listening to Majority Report. I don't know how he found it, but he did. So I have 2 cats, J. Robert Oppenheimer and Tim McGraw. I call him Oppie and McGraw. McGraw's a fluffy cat. I wish I could bring him, but I don't want to, interrupt stream. And Oppie's just a regular, like, short-haired tabby cat. during the show, these next, it depends. They went crazy earlier. I think they might have mellowed out, but usually what they'll do is they'll jump up over here and then climb over here, and then TOS, they want to show their fluffy bums. So that's always that's always a challenge because they want to be on camera. And my old cat Frankie, who we had to put down after 15 years last year, he liked being on camera. He was very chill. Like you could hold him, he'd just chill. But these two have like crazy personalities. Like my mom thought that getting tabby cats would mean they would be chill. I'm like, not every tabby cat's the same, Mom. Not every cat's the same. So, but they like being on camera. They like trying to lay on my lap. They try to eat my food, and it's crazy. It's crazy. So, how did I get into politics? Well, for senior year, we took economics and government. I passed economics with flying colors. I didn't have to take the final exam. And by the time the next semester was government, I got, well, let me just put it this way. I think my teacher was a Marxist from Maryland, because this was 2012 during the Obama years. And so it was 2012, and she wanted me to kind of, I guess she was kind of pushing me since I was keeping up with the 2012 election. So she was trying to get me to indoctrinate the rest of the class into like caring about the election. But none of them cared until 2016 when Bernie was running. So that was cool. But I'm like, you do realize that you're using me, right? And she's like, yeah. Yeah. But then by the time Bernie ran, because I always was a fan of Bernie once I was kind of getting into politics. And so what happened was, when I found out he was running for president, I'm like, okay, I want to get involved. I volunteered in my town, which, I mean, we had a lot of fun. But the second time he ran, it was actually a blast, because we were getting people from all over the world coming to our little campaign office, and we found creative ways to get the attention of like the state campaign and all that in Colombia. We would make little bags for the blessing boxes. For those who don't know, blessing boxes are like actual like lockers where you can put like toiletries, hygiene products for people who are unhoused. So we got a lot of praise for doing that. We would send out so many different diverse type of canvassers, because there were so many parts of my town that we had to cover, like the rich white liberals and this development. And then and then also we had to go to like poorer areas that never get any attention. Like I was telling sorry. And I remember going on canvassing places to like some of the more like areas that were run down, very poor. No one would do any outreach to them. And they ended up saying, like, we're going to vote for Bernie because you guys came here first. You guys paid attention to us. That's important. And we also did voter registration drives. We did watch parties for the debates. Oh man, that moment when Elizabeth Warren and Bernie had that moment where it's like, you just called me a liar on I was like, oh no. I was like, wait guys, there's some drama happening here. Look out. Look out, people. It was so funny. So I was like, oh, the drums. I mean, believe it or not, my county of Aiken knocked on the most doors out of the entire state for the Bernie campaign. We started off slow, but we were like the tortoise, like the tortoise and the hare. It's like we ended up, making it to the finish line after all. while everyone else was like doing other things that like we just came up with very creative ways to really engage with the community to the point where Bernie got word. He got word on how of what we were doing and how we were doing it and like how and like just the progress we made. And so someone from his campaign was like, Bernie wants to come and do a rally on the eve of the South Carolina primaries. And we were like, they're and we were like, what? And then the guy's like, well, we thinking of doing it like somewhere else because you guys don't have an emergency exit. And so I was like, oh crap, but Bernie still wanted to come here. So what was great is that I I got to help set up his podium, like his whole like set for the rally outside. We had a gun store next door to us, and they were offering security for Bernie, which was so funny because we always would joke around with them. And so what was fun about that was you know, having so many people, you know, people slowing down to beep the horns. And then I got a photo. I was like, can I have a photo of me at the podium? And they're like, yeah, sure. And so I have a podium. There's a photo of me at Bernie's podium. So I'm like, I'm feeling the burn. It was great. It was so great. And apparently Bernie was staying at the Hilton, which is right across from my apartment. The apartments that I live in, and I was like, "But you mean to tell me that I could have helped Bernie out personally?" Okay, cool. Good to know. Awesome. Yay. I was like, God damn it, someone else from our volunteer were helping Bernie out. And I'm like, but I could have been because I lived right across the street from the Hilton. Oh well. I mean, we still had fun. In the end. It was great. It was a great time. But yeah. So a little thing I'm part of called Movie Night Extravaganza. It's a movie podcast hosted by myself, Forrest Miller, who used to be Michael Brooks's video editor, and Conan Neutron of Conan Neutron, the Secret Friends, a band who's currently on tour, but I think he's done now. We've had to do quite a few shows without him. We've had Adam McKay on, director Adam McKay of Don't Look Up, Anchorman, Vice, because he was following me on Twitter, and I was like, shoot, let me shoot my shot, and he wants to come back on. So that was a lot of fun. We've had Sam Cedar on twice. The story of how that happened. Let's just say Conan was dangling me in front of Sam Cedar. Yes, we've had Adam McKay on. Yeah, we did like a questionnaire about his movies. And that was a lot of fun. He wants to come back on. He was like, I've never had so much fun on a podcast before. And we're like, awesome, cool, yeah, let's go. So we covered quite a few of his movies before he came on. So yeah. The Adam McKay. Yeah. He's so cool. He's also like a huge, he's a huge leftist, but also his taste in music is like the same as Conan's. So him and Conan were talking about like their favorite like bands, and they had a lot of like favorite bands in common that they all know. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, I know you remember that Sam Cedar story. Okay, let me tell that Sam Cedar story real quick because it's so funny. So years ago, there was a Give Them a Revolution event in Brooklyn, I believe. I think Letterhack was there, I'm not sure. But my co-host of Moon Night Extravaganza, they're able to go. Conan was introducing everyone. One of our former co-hosts was drawing everyone at the event. Forrest was filming it, and I couldn't make it because how the hell am I going to get to New York? And I also animal sit on the side as another hustle because got to make that money. And Conan kind of ambushed Sam. Oh, you didn't make it that year? Okay. Conan kind of ambushed Sam, and he was telling Sam about the podcast and what it's about, and then he's like, well, we have this co-host who couldn't make it. Her name's Kristina. And Sam's like, okay. She's great. She's wonderful. She's beautiful. Has a bit of a crush on you. And Sam's like, oh, okay. And then Conan's like, yeah, she's a very attractive young lady. And Sam's like, all right, I'm sold. Let's go. I'll do the podcast. And not only that, Sam promoted the episode a lot, like before and on this day we had him on, and then even afterwards. Yeah, 100% truth of all that. Because when Conan talked with Marcus from Struggle 4? They were talking, and Conan was like, I think I pimped Kristina out to Sam Cedar. And he's like, yeah, you did. Oh yeah, he loves when people have crushes on him. I mean, there's times where people call just to tell him that he's sexy and hot, and I'm like, I could be doing that, but I'm too shy. Anyway, we flirt when he came on the podcast. We flirted. My Twitch community was very inappropriate, but he seemed to be cool with that, and I'm like, I apologize. They're doing like humping emotes and all that, and I'm like, oh dear God, why? Why? Just stop embarrassing me. But it was fine. It was fine. It was cool. It's all cool. But I even promised Sam that one of these days when I go back to Jersey, we're like, oh yeah, good job. Do that. I told Sam that one of these days my mom and I will clean the Majority Report office. And he's like, this place hasn't been cleaned in forever. I'm like, trust me, we've cleaned 3-story houses that are abandoned, that were literally an abandoned 3-story mansion, flooded, dead rodents, roadkill, like spider webs, spiders, dead bugs. We did it in a whole weekend. Couldn't do that again. That's all I have to say. So, yeah, I told him I would do it that I would clean the office for free. I'm like, Sam, I've seen a lot worse. I've seen very much worse than probably your dusty office. Just saying. And he's like, okay. I'm like, I'll let you know when I'm back in New Jersey. But yeah, it's with the house cleaning, like I don't want that to be like my main source of income, but it kind of is right now. But I've been having more time to stream because a lot of customers are old, they're going to nursing homes, couples are moving, so that's great, I guess. My dusty office embarrassed me, so I understand. You'd be amazed. I bet y'all thinking, wow, your room looks so clean. You would think cleaning ladies would keep their apartments clean? No, it's bad. No, it's not good. Like, I got clothes everywhere. I gotta do some more laundry. I got a whole, and I just am so busy streaming a lot. Like, I'm so busy streaming a lot. Like, I spend most of my time streaming because I'm like, what do I do when I'm done? What do I do to like decompress and relax? And so then I end up streaming for like 12 hours because sometimes there's just a lot to talk about. And for those who don't know, on Twitch, I stream about politics and pop culture from a left-wing perspective. We have Shadow Saturdays where we watch the gothic soap opera Dark Shadows. Y'all might remember that one. Maybe. It's on Tubi, so we were able to watch it. We also watch a lot of Late Late Show with Craig Ferguson episodes because we all love Craigie Ferg. He's kind of, honestly, that's kind of like what my Twitch channel is. It's like that, I think. Let's see, what else we watch a lot of Majority Report clips. We read articles. Next week I'll definitely have quite a few things lined up. Yeah, I see that, Looney. Yeah. So I'll have stuff prepared for next week because I wanted this stream to, for you guys to get to know me. So yeah, you remember Dark Shadows? Yeah, my mom's like, I remember Dark Shadows. I'm like, how? You were like 3 or 4. And she's like, yeah, I was hiding behind the couch watching it. And I'm like, was it really that scary? Was it really that scary? She's like, to me it was. And I'm like, have you not seen the bad CGI in this show? It's really bad. Like the green screens or the blue screens and all that. Like it's so, I don't know, guys. It's just so freaking funny now. And when you look at it in hindsight, it's like, yeah, this shit was not scary at all. I used to watch it when I was sick, when I was home sick from school, because it'll be on the Sci-Fi Channel. Oh yeah. We also watch other like soap operas, like General Hospital, like storylines that go on for hours. Back then it was a legit scare, at least the 90s version of it. Plus I was 10 years old at the time. Then my I just think it's so funny because they would just put like Vaseline on the camera lens to make it look like, ooh, dream-like scary. And there is just some things about the show that don't make any sense, but we've come to oh, you know someone's scared of Scooby. Wow. So one thing that's perfectly clear is that the Collins family keeps it in the family. Okay. They yeah, they there's a lot of incest going on in that family for real. Like it's because all the characters are descendants and ancestors of the Collins family. Like every single one of them, it's like, okay. Oh. Yeah, the string attached to the bat when Barnabas becomes a vampire. It's a guy holding a stick with a bat on a string, and he's just doing this. Yep. I remember it. Yeah, General Hospital is getting interesting too, but Habsburg coded. Oh my god! So guys, how do you want to get to know you two as well? When did you guys kind of like get involved in like lefty politics, lefty watching left-leaning content creators? Because I started doing that. Unfortunately, I started watching TYT, and for about 10 years, Anna and I were like this. We were like this, and then she was going down that transphobic, anti-homeless, pro-cop rabbit hole, and I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, but no. I can't. Like, no, I can't do this anymore. Nope. And she even called me out. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna call you out. So screw you, Oh, 2016 is definitely the year where a lot of people got involved because of Bernie and how different his politics were. I mean, that's why I'm like, this guy's a progressive. Back then when progressive had a bit of a meaning to it, I was so into it. So into it. Yeah, you start also 2020. Yeah, 2020's Bernie really had a chance, but then Obama got involved. And I think he probably is kicking himself in the nads over that decision, considering where we are now. So. Oh, yeah, we still talk about how we got into politics. Yeah, John. Yeah. I mean, I was devil's advocate. I was there for her when Jimmy Dore was bragging about like sexually harassing her in at TYT. Yeah, I also watched a lot of PBS and C-SPAN because I feel like C-SPAN you get the actual story because you're actually watching it happen in real time. I feel like PBS, C-SPAN, and I feel like a few other people are like, pretty trustworthy. I was about to say then. Yeah, I started seeing it early on, but like after Bernie had to drop out back in like 2020, I was like, something's not adding up here. And I would talk to Anna about this. I would talk to her about the birthing person thing. I'm like, why do you care so much? Like, I don't want to have kids. I don't care if someone calls me a birthing person. Oh wow, like what are we doing? So it's like, girl, you're making nothing. You're making, something out of nothing. Like, even Francesca Fiorentini has explained, like, the whole, like, homeless person thing. Like, it's crazy. One thing you won't have to worry about from this space is we will not have crypto gambling sponsorships. Seriously, no, we're not gonna do it. Unless I feel like if it's like an actual honest to God, like a left-leaning, like, indie company, maybe? I don't know, but I think, it'll be cool to uplift other, like, small lefty businesses that are, trying to make it, Michael Pathways, when I saw it in a ship. Yeah, that's when I saw it too. That's when I saw it too, honestly. No crypto bros here. Exactly. No crypto bros. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just disappointing because, like, we've noticed how popular majority reports began in the last few years because I honestly don't know. It's just because they stay true to themselves. Yeah, you guys, we all have fun watching the fun have. They also interview someone from like the first hour, do like a real like news story, focusing on like, an individual. And I think that's also what works. And plus also, Sam and Emma going on other people's shows probably makes sense. Yeah, John, Jank is just not a good businessman. He just put there was like too many hands in the cookie jar, technically. Oh yeah, I mean, Anna's like happiest when she's doing interior decorating. She should just do that. She would be really good at that. My thing I wanted to do, what the hell did I, oh yeah, when I was younger I wanted to be on Broadway, and then when I got older I wanted to be a like psychiatrist, but then I had to quit school and help my mom's cleaning business full time. So one of the reasons why I'm very talkative and pretty good at this is because I kind of apply my like things that I've learned in my psychology courses throughout like seeping it into my streams. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, I want nothing to do with them either. I haven't watched them in like God knows how many years. But yeah, I'm so excited for this space though. I cannot like praise it enough. Like I swear to God. I'm really excited. And I'm really excited next week to do like news stories and whatnot because I mean there's probably gonna be a lot more happening in LA within like the next few days, obviously. Like it's never gonna end. Um There's also probably things happening, like, in pop culture, which I'll talk more on my Twitch stream, obviously, but I know you guys are gonna be here. I'm probably gonna be staying here for a while too, like, afterwards, like, in the chat as well, because that's what's fun about this, honestly. I think it's great. I think it's really great. But I know a lot of you guys have been, watchers of the Letterhack for years. I remember when Matt approached me to do, like, a drawing interview, I was like, "Yeah, let's go." And he purposely put me near Sam Cedar for a reason. So, yeah. And, he's been on Movie Night Extravaganza a few times. He recently was on we covered Suspiria, the Dario Argento, horror film, which the score should be even louder than it already is. It was a lot of fun. We did go off topic because Forrest was like on a little vacation, but I'm hoping Forrest can get involved because I think he would be a good contribution to producing and video editing like streams as well. I think that would be something that would be benefit that would benefit him, give him more stuff to do. Also, I'm asking more people if they want to get involved as well, and then recommending, to Ben and Matt, Oh yeah, Forrest is fun. He, myself, and Ravana want to do like a show together, and it could be here, on here at one point. Yeah, I gotta get on Good Morning Comrade one of these days. I'm sorry, Jeff. But also, you got a new job, so you've been busy. Oh, really? Crypto ads? See, this is what I don't understand about the ads, like, on the YouTube or even on Twitch. It's like we cannot control, you know, the ads. Like, that's why a lot of people, like lefty content creators, rather do like a paid sponsorship from an indie leftist, company or co-op or whatever, because it's like we have to make up for the fact that we're getting like ad money from a crypto, ad or whatever. Yeah, she's studying for the bar. She's studying for the bar. After she's done, that's when she wants to get back into talking politics and stuff. So it's like, oh, cool, we could have a real lawyer in this in this space. Ha. See what I did there? I know. That's why, I mean, I kind of see, this is interesting. I also stream on Kick. There are no ads at all, and you get more money from your subscription. So a lot of people are like focused on subscribers there, but there are so many people who are not on Kick who rather stay on Twitch because it's just the people that I see on the front page just drives me nuts. I get all the right-wing garbage commercials on YouTube. Yeah, that's why I got ad blocker. So it's like, but then sometimes you got to update it because then after a while the website's detected and you're like, oh crap, I got to uninstall it, then reinstall it. They even blocked Tubi. We were in the middle, we were like 4 hours into the Dark Shadows stream, and then it just said, nope, ad blocker detected. And I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't. Why? Okay. Minutes. I was like, God damn it. You're ruining Shadow Saturday. One time we watched 18 hours straight of Dark Shadows because it was like a storyline that took place in 1795. And I'm like, this storyline ends tonight. And they're like, how long are you going for? I'm like, as long as this storyline ends. Yeah, I got YouTube Premium too. Yeah. Yeah, same here, Pink about. It's not like it's actually the one thing that's worth. It's worth it because you're worth it. Hey Fargo, yeah, Dark Shadows is life. Yeah. Yeah, I got people hooked on a 50 plus 60-year-old soap opera that aired for like 5 years. Or is it 7 years? Something like that, 65 to 71. No, that's 6 years. Yeah. Yeah, Premium too. Yeah. But yeah, I love when bad orgs accidentally advertise on lefty spaces. Good. Toss away your money, devil. Yes, that is so true. Oh my god. Oh, yep. I'm surprised my cats haven't gone crazy yet. I think they're probably like tuckered out from earlier. Oh my god. They are so rambunctious. And like my mom, apparently they like to kiss my mom. And she's like, "Do you have that problem when they wake you up with their kisses and the little love bites?" I'm like, "No, they don't bother me at all." She's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Because I give them attention all the time. You don't." Like, I'm just saying, Mom, I'm the cat whisperer. I want to get another kitten so bad. I want a girl. I used to have a female Siamese named Zoe. I want another girl. We always got boys. She always likes boys because she has this weird feeling that female cats are not nice. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, woman? Seriously, we had Zoe for like 11 years. Oh, I miss that cat. Yeah, it is definitely worth it because you get no ads at all. Like nothing. Zilch. Are you kidding me? Exactly, Jeff. Carver's girl's the sweetest little AB. Yeah, I see the thing is when we got Zoe, she was not fixed, and we never got her fixed. So she was always loving up on Frankie, who was fixed. And I'm like, see, she's a nice cat. She used to lay up on me up here and then lay on my head and everywhere. You're more hey, nothing wrong with boycotting everything US, though. You know, that's a little difficult. At least all my makeup comes from Italy. I watched Dark Shadows as a kid, and I lived across from New York, where they filmed outside. Oh, nice. Fargo, you had the funniest names for your cats. We had a female kitten wander up to the house. People dump animals they don't want near my house because it's the middle of nowhere. So, and we have a cat now. Yeah, I clean for a bunch of people this one horse development because down here we're very equestrian. We love horses, so I clean for a lot of horse people. And this road, they always dump stray dogs. And so one of my former customers used to literally adopt them and like maybe give one away or or keep them. Do I ride horses? A little bit. I'm not like Mark Wahlberg's daughter. By the way, Mark Wahlberg comes here all the time because he likes it here, and I've seen him a few times in person, and oh, I love What We Do to the Shadows as well. And it's kind of weird seeing him out and about. Like during Masters Week, everyone comes to Aiken because Augusta is Disgusta. So all the celebrities stay in Aiken. There are times like I'm like, Mom, let's go downtown. It's Masters Week. We're bound to see some celebrities, and it's like, whoa, we saw Snoop Dogg. What? Like, it's all cool. I'm very nervous to approach these people. He is really tiny. I mean, his daughter's probably really tiny too, because you got to be like jockey sized to be an equestrian to ride horses. Well, you have 6 rescues? I had 8, but oh, cemetery in my backyard. Okay, beware that cemetery is not cursed. We all seen Pet Cemetery, so we know. Yeah, I used to have a white cat called Crash, and he got poisoned by people next door that were working on the house, rebuilding the house. Okay, yes, it does. Broad Street has great nightlife. Yeah, I mean, who would love to? I mean, I don't mind. They got really good restaurants too. Really good restaurants. It's just sometimes with Augusta, it's just not. They only clean it up really for the Masters. Like, I mean, but I like Augusta because that's where we can go see concerts. I mean, they're making the James Brown Arena bigger so that like bigger acts could come here. I mean, Elton John came to the James Brown Arena. We saw him in concert. I saw Sir Elton in concert. It was amazing. He played for he's like the Springsteen of pianos. He played for like 4.5 hours. Yeah, the golf. Yep, they always clean up for the golf. They always clean up for the Masters. Oh, that's cool. Oh, you plant stuff? Yeah, that's nice, Blue Ocean. That's what's up. Oh, your dad, a friend from Aiken? Ooh, sorry. Just kidding. Who? Oh, the Big Show. The rest of the Big Show's from Aiken. Oh, man. Well, if you have Hulu, you can watch his final concert. It was actually pretty good, but I was like, we were lucky to see his live. But it's so funny seeing all these like bigoted Southerners, like react to him doing Goodbye Yellow Brick Road and having photos of his kids and his husband. And yeah, that was kind of sweet. I'm like, oh, but they're already drunk, so they probably were like cool with it. They didn't, when people are bigoted, they become so liberal when they get drunk. It's kind of weird. It's like, do you really have these thoughts, or it's like with my sister, like she's not the biggest Bernie gal, but when she gets hammered, she's like, we need Bernie, and I'm like, what happened to you? You drank too much. Sober up. I can never really go out with my sister because she gets so drunk, and it's like I have to drink too, but I'm also like my mind is very powerful to the point where I could drink like a bunch of different liquors that I can be like chill. I can be chill. Like I can still think clearly because my mind is very very resistant to alcohol. So I might feel lit, but I'm like, drink until we have Bernie. Yeah, drink till we have Bernie. Exactly. So yeah. So my sister would get like hella hammered and I'd be like, yeah, I gotta stay sober for you because I'm your chaperone now. Oh my god. Yeah, that's I don't my sister's like 7 years older than me. My sister is 7 years older than me, so we were never able to do anything together. Like when I was in elementary school, she was in high school. When I was finally, leaving elementary school, she was going into college, so, you know, it is what it is. And we're two completely different people. She's athletic, she's built like an athlete, she's very into sports. As soon as she started walking, my dad put a wiffle ball in her hand, stuff like that. Um, and I was very into music and movies and theater, and I wish we stayed in New Jersey because I would be going to, New York City every weekend to see a Broadway show. I would have loved that. So we're the only thing my sister and I have in common is that we're huge Backstreet Boys fans. That's it. That's it. Oh, wait. So one little interesting fact about me is I know a Tony Award-winning Broadway actor. His name is John Young. He starred in Clint Eastwood's adaptation of Jersey Boys, which he originated on Broadway. He gave us, he reserved tickets for us that we paid for, and gave us a backstage tour of the August Wilson Theater where Jersey Boys was playing. I got photos on the stage, and during the show, he kept like motioning to me, have his hand out, looking at me because he knew where we were sitting. And every time he would do that, my sister would look at me like, and it was on New Year's Eve in New York City, leading into 2007. Guys, do not go to New York City for New Year's Eve because the cops treat you like public enemy number one. Okay, because we're just trying to get out of New York City. They're like, no, you need to stay here. We're like, no, we cannot. We have to go. Dude, that's the one thing I miss about being up north. Is like getting the snow, getting the real Christmas experience in New York City. Like it's not the same down here, It's not the same, and it kind of sucks. But oh well, because yes, yeah. Fun. We went to New York City back to back in the summer of 2014 because we saw Mice and Men with James Franco. And then we saw a taping of the Colbert Report, which was a lot of fun. And poor Steven was hungover from Comic-Con. And we're like, oh, so we had to see, this is what they don't tell you when you see a live show. If the host fumbles, you have, and while laughing, you have to listen to them retell that joke correctly this time. And then you have to laugh again, like a fake laugh. Because it's like, we have to do this again. I go to Times Square at 5 a.m. only. You know what? That's actually smart. Though I do like going during the day. It was always fun because I never get to go to New York City. I've only been in New York City 4 times. Actually, no, 5 times because I was a baby and going to a Yankee game. Well, not a baby, I was a toddler. This New Yorker got used to Christmas on the Gulf of Mexico very quickly. Yeah, Christmas. I like Christmas. I don't care what people say. I like Christmas music. I love Halloween. Between August, people say Halloween is one day of the year. I'm like, well, so is Christmas. But there's a whole season. I'm like, no, Halloween has its own season now. From August 1st to October 31st at 11:59 p.m. That's Halloween season. November 1st, I'm putting on the Christmas tunes. Okay? I don't care. I have a whole Halloween playlist that's good for parties that I should link, but I gotta add more songs. Oh, you hate snow? I love snow. I never got enough snow when I lived up north for the first 4 or 5 years of my life. We've had some snow here though. I know when the snow is good if you step on it and it crunches. When it crunches, I'm like, yes, that is exactly what I want. Halloween really is, because my birthday is in October, so I'm excited about that. I think mine's gonna be like a costume party with a bunch of lefty creators. Should be fun. And now we'll live stream it on my Twitch. Libra? Yep, I'm a Libra. Which makes a lot of sense. I'm very indecisive, kind, open, and again, very indecisive. My life needs balance as a Libra. I need it. I need it. I really need it so bad. Like, without a doubt. My life is all about balance. Lucky! Lucky about the snow. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna dress up as a Letterhack? Yeah, fun fact, I met Matt in person at a Comic-Con last year. I recognized him immediately, and then I was like, whoa, you're this short? I was like, wow, we're almost like the same height. Hopefully, we'll meet up again this year at the AugustaCon. I'm going as Yelena from the Thunderbolts. I got the cosplay. I'm gonna be hot, but it'll be worth it because she looks sweaty for most of the movie. You're actually short. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm taller than you. It happens. We love a short king. We stand a short king. You got on good shoes. You have platforms on, so you make yourself a little taller. I'm the same way. I have like they look like platform shoes, like John Travolta from like Saturday Night Fever. The heels are this tall. The heels are this tall. I'm not kidding. The platforms are this tall. And so when I'm standing up, I'm like, whoa, I think these are a little too tall for me, you know? It's so but then I have like this one piece like biker jumpsuit that's made of leather, and I'm like, yeah, I look like a badass wearing these. Yeah, I love seasonal holidays too. I know, yeah, Thunderbolts was so good. Like, I'm like, this is the type of Marvel movie I needed because I am also mentally ill and alone. Like, yeah, like that was. I'm like, this movie's for me. Like, they made it specifically for me. It's like the React channel. They made a video about guess the song from the year 1999, and I'm like, 1999 is like my favorite year of music, and I got every single one right. I got the reverse, slow down, guess the one lyric, guess by the first few seconds, guess by the first second. Like, I got them all right. Me and trivia, I did a whole quiz about the 80s. I knew everything because I grew up watching the I Love series on VH1, so like I know so much about the 70s and 80s, especially the 80s because I love the 80s. It really speaks to you. Yeah. Like a lot, like some people are like, I don't get this movie. I'm like, you know what? This movie's about family. The Avengers are just coworkers who barely tolerate each other. Like, I'm just saying. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, I love 80s pop music too. I mean, I love Michael Jackson. So, and Madonna and Queen. Everyone. Yeah. So, yeah. I have see, the best part about doing this show too, guys, is my mind's like a sponge, and I know so much like trivia that it's like, wow, how do you know that? I did Barbenheimer trivia during the Barbenheimer era, and I was gonna do it by myself, but then this group of old folks were like, come over here. You look like you know what you're talking about, because I was dressed up as Barbie and all that, and I got us to first place because of all my knowledge on Oppenheimer and Barbie. What's it like being loved by everyone? I don't know about that. I'm sure there's some people who hate me. But imagine hating me, I'm doing this. You know? Beauty and brains. Yeah. I got the brains and the beauty. Oh, cool, Looney. Yeah. I'm so excited for this. I cannot say that enough. I wish my cats were awake, but I don't want to get them I don't want to get them. I don't want them to disturb their slumber because they might go crazy. They might go crazy later on my Twitch stream. So, yeah. Oh my god. Man, so much time has flown by already. What? Yeah, hating you because you're beautiful. Exactly. Imagine that. Imagine that. Also, I decided to have this lighting for the show just because I gotta change my mic color and everything back to like my bisexual lighting. Because that's just how I am. Yep. Well, it's Pride Month and I am bisexual, so yeah. Keep it. Okay, yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I'll keep it. Keep with my gothy aesthetic. I mean, I got Orlok back here lurking at me. He should be taller, but like he's not even the same height as Bill Skarsgård. I'm like, come on, man, you gotta make him like a little bit taller. Am I doing anything for Pride? Oh, I think maybe the last Tuesday before Pride, we'll do like a Pride celebration. Yeah, bi representation matters. I'm so tired of the same goddamn yeah. The discourse surrounding bisexuals every Pride month, it's like bisexual men are just gay men who are still in the closet, and that bisexual women are straight because they also date men. And I'm like, I prefer women, okay? Like, I'm just gonna say it out there. Also, too, a lot of us can't pull women, so it's like, ugh, but men want us, so. Yeah, he is intense. He just stares at you like. I know. I know. It's so like it's so frustrating to be bisexual because you get it from all different ends. That's what she said. You just haven't met the right one yet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's got the Kubrick stare. Who mostly choose stories are so I know. I mean, it's funny because like a lot of bisexual women have been with women in the past. Oh, we got Alex from Devil's Advocate coming up next. Ain't that right? Yeah. Oh, it's cool. It's cool to have him lurking. Yeah, let's go. Anyway, judging your every word. I know he's so judgmental. Also, when I depend on blood for subscriptions on Twitch. He has to get half of that blood. Not only does Twitch take half of my money, I also give him blood because my little subscription thing is like a blood thing. So oops. So yeah. Not fun. But he has to, or else he's gonna die. And if not, he uses my blood. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Don't be judging me. So, yeah. Yeah, he's just a small little bean. No, Donald, I understand. I was popping in and out too while I was getting ready. So it's like, you know. It's fun. It's fine. Don't worry. You don't have to worry. All right, guys. Well, I think that about wraps it up. You know, I mean, it's almost coming to 6 o'clock. So, yeah, I'm doing a lot for Pride. I'm going to be doing a lot of like Pride stuff, but we're coming to the end of the show, which is fascinating. I'm glad you guys let me ramble on and on and on. I got back on my meds, so my meds are like, yoop. But I think we could have Devil's Advocate Productions on next. Okay. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out. Be here next Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern to, you know, hang out with me, and we'll actually discuss news. Anyway, thanks for tuning in and sticking around, and I'll see you guys next Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Bye.
Stage. Oh boy. I don't know. Hey, welcome, folks. I am Alex. I am the Devil's Advocate. I think I'm going to take a page out of Kristina's book and take a little time to introduce myself, talk a little bit about how I got into politics, and then I have a couple games I want to play today on the first stream. So the very first thing I'm going to do is tell you, hi, my name is Alex, Devil's Advocate Productions. What do? I talk about music, video games, movies, TV, whatever I want on my channel. I stream on Twitch. I make videos for YouTube. That's what I do. Welcome, welcome, welcome to this space. When Matt approached me for this Letterhack, I was so excited. I couldn't believe it. I can't believe I'm on the same channel as Leftist Mafia, as Ben Dixon, as Kristina, as all these people that I watch and have been a fan of for years. I'm from New York, born and raised. I am half white, half black, half Jewish, half Christian. I say it like that because religion is an ideology and anybody can be anything they want. And I got into politics in 2012. I got into politics in 2012 because I was at a party at a friend's house. And I slept over, and the next morning he was watching like the DNC or their RNC, some kind of convention, because the election was going on. And I was like, change the channel, man. You know I don't care about the news. He was like, Chuck, check it. Just watch. And I started watching, and I started laughing. And I'm like, this is so funny. And we flipped back and forth between Fox and MSNBC. And I realized this is a reality show. This is the first reality show I liked, is the news. It's a reality show about reality and how ridiculous it was. That's why I joined Twitter, because they kept bringing up tweets. So I was like, well, I guess Twitter must be important. So I download Twitter, and I discover the world of politics. And how nobody knows what the hell they're talking about. So that's how I got in. And you'll learn more about me as the space goes on. I'm sure I have. I do. I am a New Yorker for sure. And I have some. I was trying to come up with ideas for this first show, and I didn't want to do anything too niche or specific because I know we have a big, broad audience. So I don't want to be like, okay, well, here in Star Wars Andor, here's what this meant, and here's what this represented. But I thought it would be a good way to jump off and talk about a broader topic. We all know about the grifters, the right-wing grifters, but they come in so many different flavors nowadays. You got your sports grifters with Barstool Sports and Dave Portnoy. You got your movie grifters, which Ben Shapiro started as and still does occasionally. He'll make reviews for like Barbie and Black Panther, some of the bigger movies. But I really wanted to focus on, because it's been pissing me off in particular, the geek grifters. Okay, people who talk movies, who talk about the stuff I talk about, who talk about video games and how this game went woke, or this movie went woke, or this franchise went woke because of this, that, the other thing. And oh, thank you very much. I'm wearing this hat because Green Lantern and my necklace. I got this mustard shirt at the Kendrick SZA concert. I'm wearing this hat because Green Lantern is my favorite hero. I've also heard when I got into politics that there's something called the Green Lantern theory of politics, which I didn't know about. But apparently this is an old phrase, and it means you have an idea. You're basically too much of an idealist. Like, you can't just wish something to happen and then it happens, because that's what they think Green Lantern is. Now, someone who reads comic books, I can tell you it's not about wishing. It's not magic. It's willpower. That's what fuels the Green Lantern. It's concentrated willpower. And willpower can do anything. You can do anything. We can get Bernie elected. We can have Zoran as mayor. We can get Kat Abu elected in Illinois. We can have AOC beat Jerry Connolly. So, Green Lantern, willpower, not magic. Anyways, I wanted to show this tweet. I'm going to share my screen. Allow, bada boom, add to stage. Here we go. Okay. This is a tweet by someone named Star Wars Theory. SA in Star Wars feels unnecessary. You can betray power dynamics and make it the audience hate the Empire in other ways without taking it to such a disgusting place. Vader wouldn't tolerate that shit, nor does the Empire condone it. It has no place in Star Wars, period, unnecessary. So, if you don't know what he's talking about, and light spoilers, I encourage everyone to watch Star Wars Andor. It is fantastic. It is great. I know it's Disney, and Disney is a giant evil mega corporation. Does not take away from the fact that they still have to hire artists to make their products. Tony Gilroy was one of those artists. He made Andor, he made Rogue One, and he made some of the best anti-fascist anything that's out right now. So, Star Wars Theory, Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, there's a lot of the quartering. Actually, Lance from the Surfs just did some kind of deep dive into the quartering. I didn't really get into it that much, but he's another one. There are so many, and I'm not gonna be able to name them all here, nor do I want to. But I just want to use that as an example, because that tweet is in reference to the first 3 episodes of this last season of Andor, where there was a scene where a character was attempted. There was an assault attempted on her person. We're on YouTube. They don't like certain words. I can't believe Disney let it happen. But they did, and it was important. And she said the word. She said what happened. The word that rhymes with grape, the color or the fruit. She said the word. And that's what prompted this tweet. This stupid tweet that I'm going to put on screen one more time. just to reinforce how stupid it was. Right? Vader wouldn't tolerate that. So, being someone who grew up with Star Wars, it's on my shirt, it's in my life, it's the reason I'm a filmmaker or creative at all. Vader doesn't give a crap. Vader doesn't care about anything. He didn't care about anything during the Empire. He's choking the officials left and right. Okay? He does not care what some random officer on some random planet is doing. He is still too focused on Palpatine, but that's not the point. The point is that Star Wars, as incepted by George Lucas, is a critique of fascism, whether it be Nazis, whether it be the Americans in Vietnam, is what he was really referencing with those movies. The rebels are supposed to be the Viet Cong. Listen to the man if you don't believe me. And I kind of wanted this idea jumped into my head where I want to ask y'all, what's your fandom? What do you like? And what is the right wing going to think is woke about it? I'll give you an example. All right. Superman's coming out. All right. We can't. My initial idea was to show trailers, but I don't know if we can do that yet. So we're just going to look at some images here. Here's a good one. What is woke about Superman? Don't care for Star Wars, but I loved Andor. Yeah, I'm telling you, you can be not a fan and still get into Andor. It is fantastic. I hope you recommend it to everybody you know. Okay. What is woke about this image right here? Because it's in this image. Does anybody know? The dog. Oh, that was not the right button. It's the dog. They think the dog is woke. They think having a silly dog do silly things with Superman is woke. I don't know why. I think it's because of James Gunn. Now, the only Kryptonian is seeing the dog. That's right. Now, the right wing doesn't like James Gunn. I don't know if you know this. They don't like James Gunn, who, by the way, if you don't know, is the director who made Guardians of the Galaxy and several other movies. He did Slither, which is a great horror movie from mid-2000s. James Gunn was making Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a Marvel movie for Disney. Around the time that Roseanne's show was coming back, she went on a tweet spree and said some racist stuff. ABC subsequently fired Roseanne from the reboot of the Roseanne show, and now it's called The Conners. The right wing was mad about that. So they wanted a scalp, another scalp from Disney, basically trying to apply equal treatment. Be like, well, you fired one of ours, so we're going to get one of yours fired. So they went after James Gunn because he's been a little outspoken when it comes to like lefty issues a little bit. The Suicide Squad was good. James Gunn Suicide Squad with Starro, that was fun, man. Come on. But we have different opinions. That's okay. That's what this space is all about. So they got James Gunn fired for old tweets where he was like joking around. Then Warner Brothers hired him immediately because Zack Snyder's universe was crumbling at the time. Disney then said, oh God, we need to hire him back because our actors don't want to be in the movie if James Gunn's not directing it. So they hired him back. Now James Gunn's got best of both worlds. So that is a shortened version of what happened and why you will see a lot of right-wing people attack this Superman movie. Now that's one example of how anything can be taken by these grifters and called woke, or they're going to lose money on this, or whatever it is. So give me some other things. Give me some other fandoms that you're part of. Okay? Go woke, go broke. That's right. That's what they think. Except, of course, you know, Star Wars is woke. Comic book are woke inherently. You know, Kristina was just talking about the Thunderbolts, and that's a great movie. And it's because it had something to say. Whereas the movie that came out right before that, Captain America: Brave New World, had nothing to say. It almost said a couple things, but it didn't because Disney was scared. But Thunderbolts was able to say something, I think, because they didn't really care about mental illness. So they were like, yeah, whatever. That's not controversial. And they were able to put that in. And that is the core of the movie. The core of the movie is Yelena and her father and the main bad guy / protagonist and that core relationship. And it works. So yeah, there's tons of examples of woke. I mean, Ironheart trailer just came out. Can anyone tell me what is woke about this? Here's Ironheart. Boom. Boom. Anyone knows what's woke? That's right. It's because she's a black woman. That's right. Thank you, Ben. Absolutely. Now, this is not a new development. When Ironheart was first created in the comics, it was controversial then. Basically saying, oh, a random college student can just figure out how to make an Iron Man suit? And the answer is yes, because there are billions of people in the world, and Tony Stark is not the only genius. It was controversial, just like Miles Morales was also controversial when he was created, because you kill in that universe, they killed Peter Parker Spider-Man, and then Miles was the next Spider-Man. People were not happy. However, over time, as people read the books, these became fan favorite characters to the point where they are in giant movies now. But because those are comic books and that audience is very niche and particular, these are being rehashed again in the public when the movies are coming out. So it is wild. It is wild to see some of these same arguments from like a decade plus ago come back the exact same. I'm a Doctor Who fan. They think everything is woke about it, especially now that the Doctor is a gay black man. But they hated the Doctor when he was a white man because of the hope he inspired. You can't win. You can't win. Everything is woke. Now, again, a little personal information. I grew up here in New York. I went to progressive private schools my whole life. So the curriculum of like CRT or just teaching people that gay people exist, or, you know, different kinds of relationships exist. People have different kinds of parents or guardians or caregivers. That was the curriculum I grew up with. So seeing that now debated in the public, it's like, oh, y'all weren't getting the same education? I did not know this. I was very ignorant. Again, only got into politics in 2012, only really solidified myself on the left. Like the last, I don't know, I'll tell you, watching Fox News and realizing they were making the same kind of arguments that I would just make because I like to argue with my teachers growing up in school and high school and college and stuff, and going, oh, no, they're idiots. They actually don't know what they're talking about. And damn it, I kind of agree with MSNBC more. Oh no, I'm a hippie. And I was mad about that. That's right, Fox Entertainment. Not news. Legally, they had that in writing. And I was upset finding I was a hippie because I love South Park. South Park growing up, Kevin Smith growing up, Weird Al, Jackass, actually, George Lucas, like I said, Eminem, Bill Burr. These are my, like, the people I aspire to be like. And some of them had bad opinions once upon a time. All of them, actually. South Park, very all over the place with its messaging. But all of these people had a consistent message of, I know what's good, I know what's wrong. That seems iffy. Or just question things. Don't take everything at face value when someone tells you something. That's why I'm called the devil's advocate. You know, I was very contrarian and reactionary when I was younger. Like I said, I would argue with the teachers. I would argue in class. Whatever point they were making, I would just take the opposite side, just because. And it was very annoying for all my classmates. But that got me to the place where I finally do understand what is right, what is wrong. Okay? And these things, comic books, have helped me learn that. Truly. The Letterhack always recommends a comic on his show. So in that honor, I'm going to do the same. Omega Men. I think it's backwards on the stream. I don't know. But it's called Omega Men by Tom King. And what is it? Oh my God, I can't read it backwards. Barnaby Bagenda. It's got beautiful artwork. And Tom King, if you don't know, you probably don't, he was former CIA, I believe, in Afghanistan and Iraq, and has been writing comic books for the last, 10 years or so. Alex, you and I are both fortunate to be educated in New York City. That's right. Tom King has been one of the greatest writers of DC Comics that I've read in a long time. He is up there with the greats, and he is very, very anti-war, pro-leftist politics. And this book in particular, especially what's going on in Gaza, is actually very prescient, because this is about a character. You don't need to know anything about DC, by the way, to get this book. This is about a character. He's a Green Lantern. I didn't even know it was about Green Lantern when I got it. It doesn't matter. I see Tom King, I buy it. It's about a Green Lantern going into an area that is off limits to the intergalactic community, just like Gaza is off limits to the international community, trying to investigate these acts of terrorism and finding out that these terrorists are actually really freedom fighters. And actually their cause is just. Their methods might be erratic, might be all over the place. They might not fully align. Again, very in the theme of this space. But so long as we're all working towards this one goal, and Andor, actually, we're all working towards this one goal, that's what matters, that we unify in solidarity. So I'm going to keep going with this game of what is woke. And it doesn't have to just be movies, by the way. It could be music, okay? We know the right-wing reaction to the Super Bowl. Let's see here. Right-wing reaction, Super Bowl. Dude, these headlines are great, man. Kendrick Lamar, Super Bowl halftime loathed. MAGA has total meltdown over Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl. Comedian schools right-wing idiots over Super Bowl. And why were they so mad? Matter of fact, I saw a clip the other day of Kat Abu on Abu Ghazali on CNN talking. They were talking about I think the Trump Elon feud, and one of the commentators said this is like Drake versus Kendrick, and the right-wing guy on the panel was like, "Who's that?" And this is a very old thing. Bill O'Reilly been doing this for decades. Just even though we know, they just pretend like they don't know. This is a thing I don't know about. Who are those people? I don't know. They sound scary. I can't understand their lyrics. I don't know who is this show for. It's to dehumanize. It's to make it seem like they're irrelevant. They're not part of the main culture. I don't know who they are, so they must not be important. It's a very old racist trope. But like anything, give me some fandoms. What fandoms are you a part of? What's your favorite show that you're watching right now? What's your favorite book that you're reading right now? I'm going to give you some music recommendations too in the middle of this. Maybe I should do this at the top and the bottom of the show. But I've been listening to a lot of Grip. He is a rapper from Atlanta. He was on the newest Eminem project. Eminem, again, my favorite rapper. My second favorite musician behind Weird Al. This album in particular is great. Like, it's not even like leftist per se. It's just working poor, story of growing up, and just really hits hard and resonates. And then I want to shout out this band that I just came across very recently called Dury, which, I've been watching a lot of FD Signifier, lots of rap reactions and talk in general. And FD Signifier have been saying, like, where are the white bands? Where have they been at? Because they seem to have been gone since like the early 2000s. And this band, Dury, is a brother and sister. They created the band in 2020. Their album that I listened to very recently, Suburban Legend, is full of stuff that is going to resonate with you. It is not only good music, both Dury and Grip, very different genres, very different music, very different places that they're coming from. But the message is the same. The world's fucked up. We didn't ask to be here. Y'all old people fucked this shit up. And we out here struggling, trying to maintain. Oh, it'd be awesome to get FD on this. Oh my God. I'm happy to be on anybody's show. I'm going to be on Left Past 10. I'm going to be on Ben Dixon's show. I'm going to be on Leftist Mafia. I'm going to fulfill all my wishes. I'm going to have the movie stream with Kristina. I want to talk movies. Family. I want to talk movies. I've been watching a lot of you listen to a lot of goth music. Well, I got some good recommendations from my fiance for you. Typo Negative. If you don't know who they are, very good. Very good. That's right. Weird Al fan club meets here. I am going to see Weird Al in July at Madison Square Garden. First time in my life going to see him live. It has taken a long time for me to understand that I can just go to concerts or comedy shows. I don't know what was stopping me, but this year we have gone to see the Dead Boys, 70s punk band. That was for the fiance. Very fun. Got a picture with the main dude. Went to see Kendrick and SZA at MetLife. Going to see Weird Al in July. He's my favorite. And going to see Sex Pistols in September. That is her favorite. She's been waiting for them to come to America since she was 11 years old, and we're going. So this year is the year of concerts, man. All firsts for me. I mean, we went to a couple like last year, and those were my like very first time. But I've been very much enjoying my concert going experience. And we are going to spend a lot of money on merch. Oh boy, I've got like 5 t-shirts from the Kendrick thing. The UHF is awesome. I would love to talk about UHF on our stream. I also wanted to see, Nick, if we can do a poll on YouTube. This is a game that I played myself, calling into the Majority Report, which get them on. I want to talk to them too. Tell everybody, the Vanguard, fucking PBD, fly me down to Florida. I'll debate those idiots. Tim Pool. I want to go to Tim Pool's show in Tennessee, wherever the hell he lives, on his compound. Nick, I'm going to text you 2 names, and I would call into, well, text you. I'm going to put it in the private chat. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I didn't see those earlier messages. I would call into Majority Report and just say who would win in a fight, and name 2 people who we'd all like to see beaten up in a fight, and just not who you would want to see win, but who you think would actually win. So I want that in a poll, and we're going to see who wins by the end. And I'm keeping track. I have a master list that I've been keeping for every call I made on the Majority Report. Let me bring this over here real quick and see if I can show you. Yeah. So I have this list going. There was one point where Emma was talking about some celebrities, so I threw them in there. But here are the winners so far. Donald Trump over. Oh no, let me do this. Yeah, we got Donald Trump winning. This was the first one. I don't know when this goes back. This goes back to like 2020. Donald Trump over Rudy Giuliani, Hillary Clinton over Pelosi, Tucker Carlson over Don Jr. You know, so that kind of idea, basically, of we're just who's gonna win in a fight. But while y'all are voting in that poll, we're still gonna go through and tell me what's woke. Is there any other controversies? I know there's one about The Witcher video game coming out. The Witcher 4. Very excited for The Witcher 4. It's going to be awesome. Can you tell me, just from these images, what is woke about The Witcher 4? If you guessed Siri, main character's name is Siri, by the way, with a C. That's right. John Lithium. He knows Siri's face. They said Siri's face wasn't hot enough. And here's the thing. This picture was from, oh God, ads. So many ads. This is why this space exists, so we can avoid as many ads as possible. This picture is from Ciri from The Witcher 3. This picture, I believe, is from the initial trailer. And then this one in the center is from the trailer that they just showed at Summer Games Fest, which I covered on my Twitch, and I have the streams up on my YouTube. They changed, and my friend Warhide, who I streamed with, he let me know that they actually did change her face. So they made it a little more, I don't know, yassified. They did. They went back and they fixed it a little. And I say fixed it in quotes because it didn't need to be fixed. Like, these two look like this is the older version of her. She doesn't need to look like a supermodel. She's in medieval times in Poland. Well, in a fantasy realm, but it was written by a Polish author. So who cares? She can be battle worn. She can be a little tired. She didn't need to look like she just walked onto a runway. But this is what's woke about The Witcher. And I'll give you an even crazier one. Didn't they get pissed off at Final Fantasy VII for similar reasons? I believe so. It was Tifa. Let me do that. That's a good one, actually. Jet, thank you very much. All right. This is Tifa. If you don't know Tifa, she's from a game called Final Fantasy VII, which came out in the 90s on the PlayStation 1. Okay? This is the model for the remake. Okay? Right? This is what Tifa looked like originally. All right? This is the best you got. These are the graphics. Okay? What about this is woke? Can you guess? It's a little gross. It's a boob size. They said boobs aren't big enough. Now, keep in mind, these are polygons. These are triangles. It's not the six-pack. They like muscle mommy. Tifa was always muscle mommy because of the boxing. But they thought her boobs weren't big enough. And like, I mean, look at her in comparison to, like, so anything can be woke. And I'm going to show you my favorite example of recent era. I just bought myself a Switch 2. Because I love Donkey Kong. And they are finally making a brand new 3D Donkey Kong. There was only one 3D Donkey Kong. It was Donkey Kong 64. And it was long and complicated and the death of collectathons. They're making a brand new one, so I had to get a Switch. And there's already woke controversy over Donkey Kong. They did get pissed at Tomb Raider reboots for the same reason. The actress for the movies, because her boobs weren't as big as Angelina Jolie's from the old movies. Now, watch those old movies. Those are not good movies. Are they fun? Yes. But they're fun like watching Top Gun is fun, or Twisters is fun, because you're just watching some action. I cannot pretend to understand the anti-woke insults that will always find the most ridiculous to cry woke at. Yes, I understand. And that's the thing. That's where I think I can come in handy here on this space and in general. I used to be that. I used to be real angry I used to be real angry. I used to be, again, contrarian, arguing for argument's sake. Just thought it was fun to argue. And I do understand where they're coming from. They're coming from a place, well, in terms of like video games and comic books in particular, or just like traditionally nerdy things. They're coming from a place of, I grew up with this. I was laughed at by my classmates, by society in general for liking this thing. And now, as I'm growing up, I see it's being more widely accepted. And I feel bad that I had to go through that turmoil, that emotional turmoil for liking this thing. And now everyone likes it. Now it's not uncool to like it. Now you can be out and proud about it. Now I understand how what I'm saying also applies to many other things. Gay acceptance, right? Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, these people, they hate gay people because they grew up. I mean, Dave Rubin, you know, they grew up at a time where like you were literally like beaten up, chastised. You can't even joke about like I'm gay. And now it's accepted and people are celebrating it. Now, of course, this isn't brand new. All right. It's been happening for many years, but they still feel this like resentment, like, I got made fun of. Why can't I make fun of you? You're doing the thing that I got made fun of for. Why can't I tease you about it? It's because society has moved on, man. Sorry you got caught up in it. That's unfair for you. It sucks. But society has moved on. Just like student loans. People don't want the government to pay off the student loans of everyone in the country. They can. Biden didn't want to do it. People forced him to try to do it. But why didn't they want that? Because I had to pay my shit, so you have to pay your shit. I don't want anything to get better for you because I had to do it. How many times have you heard that argument? I don't want minimum wage to go up because you shouldn't be working at McDonald's for a long time. That's a starter job, they say. All right. You try it. You work at McDonald's for a while. See if you can pay anything off. See if you can survive in this country with just a McDonald's income. Or hell, a waiter or a busboy or a server at a restaurant. Can you live off the amount they pay you without tips? Can you live off the amount they pay you with tips? Raise the minimum wage. Anyways, back to this woke game that I'm playing. Donkey Kong, folks. The villains in Donkey Kong have been very controversial. Can you tell me why? Oh, this is not. Can you tell me why? Oops, no, I don't want to do that. Let's see here. This one I don't know. Yeah. No, it's hard. It is this character right here. It's her hair. She's got woke hair, folks. The side cut. Woke. Don't you know? Don't you know that's putting trans in the video game because that haircut only means trans. That's what the right wing has decided, and so it shall be. Too hip-hop looking? That's a good guess. That's a good guess. But no, it's the hair. They think the hair is woke. All right? We're going to talk about all kinds of stuff on this show. News of the day. I know what LA is going through some shit right now. Fascist takeover. Military on the streets. It's scary. It's scary. I'd play the Fuck Donald Trump song by YG and Nipsey Hussle if I wouldn't get DMCA'd for it. But we will. But there will come a day when this space will not get DMCA'd because we'll be too big to fail. We'll be like Hassan, where he gets banned from Twitch and then 2 days later he's back. That's going to be us. I can't believe I've only gone half an hour. Folks, we got plenty of stuff to talk about. All right. I want some more examples of fandoms that you guys are part of. We need to make beanies woke to mess with Tim Pool. I agree. I think that'd be hilarious. I mean, skateboarding's woke. He's got a whole complex. Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture of this. I've been saying this for years. You know who Rob Dyrdek is? Rob Dyrdek. Fantasy Factory. All right. If you've turned on MTV in the last decade, which I don't know why you would have, you've seen this man, Rob Dyrdek. He hosts a show called Ridiculousness, which is just showing clips of YouTube. He had a show before that called Fantasy Factory, which is literally what Tim Pool has. A skate park like warehouse that he also lives in. Tim Pool has been following the Rob Dyrdek playbook this whole time, folks. I've broken the case. Okay, that's who he's wanted to be, and he thought the only way I can do that is this right-wing grift, and it worked. It worked. Maybe I'll go right-wing one day. Maybe I'll be the one who left this space. But you know, I only do it for the money, and I'd come back here and share the money with y'all. You know, I do that. I always thought, why don't politicians just say, "Oh yeah, no, I'll do big oil's bidding. I'll do whatever. Take the money and just don't do that when you get into office. Just vote the other way. You'll only get the money once." But are they going to Boeing you? Maybe. Because Boeing's doing it. But skateboarding, like I say, is woke. It's been woke. Okay. First of all, everyone's allowed in. There was never any gatekeepers. And any gatekeepers that were there early on were quickly kicked out when Tony Hawk took over. Speaking of Tony Hawk, my favorite video game series, one of my favorite video game series is coming back. Very excited for that. That's coming out in July. And they just got Bam Margera in there. Bam Margera, like I said earlier, Jackass, one of my inspirations to becoming a filmmaker. Bam Margera in particular, because he made, before Jackass, series of skateboarding / his brother's band CKY videos on tape that came out. And it was this very like me and my friends making stuff. And that's what inspired me. Hey, I have friends. I have a camera. I can go make stuff. Very inspiring. Kevin Smith, he was the one who was like, make stuff, but maybe write a script first. Maybe tell a story here, instead of just showing yourselves jumping into bushes and hurting yourselves. Kevin Smith, also very woke. Very woke. Jay and Silent Bob, all those movies. Clerks, Mallrats, Chasing Amy. I know it's a little problematic now, but Dogma, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, Clerks 2, all that whole view of Skewniverse, very woke. Kevin Smith's older brother, is gay. Every time in his movies, he would have a character say any kind of anti-gay thing. It was always to portray that character as an idiot. Always. Even lovable characters. And the lovable characters, over time, stopped. Because he didn't want that mixed messaging going on. Love Kevin, yes. I'll just make fun of Tim on a serious radio show. Toolbag, it's funny. There are a million ways to make stuff, and that's what I want to do here, is inspire you. I just started making stuff in October. I saw the Joker Folie à Deux in theaters, and people started walking out of the theater. And I came home and I was watching reviews, and I said, you know what? I really want to make one. And my fiance said, do it. You're good. Just make something. And so I did. And I was not happy with it. I wanted to reshoot it. I hated how I talked and rambled on. I feel like I'm doing it now. But I made the thing and I put it on my channel. And that gave me a boost to make more. So I watched The Penguin Show on HBO. And then I made a review of that. And then I just kept making more. Kendrick came out with the GNX album. I've been watching rap reviews for the last year. So I said, you know what? I'm making one of those too. Me too. Video game stuff. I've been making video game stuff for the last couple of years. I said, you know what? This too. And I've seen other channels be like, okay, well, I got to have a channel just for video games. I got to have a channel just for music, just for movies. And look, I might be doing it wrong. That might be the optimal way for the algorithm. But I'm doing it my way, where it's all on one channel. Alex, he's pro-Israel now, though, last I heard. Who? Kevin Smith? No. If he is, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I don't even blame him. He's not as well versed. The blanket, we stand with Israel, or we don't like violence at all. I understand why a lot of celebrities put that stuff out, just because they don't know and they're not that deep into it, right? I'm sure if Kevin was, someone explained to him, hey man, here's what's going on for the last 80 years. Here's what the inception of Israel was like. Here's what, dude, when I was in school, all right, this must have been like 6th grade. And we're talking about World War II, and we're looking at a map. And you see the state of Palestine, and then you see a modern map, and in its place is the state of Israel. And I go, hey, teacher, did Israel conquer Palestine? And they go, oh, no. That was the British, and they owned the land at the time, and they wanted to give it to the Jews because they felt so bad about what happened in the Holocaust. And so, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, but there was a place there called Palestine, and now it's called Israel. What happened there? They weren't able to answer that. And now, like 30 years later, we're seeing the whole country have this conversation. We're seeing the whole country be confused about this. Yes, Kevin Smith really did name his daughter Harley Quinn. I'll tell you the story behind that. It's because he was trying to get his wife to read a comic. She was pregnant. She was in the bathtub. She was reading a Harley Quinn comic book. Well, the origin story, actually, Mad Love. And she liked the name Harley Quinn, and that's what they named her. I listened to like 10 plus years of Kevin Smith podcasts, all right? Also 10 plus years of Bill Burr podcasts. So I can tell you that this new Bill Burr is a socialist thing is not new, all right? He's been talking about the bankers. He's been talking about shitty bosses. He's been talking about being a dishwasher, having in a restaurant, having the boss fire like every other position in the restaurant, him taking on all those jobs and not seeing a raise in pay. This is a working class man from Boston, outside of Boston. He is not like, and I'm, he easily could have gone right wing. He's pals with Rogan. He easily could have, but he didn't. He stuck to what his gut told him. And he'd been right. He'd been getting more right as the time got on. Eminem also could have easily gone right wing, especially with some of the stuff he was saying like in his early days. But he didn't. He stuck to what he cared about, which was freedom of speech, and he recognized who was coming after it. Now, are they all going to have the best opinions? No. But they're not. But that's, again, they don't have to be perfectly aligned. They're all trying to push the boulder in the right direction. Right? Eminem went and showed up to a campaign rally for Kamala. Like, that's the best you're going to get. Now, he is also like on Twitter and going back and forth with Kid Rock and being like, hey, man, I love you, dude. Like, it's all right. We can have different opinions. And, I disagree with that, but I understand. He came up with Kid Rock. He's been friends with Kid Rock. They both live in Michigan. Not gonna hold his feet to the fire too much for that. Hold on. Maybe he's changed his mind now that I'm not sure. Oh, Israel? Kevin Smith? Yeah, I think most celebs just don't know or care. or are too busy with their own stuff. Shout out to Bill Burr's wife for flipping that glory. Oh, dude. Nia's awesome. She shows up on the podcast sometimes. And dude, I remember one time I'm listening to him on my way to work, and Bill Burr, the way he came up as a comedian, a lot of it was through like Opie and Anthony and also the Chappelle Show. Like those were the two biggest drivers of ticket sales for his stand-up. Opie and Anthony has a very problematic history, and so does Chappelle Show at this point. She, on the podcast, would say things like, hey man, you know, like some of these fans, and he would always try and put a kibosh on it and stop and be like, you know, look, everybody's going to have different opinions so long as they come to the shows, doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. And I understand that from a celebrity's perspective. I'm trying to sell to the biggest audience possible, right? Even I'm doing that right now. Instead of like, hey, I'm going to talk about Andor and hyperfixate on Andor. I know not everybody's watched Andor. I know not everybody cares about Star Wars. I'm making this a big, broad topic and a big, broad, whatever rambly stream. And I'm sorry if it's getting a little too rambly for you. But Bill Burr's, and so I understand where Bill Burr was coming from. Like, hey, man, I don't want to like take too much of a stance on something or other, and I don't want to alienate audience that's going to come, and especially not bash the audience from the place where I came up, even if the place where I came up isn't great right now or has done problematic things, you know. But clearly she was like, yo, every time you mention this or that, or every time I'm on Instagram or whatever, I get a flood of people saying, you ruined Bill Burr, you know, you made him woke, you made him soft, blah, blah, blah. And it's because she's a black woman. She's a black woman, so he's woke. He went woke. He married a black woman over 10 years ago. Been dating her for like 20 years. He went woke when he did that. He should have gone back in time and knew that dating a black woman was going to make him woke. Thanks, B. Cannon. Caught up. No more now. Hope that's his case too. Yeah. Textbook case of abusive relationship, guys. Oh, well, what? What are we talking about? There's a lot of stuff going on in the chat. I love this chat, man. I love this chat. So I'm saying like Bill Burr has been woke. Bill Burr, like, and I'm excited to see where he goes. He's on Broadway now, I think. You know, he's in the Star Wars universe as well. Do we have any other suggestions for a franchise, a property, a musician, television show, book, anything that's been called woke? Star Trek. Oh, I mean, Star Trek is the woke. The woke. All the way back in the 60s. Can we see the first time? I will defer to more Trek-headed people because I'm a newcomer to Trek. I watch Red Letter Media on YouTube for movie reviews. They are big Star Trek fans, and they finally got me to watch the Next Generation. So I've been slowly going through that over the last couple of years. Really like it. I understand why it was popular. I never liked it as a kid. As a kid, I was a Star Wars guy. I'm like, where's the ships? Where's the space battles? Where's the laser swords? You know, this is just a bunch of people sitting around on a deck of a spaceship talking philosophy. It was very boring as a child. GTA went woke. That's a good one. That is one I wanted to bring up. Thank you. GTA 6 is woke. Can you tell me why? Just by looking at the picture. That's right. It's the Hispanic girlfriend. Because this game takes place in Florida, which, as we know, has no Hispanic people at all. I actually saw a reaction on YouTube of Michael Knowles from whatever Ben Shapiro's outfit doing a reaction to the GTA trailer, and I was like, Michael Knowles, what the hell do you got to say about GTA? And just the I didn't watch it, but just the title said, "Where's the shooting?" I'm like, this is a story trailer, dude. This is to like give you a vibe of what the story's gonna be like. We know there's shooting in this game. We've played the last 5. Fuck out of here. But I wanted to bring up because this is some OG woke. This is some OG woke. This, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, or anyone in chat, any true Trek fans, that this was the first interracial kiss on television? I mean, let's check Wikipedia. It's got its own page. Yes, the first broadcast. This episode is often cited incorrectly as the first interracial kiss on television. There I was, spreading misinformation. It was, however, the first instance in which a kiss between a black person and a white person on U.S. television was scripted, as an earlier kiss on Moving In with Nancy was unscripted. Okay. The episode aired 1 year after the Supreme Court struck down nationwide laws prohibiting interracial marriage. So I guess, all right, so it says historical context. There were technically interracial kisses on I Love Lucy because Desi Arnaz was Cuban and Lucy's white. However, you know, he's very white coded, or white passing rather. So, but this like shocked people. This was shocking for this. If woke storytelling bothered audiences so much, Star Trek and X-Men wouldn't be multi-billion-dollar franchises. That's right. X-Men from day one has been an allegory for marginalized groups. Now, marginalized groups in real life do not have reality-altering powers. Fair enough. Maybe there should be some restrictions on the X-Men. However, in real life, they do not. Okay? But they do have power. And that is what these fascists are scared of. The X-Men, I mean, you know, the classic tale was Stan Lee and Jack Kirby kind of thought of Professor X and Magneto as Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, respectively. One advocating much more nonviolent methods, one advocating for more violent methods. Now, we have learned over the years, first of all, neither of them were strictly nonviolent. Martin Luther King was not strictly nonviolent. And Magneto was right a lot of the time in terms of history. Oh, fun fact, Nichelle Knowles was going to quit Star Trek, but Martin Luther King convinced her to stay on. That is true. I know that fact. And then later, she inspired a young Whoopi Goldberg who saw her as a little girl, would watch Star Trek because it was the first time you really got to see a black woman be like intelligent. And yeah, she's a side character, but she's like contributing to the team, informing the story, informing the plot going forward, made her love Star Trek. And then she eventually got to be a character on The Next Generation. X-Men are literally a civil rights paramilitary group. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I'm looking at chat here. This is not that old, 1968. No, it's not. No, it's not. It seems like a long time ago when you're young, but like, I mean, when I was, I was born like right around the time that the Berlin Wall came down. By the time I was conscious enough as a human being to understand what that was, I thought it would happen a long time ago, even though it happened right around the time I was born. It is shockingly close. History is shockingly close on our heels. A long, long time ago. You know how to get me, man. You know how to get me. That's right. Subscribe to my channel on YouTube, on Twitch. I got my display name is on Twitter and Blue Sky. That's really all where I am. Thanks for the great contact. I gotta go catch you later. Take care, Reference Frame. Thank you for joining. Thank you, everyone, by the way, for being here on day one. First of all, for this space, for sticking around this long. And I'm going to be sticking around in the chat to watch everybody else coming after me. I'm so excited for this. I guess, should I be wrapping up now? I guess so. Oh my God, I've been talking a long time. Just know, I'm going to be talking about everything. Yes, nerd stuff. Yes, movie reviews and stuff. But also, again, I want to talk about Elon and Trump dissing each other. Their rap battle that happened on Friday. And their Twitter beef that happened. I want to talk about, what's going on in LA and Gavin Newsom thinking he's being a big man by being like, yeah, come arrest me, Trump. How about you try and stop the military from showing up in California? How about you put some orders in? Do you not control anything? Do you have are you just, I'm just small bean governor. Come and arrest me. I'm a big man. They are gearing up for him to be 2028 because they saw that poll with AOC and they're terrified. All right. Speaking of polls, can I see what my poll looks like for the Kristi Noem versus Tulsi Gabbard? Who would win in a fist fight? It is it's no holds barred. It's a cage match, no weapons. But it is fight till one person is incapacitated. Who wins? And what is the results of that poll? Nick, can we get that in here? I'll swap you out after I hear you say bye or goodbye or something like that. Okay. We ran the poll a while ago. All right. I don't know who won the poll, but I wanted to see. We are going to jump into a difficult truth. And I'm very excited because I have not heard of this person. I'm very excited. I know their name is Carlos. I'm excited to see what they're talking about. I am assuming much more serious and less all over the place and scatterbrained than me. But keep watching this space. Keep subscribing. Keep telling people about it. Share this far and wide. Bully every other content creator you follow and watch to join this space, to collaborate with this space. There's going to be something huge, folks. I'm telling you. Difficult Truth is next. Coming up. Take care, folks.
So caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken. The fact that the top 10 will always be first in line. The fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up. And that is a difficult truth.
Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone's doing okay. Thank you, Alex, by the way. That was pretty freaking awesome. That was awesome. I really enjoyed watching that, and I hope everyone did as well. Fantastic stuff. As Alex said, yeah, I'm here to bring down the mood. Sorry, guys. We're a little bit more serious. Appreciate everyone being here. First and foremost, thank you to everyone for joining this space. Okay, that is incredible that we've had such an awesome launch right now. Thank you to everyone involved. Matt, Nick as the producer in the background, Benjamin, Dixon, Andrea. I mean, everyone involved has been fantastic. So I appreciate it. If you don't know who I am Carlos. I am a difficult truth. I do the news, I do the politics, usually Monday through Thursday around 5 p.m. So that's usually what I do. Just to give you a bit of background of where a difficult truth came from. So a difficult truth was a song of a band that became a band itself. So that's where the name comes from. The name is actually the name of a song. And inevitably it became this. There is a second founder from A Difficult Truth. And she's the one that actually made the intro music. So if you enjoyed that intro music, she's the one that made that along with my guitar. Both of us made it. I see some awesome people in chat, some familiar faces. Heat, how's it going? Latino Soul Life, Donald James, Deadpool Advocate, man, that was a great show. Looney Tunes, B-Cat, Matt, Jet, the bird must have not have seen his tweet about LA. Oh no. Andrea, what did Bernie do this time? Sammy. I also enjoyed The Devil's Advocate. Hey, Manju. I used to watch you on Twitch on 2020. Yeah. Still there. This is outside AT's normal streaming hours also. This is cool. It is. Good to see you too. Number one, Max the dog appreciator. I had no idea Bernie did a thing. Never idolize anyone. That's true, but what did he do? Did I miss something? It's a nice tie. A page from Jake's book. It is. Bernie was cringe posting about LA. Oof. Google his tweet about LA. Do I want to? We'll check it out. Start the show off with some Bernie talk. Happy to see here. Happy to be here. So happy for this space lurking in the background. Appreciate that. Hey, folks. Do us a favor and do all the things. Like, share, subscribe. I saw people were upset with him, but I was too busy to see why. Well, I'm afraid. Now I'm afraid. Probably defended law enforcement or condemned protesters. That's actually disappointing. That is not what I said. I know, Andrea. Sandy. Folks, I know you've probably heard this quite the amount of times already by this time, but please, if you can, make a stink about Sandy's channel, okay? If you can, please make a stink about Sandy's channel that has been taken down grossly unjustified, if you ask me. The best thing you can do is make a stink on social media. So please, if you can. I don't think it's fair. None of us think it's fair. So please, continue to make a stink to try to help get Sandy's channel back. Hey, welcome, Surf Raiders. Which Sandy? Miss Blue Ocean, also known as the Environmental Coffee House. What happened to Sandy's channel? It got nuked. It got nuked by YouTube for no reason. For no justifiable reason. I'll be live at noon watching the Majority Report and 2 p.m. raiding into day 2 of this space. We're going to find out right now. I usually don't like to go on Twitter. I still have my Twitter account, but I don't post on it and I don't really use it unless I'm like searching for something specifically. I mean, my last post was literally I'm getting off this place. So I haven't posted since. But we can see. Let's see. I mean, his personal... Oh, I see. No, this was yesterday. Let me pull it up. Sorry, folks. It's not looking great. This one was one of the cringe posts, as it was called. Dr. King defeated racist government officials and ended segregation through discipline, nonviolent resistance, which is not 100. I mean, like, didn't we literally just have a conversation, like literally 10, 15 minutes ago about this very thing? Like, did we not just have this conversation? Violent protests are counterproductive and play right into Trump's playbook. First and foremost, like, to the extent that there are violent protests, it's not really like that violent. From what I've seen, put it this way, the violence that is happening is due to the cops. I mean, like, we've all seen the videos, right? I'm pretty sure at this point everyone has seen the videos of the reporter getting targeted and shot at by the cops. I've got a couple of, I think 2 clips. No, 1 clip. I have 1 clip up where the cops are pointing weapons at people. So the violence, to the extent that there is violence, it's coming from the police. Okay, the video where that poor guy was almost trampled by the mounted police. I mean, it is a miracle that guy. I'm pretty sure you guys know the video I'm talking about. That guy nearly was trampled to death, and it is legitimately a miracle that he is alive. Not to mention, he was getting beat on with these batons that could have also easily, it could have ended really bad. So to then say, like, violent protests are counterproductive, this is borderline. This is borderline, like, centrist nonsense, and by centrist nonsense I mean this is almost right-wing framing. This is kind of disappointing, to say the least. And I think he posted a video. Just an hour ago. Did Lance reply to that? Yeah, he did. Let me go back to it. No. This is it. Where is it? Did I see a different person get trampled by horses? I saw it on the status Kunos. Yeah, it was one guy that was surrounded by like 4 or 5 mounted police. He was assassinated, leading to protests in over 100 cities, which then led to Congress passing the Fair Housing Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1968, after his death. It is cruel to use horses for violence. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing, Donald James. Like, it's almost like 99% of the time, it's always the cop instigating. Like, for example, some of the footage that you saw at the beginning of the video are from several different protests that I myself went to. And one of those protests a couple of years ago was one of the Black Lives Matter protests. and it happened to be the one in Broward, and the cops were the ones that incited the riot. The cops were the ones that incited the riot by slapping the protester, the girl, the woman, by the way. And that's what kicked it off. There wouldn't have been a riot if the cop didn't do that. The dude saving grace was that the horses are trained not to trample people, so the horses were actively fighting the cops. Yep. Cops almost always escalate a situation. They're quite literally trained to do so. Yep. I kind of think for myself, and I don't have a big problem with what Bernie said. It's not that, like, you know, it's not that saying you shouldn't be violent is the issue. I think it's the framing, and I think it's the timing of everything, and I think it's like the context of like the protesters aren't the ones that are initiating the violence. And to the extent that the violence does exist, it's not really like we're talking about like a block, okay? And we're talking about a block, and it's in front of this ICE building, and to the extent that violence is happening, it's mostly incited by the cops. Like every time when it comes to protests like this, the cops are the ones that are inciting violence. It's not that the fact that like saying you shouldn't be violent is a bad advice. I'm just saying that in the context of what's happening, it kind of seems, you know, cringe. And I think Bernie would agree with that, but yeah, but we know that. You know, like it's kind of, I don't know how to like really say it, but it's the issue is not that he's saying don't be violent. That's like everyone knows that. I think it's the framing and the timing, and in the context of where of how the violence is happening, that I think it's kind of in poor taste. Does that make sense? Anyways, this is a minute video. Yeah, I know. The audio's kind of cooked. We're gonna have to use we're gonna have to rely on the captions here because the audio's kind of cooked. Oh, we can't hear the video like at all? Okay. Let's see if I can if it allows me to do so. Video killed the radio star. That's funny. What if I... No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Oh, okay. I got it. All right. Stand by, folks. Now try it.
A word about what's going on in Los Angeles. In my view, this is not about the protests. This is not about ICE. This is not about immigration. What's going on is all about Trump's never-ending desire for more and more power. We live in a federalist form of society.
Thanks,
Local
Chad.
government has its responsibilities. State government has theirs. Federal government has their responsibilities. Calling out the National Guard is the responsibility of the governor of the state, not the president of the United States.
And so, yeah, a couple of things here. It kind of is about ICE, right? Like the whole point is to protest authoritarianism, right?
And what Trump is doing is simply trying to put more and more power into his own hands in terms of the military. Do not forget, this is a guy who is usurping the powers of Congress, usurping the powers
Yes.
of the judiciary, suing the media, going after law firms, going after universities.
That's all very true, and why it is more important than ever to protest and to stand up for people.
He wants more and more power. And I would hope that people, regardless of their political views, you're conservative, you're moderate, you're progressive, whatever you are, now is the time for us to come together and stand against authoritarianism and for democracy.
Yeah, and how do you think that happens? By asking them nicely? Do you think that authoritarianism is defeated by just like sitting down and wagging your finger? Protest, civil disobedience is what gets the goods.
Thank you.
Yeah, this has been, I mean, like, it's really not that difficult to just say, like, I stand in solidarity with the, like, it's so simple. Like, he didn't even have to go that far. All he had to do was say, like, I stand in solidarity with the protesters of Los Angeles and the protesters that are appearing all across the United States and the protests that are going to happen on Trump's little dictator military parade. I stand in solidarity with those protesters. I mean, that's it. That's all he had to say. It's not even like that difficult. This is incredibly disappointing. Authoritarianism was granted through installment and elections, and the federal government has the ultimate power. That's true. He will take all the power he desires, regardless of what we do or don't. He's a madman. Exactly. So the best thing you can do is stand up. Like, fascism isn't defeated by, like, you know, fascism has never historically been defeated without resistance. Does that make sense? Fascism has never been defeated by having having no resistance, right? No wonder I use the power of sarcasm in my live streams. Anyways, that was incredibly disappointing, and I'm sorry that I looked that up. That is incredibly disappointing, and I'm sorry that I looked it up. Can you imagine if no one went anywhere the day of the military parade and all the streets in every city were empty, cutting off Trump's narcissistic supply? I mean, like, hey, look, but that's active resistance, you know? Making, like, effectively what you're calling for is almost like a strike in a way. It is collective action. Or, I mean, like, peaceful protests are perfectly necessary, I would say, at the very least. I don't know. My point is, like, I think it's irresponsible, and it's disappointing, and it's dangerous to kind of play into this narrative that there's some like violent protests erupting in the city of LA, when really that's not the case. It's like the right wing talking points when BLM was happening about cities being on fire and there shouldn't be any violent protests. Like, well, the majority of protests were not violent. Nobody's saying that you should go out and protest and start riots or whatever. Like, that's not what's happening. And to play into that framing is kind of really, really disappointing. When all that could have just been said was, I stand in solidarity with the protesters. You could have even framed it this way. Like, you could have even made a statement like this. This is Senator Bernie Sanders. I stand in solidarity with the peaceful protesters in LA who are standing up to authoritarianism, who are standing up to fascism, who are standing up to ICE and their Gestapo-like tactics. Now it is more than ever, it is now important for everyone to stand together in solidarity. Thank you. And that's it. Boom. Easy peasy. Charlie Martini. Ladybug. Will the parade be on C-SPAN or what? That's a good question. I don't know. I apologize. I didn't care too much to look into it. It's what tin pot dictators do, right? I imagine some news is going to be covering it. Maybe Fox News, maybe OAN, maybe covering the parade. Individual acts of resistance by initiating some kind of enforcement is not a good idea. I would say that it has to be a collective effort. Everyone needs to be hand in hand resisting this administration. ICE skulking around schools to kidnap kids. Yep. We'll talk about it. Liberals seem to have lost sight of why the protests are happening. Our neighbors are being blackbagged and randomly sent to camps. Max is a star. I do think blocking roads is okay, but the public may not react good to it. It depends. I mean, it depends. Because in this case, I think the public is more... I would say that the public is more in support of the protesters than Donald Trump. Does that make sense? I would argue that at this point in time, it would be more likely that the public would be in favor of the protesters than the government, because John Lithium. Not sure if I said hello. My dogs are goth. I don't know. I don't know why sometimes comments appear the way they do. I don't even know why there's a tiered structure for comments, and as far as top comments, regular comments, I don't know. I don't know. YouTube is YouTube like that. All right, folks, let's kick things off. as we're continuing this conversation about what's happening. You want to see violence? You want to talk about violence? We'll talk about violence. Let's talk about violence.
Just, my opinion from watching this since we've been on the air, that when a van moves up or comes into view, that's when the crowd, goes forward and tries to get closer.
Like, you see that, right? Like everybody's seeing what I'm seeing, right? Like he's like mocking, shooting people. Are we tracking here? Let's replay that again.
Just, my opinion from watching this since we've been on the air, that when a van moves up or comes into view, that's when the crowd, goes forward and tries to get closer to the federal building. And of course, the vans get things thrown at them. Well, okay, I don't know what this gentleman here is doing, but.
Well, and that's
what he's doing. If the media was doing its job, what he's doing is he's pointing a rifle at somebody. That's what he's doing. He's literally flagging a protester. He's literally pointing a weapon, presumably loaded or not, but presumably it has ammunition. This is not a non-lethal weapon. This is just a regular rifle. And he's just pointing it at people. Like he's pointing it at people.
This is on a
That's
rooftop?
an actual rifle. No, it's on a
That's what I
elevated platform, and that federal agent is pointing a rifle at...
Yes, he's pointing a rifle at people. So if anyone is aware of any semblance of professionalism when it comes to law enforcement, military, you do not point your weapon at anyone or anything. Okay, or just general like gun common sense, right? Like gun etiquette. I don't know if that's the right term for it. But you do not point a rifle or any kind of firearm. Yeah, just gun-based safety basics. Yeah, there you go. That's where I was trying to get at. You do not point a gun at anybody like that. Someone shared a video on Reddit, and a woman was trying to walk home to her apartment. The cops went by it, and they shot her in the abdomen with a rubber bullet, but shot her all the same. Oh yeah, I mean, like this happened in other protests too. Back in the BLM protest, they literally went around neighborhoods doing that exact thing. That was literally the first thing we learned at gun safety. Yeah. I mean, like, it's just common sense. Andrea, his dick was rock hard just thinking about it. Not lies. No lies detected. No notes. 10 out of 10. No community notes needed.
That's...
Look, he's pointing it. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's pointing it at someone. Yeah, dudes. He's pointing it at a person, a person. He's pointing a rifle at a person. Rubber bullets can be worse than regular ones depending on where they hit, as it disperses energy a much wider and deeper location, can lead to organ failure within months, but they can avoid lawsuits. Yep.
Oh, I guess.
Yeah.
He's had a semi ever since he put the military gear on.
And you can see they're kind of taunting each other. You saw that federal law enforcement agent, wave his hands like, let's go. And that guy in the yellow doing
Yeah. Let's talk about the protester violence. Yeah, please, Bernie, please tell us about the violence.
The same thing. I mean, something escalated quickly to point.
It is a miracle that no one has been unalived at this point. It is a genuine miracle that no one has been unalived.
Lethal munitions at that person. That was intense there for a second. So
Yeah, he pointed a rifle. He pointed a rifle at somebody. Yes, I would consider that a huge deal and a huge escalation. I mean, can you, as a civilian, just point a rifle at anyone, much less law enforcement? Can you, as a civilian, do that? Because last time I checked, if you try to do that, you will be unalived very quickly. Somebody did die, really? I did not know that. Did someone actually pass away? Was someone actually unalived? A body was found. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'm wrong. No, it seems like someone else is corroborating. I saw a video of a gang of cops who thought they weren't being filmed, kicking one guy. Yep. I saw LAPD smashing their own car. Yep, that happened in other protests previously too. Near the site of one of the recent protests on the sidewalk. Jesus. Well, we'll definitely wait to see what happened in that situation. That's wild. Well, I have to rescind my comment. Someone has died. Guaranteed instigators, infiltrators, feds are on the protests, either paid criminal informers and government regular employees. Undercover agents often kill people in protest environments because there's less people watching areas outside the main events. I gotta go some food, but I'm lurking and listening. No problem. Appreciate it.
I don't know what the conflict was with that person in the yellow, but
it doesn't matter what the conflict was. It really doesn't matter what the conflict was. Okay? It doesn't matter if the protester was like shouting at him, was yelling words at him. It does not matter what the protester said. There is literally no reason why a federal officer should be pointing a weapon at anybody. Okay? Like zero reason. Like there's actually zero reason why we're watching the video that we're watching. Ferguson's a good example of protesters getting murdered at home. Letterhack. Letterhack? Letterhack? They're supposed to de-escalate. Yeah. Can we get a fuck ice in the chat? Famously, law enforcement will document it from the top down, some in every jurisdiction. The escalation is so normalized now, it's sickening. Yep.
That federal agent with the rifle there was not having it. There's some fireworks now that we see going off too.
Oh, I'm sorry. The federal agent was not having it. Okay? So obviously the appropriate response is to point a loaded weapon at protesters. Got it.
Maybe that's what that was about, but that...
It doesn't matter. You don't point a weapon at anybody.
That can get even more dangerous when you're actually...
Yeah, the only thing dangerous here are these people right here.
You know, we actually witnessed this. We saw him. You say that's a lethal weapon.
Yeah,
Mike,
yes,
that's an
absolutely.
actual... Okay,
yeah.
Well, that's not good.
You can see the
that's not good.
provocation happening right here, and then
there's some more tear gas.
Yeah. Provocation does not mean you get to point weapons at people. Sorry.
Yeah.
And now what we've seen, we haven't seen it here, but what we've saw a lot yesterday is the tear gas would get thrown and the protesters would grab it and throw it back at the law enforcement officers. That happened to CHP a lot yesterday when they were trying to regain control over the freeway.
Nice.
So, but that hasn't happened here.
That's not good. You shouldn't do that. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could say it that way. What coverage are we watching? My phone is so small I can't see. This is just like a local news coverage. The important part from this is that there was a federal agent that was pointing a rifle at one of the protesters. That's the important context. I know it's kind of small, and if I blow it up, it's probably not going to be very good. But you can see it right here, right there. Right there. Like from the beginning, like he's kind of like taunting the protester by like making like mock shooting.
My opinion from watching this since we've been on the air, that when a van moves up or comes into view, that's when the crowd.
Like he's pointing at him, and he's literally mocking him, like as if saying like, "This is what's going to happen to you," right? That's rude. Yeah, provocation. One guy walking on the sidewalk. Notice the language. Law enforcement regained control. Yep. Yeah, Hassan did a very good video. Thank you, Heat, for posting that. It's just shy of an hour long, but amazing freaking coverage. So, yeah. Real quick, let's check in with the Speaker of the House to see if Congress is going to do anything regarding reining in the executive branch. Because, you know, we can always trust Congress to do their job. I'm glad Hassan's there to get an accurate view. Yep. He put one in the chamber or whatever. Did you see him cock it? I didn't. But, like, even if... even if he didn't chamber the rifle, like it doesn't matter. I guess it would be like an extra layer, right, of escalation. But yeah, in 2020 there's a database leak that found tons of National Guardsmen deployed to DC and other cities were literal 4chan Nazis, and some live blogging their POV of pointing guns at black people. Jesus Christ. I did see that that a bunch of guardsmen were outed for the 4chan like IRL 4chan Pepe posting, whatever. Yeah, I did see that part, but I didn't see that they were literally like live blogging themselves pointing guns at black people. That's wild. Gun safety 101 is never point a gun at someone. Yep.
Is there a red line for congressional Republicans regarding President Trump's use of executive authority to, say, deploy federal law enforcement or these 700 Marines? Is there a situation, say, if he invoked the Insurrection Act or directed federal law enforcement to arrest Governor Newsom, that would make Congress step in and check?
So I think the important part, this is important for two things. Like, number one is like, do we have an established red line here as to where, like, we can, as to what you're gonna do with a rogue executive? And number two, like, what if he just starts arresting the opposition? Okay, so those are the 2 points that are being essentially asked here, right? Like, yeah, if he starts just like arresting the political opposition, like, you know, where's the red lines here? Like, are we gonna hold them accountable? Because you're kind of like Congress, you know, you can do things, or presumably.
Look, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals, but I've said very
not going to engage in hypotheticals, even though Trump has discussed openly about invoking the Insurrection Act. He has been very open about jailing political opponents. But yeah, I guess we can't engage in hypotheticals when the answer to that hypothetical would make me look very, 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 very bad. Like, why not arrest Schumer right now, or Ilhan or AOC? Because they think people won't care. Yep. But, you know, he can't just flat out say, like, I don't know, whatever. No, excuse me. I can't engage in hypotheticals. But, you know, President Trump is going to do the best for this country. He's going to keep us safe, or whatever.
Very clearly, I was sitting next to the president of the White House yesterday when some of these questions were asked. He is fully within his authority right now to.
I'm not going to do anything as he wants to be a dictator, as he cosplays the dictator that he's always wanted to be.
Do what he is doing, and we have to maintain order. It's the number one job. Think of it, y'all. The number one job of government is to protect the citizenry from foreign threats and domestic threats, and federal law.
Protect the citizenry from foreign and domestic threats. Let me think on that for a second. So if there are agents going around blackbagging people, nothing. If there's an executive that's going rogue, that's not listening to court orders, up to and including a Supreme Court order, nothing. We're not going to protect the people from a rogue executive? No? And give us health care. Nope.
Law enforcement is doing their job. Those are the heroes. And we've got to protect them. And federal employees as well. And federal buildings and property. We're not going to let violent criminals destroy the property of U.S. taxpayers. President Trump has put his hand on the table and said, not on my watch, and we applaud that. So we're standing with him. Thank you.
Cool. Good to know. So zero spine. Nothing.
Is there a red line for congressional Republicans?
This kind of leads us into this. Yeah, January 6th happened. That's not a problem, right? You know, I would love to see what would have happened if the National Guard was actually called on January 6th, right? Like if there was well, I guess it would be a different scenario, right? Thank you, Heat. Appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Protect the citizens from citizens defending themselves against an overuse of armed law enforcement. Maybe people start to understand the consequence of their vote. The people vote into power has the power of enforcement. Yeah, they probably would have joined in. Yeah, I guess it would be a different scenario because Trump was in power and he was not going to call the National Guard. In fact, he didn't. Anyways, so to segue into that, not only is Johnson not going to do anything, he thinks that there should be violence against political opponents. Has anybody actually seen historical depictions and historical accounts of what actually being tarred and feathered means? Okay. I don't know if anyone's Googled what it means to actually be tarred and feathered, but it's not pretty. Kristina, pop it in. Thank you. It means death by horrible pain. Yep, and this is what Mike Johnson is advocating for to happen to Gavin Newsom. Again, like, look, this isn't like, oh, I love Gavin Newsom or anything like that. It's just the fact that, like, these people are literally, they literally want the opposition dead. They literally want the opposition dead. Speaker Mike Johnson on Tuesday, and like, again, what are the Democrats going to do if you hear your political opponents talking about horrific stuff that they want to do with you, that they want to do to you? I mean, like, at what point are you going to wake up? Speaker Johnson once again aligned himself with President Trump, saying the president's absolutely right to send the National Guard and Marines to L.A. as protests over the ICE continues. On one side of the president's criticism of California Governor Newsom, adding that the California governor should be tarred and feathered. It'd be nice if the media would give you a description and what happens when you tar and feather somebody. Johnson said Trump has his full authority now to do what he's doing to maintain order, including deploying 4,000 National Guardsmen and 700 Marines. Yeah, because, you know, one city block needs it. President Trump had put his hand on the table, said, not on my watch. We already watched that clip. Look, that's not my lane. I'm not going to give you any legal analysis on whether Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered. Like, hey, no, let's not talk about the legality of stuff. Just you know, brutally murder him, okay? That's really what he's saying. That's really what he's saying. Wanda, welcome. YouTube has tarred and feathered me. Newsom fired back in a post saying, good to know we're skipping the arrest and going straight for the 1700s style form of punishment. Yeah, the punishment that would often lead to death. But yeah, a fitting threat given the GOP wants to bring our country back to the 18th century. But like, yeah, man, the thing is, like, if they actually got a hold of you and really did that, you would most likely be dead. That's not like an exaggeration to say. Although I don't know with modern medicine what your chances are, probably slightly better. But seriously, I mean, you don't have to listen to the actual article. There's Mike Johnson himself.
Do you believe that Newsom should face consequences in a legal way?
That's not my lane. I'm not going to give you legal analysis on whether Gavin Newsom should be arrested, but he ought to be tarred and feathered. I'll say that. I mean, look, he's standing in the way of.
That's literally like advocating for violence against your political opponents, right? I mean, like, we don't have to go further than that. Those are his words. Those are his words, folks. Right from the Gooner's mouth. Yep. Maybe he doesn't know. No, he knows. He knows. Like, don't give any credence to these people. These people are evil, okay? These people are straight evil, and they know exactly what they're talking about. Okay? Mike Johnson knows exactly what he's doing. Mike Johnson picked those words specifically. Okay? Do not be fooled, okay? Mike Johnson knows what he's doing, okay? I can't say the same for the cult members, but people like Mike Johnson know what they're doing. They're definitely dumber than a bag of hair, but they're also evil. He knows. Oh, 100%. How do they not burst into flames when they enter a church? Christian AF, by the way. That is it should be infuriating. This should be shocking, not surprising, but it should be shocking. Every time. This should not be normal. Like, none of this should never, ever, ever be normal. Every time you see stuff like this, it should be shocking. Okay? Whenever you watch Mike Johnson or any of these ghouls talk like this, it should be shocking, because it is. It is. Under no circumstance should we as a society get to a point where we're just like, oh, that's just Mike Johnson. Oh, that's just, that's just how Trump is. Like, no, man, no. It should be shocking. Not surprising given who they are, but it should be shocking each time. They utilize stochastic terrorism all the time and they never get held accountable for it. Yep. 100%. Corporate media is 100% complicit. I mean, we literally just watched local news, which is owned by corporate media, just kind of sane wash what we literally just watched a federal agent point a rifle at people. So, yeah. All right, folks, we got time for one more story. But I think it's really, really important besides keeping track of like what's been happening in LA and what is spreading out across the country. We've got one more very important story. Especially if you are in West Virginia. Basically, can't trust local news anymore. Yep. So this seems kind of bad, don't you think? We live in a democracy, by the way. Take care, folks. Great first day. You're killing it, Carlos. I'll pop back in later. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We live in a democracy, right? Anyways, women in West Virginia who miscarry could face criminal charges, prosecutor says. Yep, that's right. The county prosecutor told a local news outlet, urging women who miscarry to contact law enforcement. That's right. Normal bodily function that happens often in pregnancy, or people that are trying to get pregnant. The kind of criminal jeopardy you face is going to depend on a lot of factors, because that's what we do in West Virginia, I guess. So the Raleigh County prosecuting attorney Tom Thurman told the outlet, this is a local news outlet, commented to reporters on Friday, "What was your intent?" I mean, like, this is actually legitimately like insane. This is actually insane. What did you do? How late were you in your pregnancy? Were you trying to hide something? Were you just so emotionally distraught that you couldn't do anything else? And straight to jail, right away. Are you aware that there's a dead woman in Texas being kept alive for support to incubate a fetus? Yep, we unfortunately had to cover that, and that was pretty horrific. He added, if you were relieved and you had been telling people I'd rather get run over by a bus than this baby, that may play into law enforcement's thinking too. That's super cool, man. Super cool. Yep, people with periods do not use period tracker apps while surrounded by Christian conservative groups. Truman said he was personally opposed to prosecuting women who miscarry, but other law enforcement officials in West Virginia said they would be willing to do so under laws that dictate the disposal of human remains. Because, you know, cells are humans now. Although West Virginia bans virtually all abortions, its ban, like other abortion bans in the U.S., does not penalize abortion patients, but instead people who provide the procedure. To protect themselves, Truman suggests that women call law enforcement after they miscarry, because, you know, that's what you do in a free society. Call your doctor, call law enforcement or 911. I miscarried, and I want you to know, dude. This is wild. This is wild. This is actually wild. And like the thing is, if stuff like this gets normalized in one area, like this acts as blueprints for other red states and other red counties to follow, right? Because that's how it worked with the abortion ban laws. I believe it was Texas that started it. And from there, they just used it as a blueprint. So if this stuff gets normalized, where you have people getting persecuted, investigated for having a miscarriage, it's not out of the realm of possibility to say that this may happen in other places as well. Thank you, Sandy. Supposedly Mark Cuban wants a third party. Let's test him. I mean, like, it's coming from an oligarch, so it's kind of a it depends on what kind of party, right? But anything that has to do with just like, oh, but these are good oligarchs. These are good rich people. I don't know if I'm on board with that. Not that having more parties is bad. The wave of state-level abortion bans that followed the 2022 overturning of Roe v. Wade sparked fears among women and abortion supporters that people who miscarry could face charges. Yeah, remember when we were told that this was an over-exaggeration, that people who miscarry would be prosecuted, and that was like outrageous, right? Like the crazy leftists are just over-exaggerating. Yeah. Abolishing the two-state party. I wish. As abortions and miscarriages were known in medical parlance, spontaneous abortions can look deeply similar to medical professionals. Abortions bans can incentivize police to test pregnancy losses like crime scenes. Pregnancy losses like crime scenes. Yep. In 2023, which was 2 years ago, a woman in Ohio was charged with a felony abuse of a corpse after she miscarried into a toilet. Yep. This was a thing we also covered. A grand jury ultimately decided not to indict. Earlier this year, after a Georgia woman suffered a miscarriage and was found bleeding in a parking lot, charged with concealing the death of another person and throwing away abandoning a dead body. Those charges were ultimately dropped. There's no one size all. I mean, like, it's wild. It's wild. There's no one size fit all the way to handle fetal remains in these situations. In fact, doctors often tell women to simply miscarry at home, because it's like a thing that happens, right? Dana Suss, a senior vice president of reproductive rights organization Pregnancy Justice, in a statement issued after news of Georgia case broke. No one is taught how to handle a fetal remain, and police and prosecutors should not be weighing in on how women in this situation respond. Yep. I was waiting to advertise this space in Left Reckoning chat at the end, and they decided to make their post-game show free for summer. It's still streaming. It's all good. This space is going to be here for a minute. Leftists are always right too early. Yeah, Cassandra syndrome. Cassandra syndrome. Yeah, the miscarriage is already itself traumatic, and then you have to report yourself to the authorities so that they can do an investigation to see like whether or not like, oh, did you take the right amount of vitamins? What did you do, person? What did you do? Did you kill that baby? All right, folks. It's just shy of a few minutes after 8 o'clock. I got to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to this space. Thank you to everyone who has made this possible. I appreciate it. Thank you to the producer, Nick, in the background. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to Benjamin, Dixon, Andrea, and everyone who has made this possible. I really appreciate it. And thank you all in the chat for hanging out. I appreciate everyone being here. My name is Carlos. I am a Difficult Truth. Again, we do the news, we do the politics. We're here on Twitch Monday through Thursday around 5 p.m. Eastern time, and here on this space on Tuesdays. Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, folks. We'll be out of here. Thank you all. I appreciate it. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Out-of-body. Yeah, we're going to have an out-of-body experience today as we talk about a country in another part of the world. Now, if you're an American and you got through the U.S. education system, I got to just give you some background. There are actual other countries on the planet other than America. And I think the technical word for it is other countries. I'm not sure. Again, I'm a product of the U.S. education system. But one of them is Sierra Leone. It's a country in Africa where the United States should not have any beef with. And I think they're a great example of how Republicans work, how U.S. politics work, and you should be aware of what's happening to them right now for arbitrary reasons. So, immigrants from Sierra Leone are now in jeopardy. They are being targeted by the Trump administration, and the same old is happening, which is to say, a series of excuses are being laid out to deport people from there. They say they're looking for people overstaying their visas, etc., etc. And the problem with this is that they don't actually care. Like the Trump administration does this simply because it allows them to get pictures of brown people being cuffed and tossed out. That's all they're after. It's all they ever have been after. In addition, a diplomat to the United States recently put into to the United States. No, The U.S. diplomat to Sierra Leone recently suggested that a $488 million education grant that the United States gave to Sierra Leone is in jeopardy. Let me make sure I have this grant correct. It's the Sierra Leone Compact. It's a 5-year, $480 million grant agreement aiming to improve access to affordable and reliable electricity to just about 5 million people. I think it's it's 4.6 million people. So, what would that be? About 2 Chicago's worth of people, an LA worth of people, just about. Almost a New York full of people. That much electricity on the line. Why? Because the the Republicans said they were going to cut government spending and they were going to deport lots and lots of illegals. And when they said illegals, they meant immigrants that look a certain way. And you will hear lots about folks from Latin American countries, because that's what we're braced for. But that still falls into the same trap that leftists always have, which is to say, giving too much credit to people like this. That's the U.S. ambassador to Sierra Leone. I'm just going to turn up the volume a little bit so you can hear how he sounds. Wait a minute.
Go and stay and come back as they're supposed to. But the reality is that tiny, tiny minority that does commit crimes in the United States raises serious concerns. The president cited an Egyptian national recently who carried out.
So again, one person does a crime, a whole group is punished for it. More and more, it's going to become obvious what's going on. I said more than a year ago that the day would come where somebody finds a way to describe in short sentences what is going on, and then it will feel like it's always been obvious. It's here. Yeah, it's people with dark-colored skin. So they're looking to get images of ICE rounding up dark-colored people, so the awful Americans that voted for Trump can turn around and say, "See, look, they're doing what we want." Problem is, Sierra Leone is a country that has made a lot of strides in recent decades. It's a overwhelming understatement, but to keep it simple, Sierra Leone's on the rise. They're doing better than they have in a good long time, and they don't need much to keep going. Jeopardizing electricity for almost 5 million residents of that country is a great way to ensure that there's 5 million people in a country somewhere that are more likely to behave in the sorts of ways you don't want people behaving. Because they're desperate. Trump administration is looking to cut that funding. They are looking to abuse these immigrants. And this is the story that has been in existence for the entirety of conservative thought in America, basically. It's crucial to them that Americans not understand even on a basic level, how U.S. immigration policy works. So what can you do about this punk up there lying to our allies in Sierra Leone? Pretty easy, actually. Understand the next time. I know it's going to hurt to hear this, but this is the biggest. I'm not telling you an order of easiness of this or an order of how satisfaction it is. I'm telling you an order of importance. In terms of order of importance, the number one thing you can do is vote correctly. And when you find somebody who's probably going to be younger than you, who has every bit as good of intentions as you do, when you find someone like that saying, I'm not voting for a Democrat at all because I don't like this, that, or the other thing. But the only other alternative on the ballot is a Republican. Just remember that ambassador. The guy whose name I don't even know, and I'm talking about him right now. The ambassador to Sierra Leone, that punk. He's in power right now because of Trump. He's saying the things he's saying right now because of Trump. Because of the Republicans. He's making Sierra Leone less likely to be an ally of America forever, for at least the lives of everybody who's listening to this interview right now, watching that. The place that I got it from, WeYard, they've got 137,000 subscribers. By the way, when I started following them, they had about 30,000. 137,000 subscribers. All those folks are going to see this, and their impression of America will be established. This is the result of elections. These little-known figures who collectively make huge changes to how the country functions are the result of elections. So if we are progressives, we need to acknowledge, certainly in the next election, that win or lose for us is not the same as it is for everybody else. For a progressive to win, and it doesn't matter whether or not this is fair, it's the way it is. For a progressive to win, we have to win twice. For a progressive to win, we have to win in the primary and then win again in the general. Now, it's easier for a progressive to win in a general election than it is for a moderate. Because at this point in history, everybody knows moderates are lying. Not everybody, but it's commonly understood that moderates are not to be trusted because they don't actually stand for anything. They're just... The status quo they know is terrible, but they're not trying to change it. Why then are they doing what they're doing? Well, probably for money and power. The status quo enriches politicians. Okay, we know everything we need to know about them now. But a status quo Democrat is way better than any kind of Republican. And if we lose at the first post, we cannot allow that to let us put that person in power. That guy and all the judges Trump is going to get to appoint, all of the American infrastructure is going to be corrupted further. So, if you're a progressive, understand elections are our best opportunity to change stuff like this in a big way. And understand that this is a thing you're going to have to win twice. Of course it's an unfair fight. You actually want to make the country better. You think it was going to be easy? Be thankful that it's this easy to understand, at least, the obstacles that are in your way. There's probably plenty others that are in your way that I don't understand. It doesn't change the fact you got to win twice. Win in the primary, win in the general. Okay, thing number 2. What can you do about this immediately? Same thing you've been doing for your trans friends. Same thing you've been doing for anybody else. If there's somebody who has overstayed their visa in the United States and they tell you, look, I'm here, I'm not supposed to be, but I want to be. Call them crazy, because they actually want to be in this country, but help them. Lie to ICE. Keep a lookout for ICE agents. Understand that if you do this for your chosen person, you have an obligation to also do it for somebody else's chosen person. And hopefully they recognize the same thing, their community. And hopefully it just becomes American culture to not rat out your neighbors to ICE. That's probably the second most important thing you can do. It's the most immediate thing. Tell God thank you. And then finally, consider going to your local city council meetings and ask them what they are doing to protect the community from ICE. Go to your local city council meeting and point out the fact that ICE agents have been known to wear no badges, carry assault rifles, and snatch people off the streets. And ask your community, because you're really there, to put this into their heads. Ask your community, should the American people be trained to allow their citizens to be kidnapped in the street by unidentified anybody, by just somebody wearing armor and a rag over their face or whatever insane thing they're doing, by just somebody who bought some camo from Dick's Sporting Goods? Should we train the American people to allow this, to do nothing when this happens? If the answer is no, then how do we behave when it does happen? Point them out, yell loudly across the street, "Is that ICE? Who is this? Hey, identify yourself, gunman." Call the police on them. If you see people walking around a neighborhood with assault rifles, call the police on them. Make a bunch of squad cars pull up to these motherfuckers. And if the police don't show up, just keep hollering and pointing at them till they leave. Yell at them to get out. It's as simple as being obstinate and hope that they arrest you. Good if they arrest you. If you're here legally, take advantage of that. Let them arrest you. Waste their time. It's imperfect. And I want to give you the disclaimer that I think maybe should be in the description of every show. And maybe the only thing that I need in there, frankly. I don't know it'll work. I can't promise you it'll work. I can promise you that you will feel better about yourself than you would if you did nothing. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for what you can do. My name's Jake, and we're going to take questions from the audience next.
humans. I am Dan from the internet. This is your power report for the text notes. 5th of June, 2025. I am Dan. Like I said, I am here to start the show because I am literally in a car on the road right now in an undisclosed location. Let's see. Bam and C's are with me. C's is going to take it from here. Thank God. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Caesar got the headset on. Okay.
Yeah, broke. Obviously, I've been on PowerPoint in a while. Definitely broke my mic. So one of the good reasons why I haven't been here. Mic is broken. So we're trying to get that Joe Rogan Sure money going. You know what I mean?
Thank you. I don't even have my Sure right now because I am literally on the road. No, yeah, sorry, we couldn't do a PowerPoint last week. There are just too many folks who just like weren't available. I am clearly on the road, partially because I wanted to do a road trip for a while. And partially to so you can play comments. That's good. But yeah, the other reason is definitely partially because this is a road trip I want to do, partially because I'm in the middle of like a moving transition sort of thing. I'll explain more about that later. I've got more videos about that later. It's not about me. This is about your power report though. But yeah, geez, it's been a while. Glad you're here. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, of course. Missed you guys. And I mean, Dan doesn't want to show he's literally on a run right now, looking kind of barren and flat out there. Man's on a run now.
It would have been funny if he was talking and Caesar, you just removed him.
I just kicked him. Like, yeah, you're trying to go to the basement I used to be in. I know what you're up to, dude. You're going back to the holding tank I was in when I was streaming.
I like the more mysterious, the better. That's basically how I'll put it. But yeah, I will be running. I will be watching y'all in spirit. Folks, please. Also, I don't know if this is in the rundown while I'm mentioning this, but all the Elon and Trump fighting stuff, like, come on. You've seen that stuff, right?
Oh yes. Yeah. The girlies are throwing hands, they're pulling hair.
Well, let me say the girlies are fighting because at least I'm gay enough this month. Let me say that I can get away with that. C's not sure about you.
Sorry. This month I can't.
You don't know about C's. You don't know about C's. I've heard things.
Wait, what? Yeah, it's definitely Bad Girls Club DC edition right now. So we're kind of watching it go down. Great show. Anybody's watched it? Bad Girls Club, best show ever.
Real Housewives of Stephen Miller. Am I right?
Yes.
I had to get one in before I left. But yeah, y'all got it from here. Thank you for your service.
Of course.
See ya. Happy Pride.
Happy Pride, Dan.
Lol.
Get out of here. Leave.
All right, man. We did it. It took a while. The takeover is here.
Look, let me just let you guys know we're trying to build a school, so we need donations.
Yes. We're trying to build a school. We're going to have our own curriculum.
We're trying to build a school for Black boys. And that's my doctor.
It literally took us what, 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
Now here's my question, Caesar. Did you look at the rundown in Discord?
I have it right here. It's right here on my right.
And are you able to
Bam.
I'm just asking.
Bam. Unlike you, yes, Vanderpump Rules, and I will be reading the chat. I love the chat. I am the chat. I'm born in the chat. When I'm not on the show, I'm in there wilding with the people. So don't worry, guys. I see you in there. I have the breakdown here. I can present. I know how to share screen. I have 3 monitors. Bam is still stuck on his 14-inch laptop, and we're working through things here. So we got a monitor set up. We'll be sharing. But first, Bam, have you been following the New York mayor debate? Did you watch any of it at all?
No, I live in California, but I do see that we got that cold open cracking.
Oh. Really? All right. Well, Dan wants to hit us with a cold open. I mean, I thought this was my show, but okay. Let me go ahead and.
I guess it's not cold anymore, but.
Okay. Let's pull this up right here. I don't want you guys to see all my other docs.
Oh, interesting. Uh-oh, guys. How's everybody doing though in the chat? We got Aaron in the chat, Pinker Bill, Mo Nope,
I don't know how to pronounce that for real. We got this beautiful young fella, Mr. A. Yeah, Pinkerbell. It's a lukewarm open. You know, we've been talking a little bit, and once Caesar get it up, I'll shut up. But you know, we really got the three most important people in the chat right now, for real. I mean, I feel like Aaron and Pinkerbell is like the big day ones, and like Mo is like right after that.
Okay. I don't want to get yelled at right now. I really don't. I really don't. Okay.
You're not gonna get yelled at by me, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's not working?
Yeah, I've done it 3 times.
Oh, it's not showing on the screen though.
No.
Okay, Mo. All right, Mo. We'll do Mo. Now there's a thing that I have here that says add to stage. Should I do that?
Why do you have the power and I can't do that? What the hell? Yeah, do that. Add to stage. Thank you, Bam. I guess I didn't get the powers I was promised.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
we have it here for us. Let's take a look at one of the NYC mayor candidate. I don't want to say his name wrong. Zahran Mamdani. Okay, Bam flexing.
Is that my campaign, the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo, is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump in D.C. I don't have to pick up the phone from Bill Ackman or Ken Langone. I have to pick up the phone for the more than 20,000 New Yorkers who contributed an average donation of about $80 to break fundraising records and put our campaign in second place.
Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter.
Like Dan would do, he would pause at a time like this. I know it says play through, but I know Dan doesn't listen to the notes. He would just pause right now. Bam, before we continue this, what's your opinion on Zohran? What do you think about him?
Well, see, isn't it a YouTube short? Can we just get the rest?
Well, then you can keep it short. So please, what do you think about Zohran?
Okay, all right. Well, you know, I appreciate what he's saying. You know, he's making it very clear that as of right now, the powers that be don't own him. Now, I'm gonna keep it a stack and a half.
Please keep it a buck here. Dan's not here. You can be honest now.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. Dan in here trying to correct you. I always let the cold opens. Dan, it's not a cold open anymore. And also go watch something else.
Anybody says I always do it, never does it. Go ahead.
I'll say this. Now, once let's say Mr. Mamdani becomes the mayor, maybe gets another term.
Inshallah.
I don't know. I don't know what that's gonna look like because New York is a big city. You know, there's a lot of powerful players. But as of right now, he's not answering to those people. And I think that's a great hand to play. But I do want to see what Mr. Cuomo has to say.
Okay. Thank you.
He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed.
Can you rewind a little bit?
That's all. Our campaign in second place.
Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter. He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills. That's all he's done. He has no experience with Washington, no experience in New York City.
Look, it's true that I don't have experience with corrupt Trump billionaires who are funding my campaign. I don't have experience with party politics and insider consultants. I do have experience, however, with winning $450 million in debt relief for thousands of working class taxi drivers and actually delivering it to the working class people I claim. The difference between myself and
Okay, so we're seeing that bars were dropped. Bars are being dropped, and I had an opportunity to watch about like 40 minutes of this debate. Now, I don't care about New York City, not the people, but just the city itself, because I'm from LA. You know, LA County.
Excuse me?
LA County.
People know what Long Beach is. People know what Long Beach is.
I'm from City by the Sea, LBC. If you already know, that's me. The only thing I liked about New York was Fabulous before I found out about his charges. So watching this, I want to say before we, kind of move into the next part of it, which will be, I think, some clips discussing the debate that we watched. Really enjoyed the debate, the debate style of Zohran. Like he was answering questions. He was direct. His tone was even. He was dropping bars. It wasn't just selling dreams. He was coming with facts and dropping bars, which when you watch the stage, it's crazy how rare it is. But I will say, some other people in there kind of impressed me too. A couple people, I was like, wait, I know Zahara's getting the love right now, and I like him too. But a couple people there, I was like, not bad. Something to work with here. Maybe that's gonna be attributed with some hate, but it's all good. Dance not here. I can say what I want. Pinkerbell says the power we're reporting on is the power not given to C's. Exactly. That is the issue here. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna speak, but Caesar, check the WhatsApp while I'm talking. I liked what Mr. Mamdani said, and Cuomo is a seasoned politician, but it's interesting. No, you know what? I think it's interesting actually because, this is a mayor, and obviously it's New York City. It's the biggest city. It's New York. It's a big power center, but it's interesting to see Cuomo tying the New York City mayorship with Washington. I don't know of too many cities that people in a mayoral debate would be doing that. So it kind of shows that there might be some more corruption or backdoor stuff going on, because Cuomo was even saying it himself, having been was that for the governor or the mayor? I forgot.
Cuomo? Cuomo was the mayor. Wasn't he the mayor?
Why do I feel like
he was? No. He was the governor. He was the governor.
So maybe he's thinking of him being governor, but I don't know. But I mean, I think what Cuomo is I'm gonna be honest. I don't want Cuomo to win in that situation. I want the most progressive person to win. Yeah. But what he was saying back to Mamdani is he's saying well, that's cool, but I've been doing this, and I have the experience. I know what to do, and these people are gonna he's basically saying that stuff that you're talking about is cute, but but that's not how it works on the big stage. That's what Cuomo's saying to me.
It's a great point to watch on a short, but I think when we watch some more clips, I think you're gonna feel a little bit differently about it. Cuomo was doing a lot of slipping, dodging, and ducking, not answering questions. Honestly, he was giving a lot of Republican energy on this debate stage. Andrew Cuomo. That's surprising. And honestly, another thing I say, Cuomo kind of fell off too. I feel like he had a lot more swagger back in the day, a little more charisma about him. He's looking a little dried up, a little tired. Been in the game a long time, and I think energy is something that's different too. The energy was a little bit different. It looked like, if you were an assessment of it before we kind of watched, was it's like an old shark. Everybody else is kind of young and hungry and kind of ready to go for it. And when a lot of people around you have that energy, they really want this and they want to show what they're about and prove something, people kind of really vibe off that. And if you're not able to hit it back, then I think you're going to take some points. And yes, Aaron, the key part of the debate was the enormous ribbon. One person was rocking the biggest yellow ribbon on their suit ever seen in history. The yellow ribbon was crazy. But yeah.
Dan is in the chat doing racial slurs, but I'll say this. I think I'm not going to put it on the screen though, but where's Bad Lefty? Because he would call him out. I'll say this. I could see Governor Cuomo's swag falling off after he saw his brother Chris Cuomo damn near about to beat that dude's ass for calling him Fredo at that bar or whatever. Now, look, guys, I'm no Cuomo fan here. I'm not that guy for real. But when that guy called Chris Cuomo Fredo and Chris Cuomo's muscles started bulging, he was like, "What'd you call me?"
He did stand on business.
He stood on biznaps. I was like, damn, dog, that real New York shit came out of him. And as Dan said, that real Guido came out of him.
The real Guido came out. The Jersey Shore couldn't help but show up right there. The Long Island was very real, but
yes. And that dude,
it's a shame he didn't do it for the people though.
That dude who said that, he backed down so hard. I was like, I gotta respect that. We also need to know what Caesar's eating right now. Also, he's drinking Kool-Aid, but what is Caesar? What you eating, dog?
I was having some. That's a very boring snack. Obviously Dan doesn't allow lunch breaks or anything, and dinner. So I had a yogurt and oats because I'm trying to be a skinny bitch this summer. So
okay, but no, but just the one last thing before.
Now I'm following the timeline.
Wait, just one last thing before you go.
Mm-hmm.
Remind me, since you said skinny, remind me to talk about later on Brazil China BYD scandal. Remind me to talk about that. But go ahead.
Cool. I didn't know this frame was going to be so wide, and you guys are seeing my broom in the background. I'm kind of pissed about that, but it's okay. Power report. I have another clip. This was dropped in here. Don't yell at me. I'm just following the clip order right now. Before you present that, let's see what Pinkerbell says. Okay, I'm from rural Texas, so maybe this is a dub question. It is a dub city question, but also a dumb question. Is what you're saying? It probably isn't. But isn't mayor of NYC a demotion from governor NY, or is it one of those things where in New York City, so it's different? I was gonna make that joke earlier that he's applying for a role that he's technically supposed to be overqualified for. So technically, you kind of fell off. But because New York and the state and the city are the same name, I think he gets a pass on this one. Maybe he didn't know it was city. Maybe he just saw New York and he just pressed the box to apply. He didn't know, dog. So he just kind of went for it.
Yeah, I would say it is a bit of a demotion, but at the same time, like
New York City is a big enough city where it kind of goes all good though.
Yeah, but maybe it's not, because when you are the governor of New York, do you have to live in Albany? That sucks.
Okay, I have a question for you. Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
Well, if you're the mayor, then you get to live in at least you get to live in the city or Jersey City, maybe. But I think if you're the governor, you got to live in Albany. So
are you more legit if you're the governor of Illinois or the mayor of Chicago? I feel like the mayor of Chicago, you kind of get a little more than the governor of Illinois. Illinois. People here can't even name two cities. Springfield?
If you're the mayor of Chicago, there's a much higher chance you're going to get locked up.
Okay, you can present this next slide. This is in order. I don't know if it's the same thing, but we're just gonna play it because it was in the. I'm following the rules here. I'm just following the rules.
Is this another short? I think this is the same short.
It says Como spews BS on political regrets.
Let's go.
I'm just following.
Between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not fun.
Is that the same clip?
That is the same clip, sir.
Cool, all good. I'm getting set up here. I have another one. I'm sharing this tab instead. Bam, why don't you go ahead and drop this article here for us? Headline: NYC mayoral hopefuls target Cuomo in first Democratic debate. And like I said earlier, this was the sharks were smelling blood in the water. They was coming after Cuomo. They was ready. A lot of solid lineup. 1,500 people on the stage. 1,500 moderators. It was a busy stage.
But you watched it.
I did watch it. If I were to expand upon it, I'd probably say my favorites, my top three. If I were to give my top three from this debate, I think number one, Zohan. He did ult. He went crazy. I love that his approach to questions was very. It was very honest, and especially when the moderators were asking some real goofy questions. Like I remember one moderator asked, if you're the mayor, will you be visiting Israel? And the comments are like, why the hell do I care if he's going to Israel? You better stay your ass in New York. It was a very funny comment section.
I think that's actually a good question, because New York is it's like the Israel of America.
Amen.
No, I mean, there's a lot of Jewish people in New York, so I think that is. I don't know about the Jewish population of New York as a voting bloc. I would imagine it is skews to the left, of the spectrum, but that is and I don't know, but at the same time, I don't know how homogenous it is. I would imagine they vote however they feel like, and certain communities probably don't even vote. But that is a constituency that I would imagine you do have to court a little bit. I would imagine that. I don't know.
I I thought the response was fair. It was very much
how did he respond?
He responded basically saying that I'm here to serve not only the Jewish people but all different backgrounds here in New York. That's my primary objective. I'm not, and he did not commit or say he was going to take a trip to visit Israel. He said that he was deeming his responsibility in the city of New York, and I think that's a good answer. I think if he said a hell no or something, it'd be very explosive. I think that was a good answer because it would make people feel more reassured. Bam, I think you can just kind of leave it like this, and I can actually tab and switch things to share. You don't even have to switch off of this present screen. I can actually switch.
Well,
we're good.
I'll say this.
Dan, I did see Dan's comment saying that they were different clips.
Dan, get out of here. Dan, we don't even care. Dan, we're gonna start showing basketball clips in a second.
Yeah. Let's talk about Indiana Pacers.
I'll say this. Bill de Blasio, while he was mayor of New York, did visit Israel in 2015.
What, 2015? Damn. So last time, what, Eric Adams go to Israel?
I do feel like he did. But let's see.
Sean in the chat. Big Sean in the chat.
Yeah, 2023. Eric Adams visited Israel.
Okay, well, Zoran, big dog, you're gonna pull up on Tel Aviv. It is what it is. You're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to catch a Maccabi Tel Aviv basketball game. You're gonna have to go pull up. Have some good food and smile and handshake and then leave. Okay, that's what you're gonna have to do. That's the job.
Yeah, I don't know. But going back to it, I think that's a good question.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say this, like,
I think it's a ridiculous precedent, but I think you're right about being a good question. In a grand scheme of things, it's very dumb in a way. Like, this guy is the mayor of New York. Like, we are the New York people will be paying for that flight to Israel.
Right.
So it's like people will probably rather the funds be allocated towards running New York City, but it is what it is. That's the politics. That's the game, baby.
Well, I'll say. Let me just. Aaron said that Mamdani is allegedly polling just behind Cuomo with Jewish people, which is not bad because Cuomo has a name, and also this dude has like a Muslim name, kind of. But I'll say this. I mentioned this.
I did see him rocking a thobe. That was kind of fresh.
I mentioned this like maybe a few times ago on Power Report. I think last time Sandy was here. Like, America is already Israel. Okay? Like, what Israel's doing now or has done in the last 70 years, America did that already.
Yeah.
So America isn't better than Israel. Like, if you are a politician on stolen genocide slave land off the rip. So
Israel's trying to get it done.
Him going to Israel ain't like the worst moral thing ever, because it's like you already live in the worst country. America is worse than Israel. So
and I think it is important regardless, and I think especially as a progressive candidate, I think the biggest thing you can do to move progressive politics forward and socialism, etc., is to show people that you're not above going to contentious, hostile, etc. places. It's not like you're above it or you're scared of it. You need to go and show face, because if it does, blow up or something, you got to think if you can work it right or works right, the Americans will have it back because you are representing America. So I think people can be running away where they can have your back as long as you don't sell out. You up?
I wouldn't be mad if he could go to Israel and tell somebody like, yeah, y'all are on some bullshit out here.
Yeah, he could go and be like, I respect this culture and everything the things are going on, but I don't like what you guys are doing, and I think it's unfair. I'd be like, all right, well, sure. He said over there. He's not gonna say it over there, but if he did, I'd be like, damn, he's real.
Yeah, I hope you make it out. But yeah, let's get some more clips of this mayoral debate. I think we got in there. Mr. Producer sees on the fly with the gamer headset on.
Yeah, you know, we're locked in right now, doing 360 no scopes.
Funded by the very billionaires who put Donald Trump
Sir,
in
that
DC.
is the same clip
I
we
don't have to pick up
played before.
Yes, it is different.
the phone from Bill Ackman or Ken Langone. I have to pick up the phone for the more than 20,000 New Yorkers who contributed an average donation of about $80 to break fundraising records and put our campaign in second place.
Donald Trump would.
Before Kumo goes, I do like a power to the people approach. Yes, you got that buku money, but I got the people's money. At the end of the day, I got the people put their money because they believe in me, and that that's a good one because you can't really trash that because those are delegates. Those are people. I mean, those are people that are going to vote. They're potential voters.
Is this the ribbon you guys were talking about on his lapel?
No,
shirt?
this is how a ribbon's supposed to look like. Oh, you're gonna see the ribbon.
Somebody else had a bigger.
Somebody else had a ribbon the size of the goddamn tie. It was crazy.
Now here's my question.
I need to find that meme of him of the ribbon. Go ahead.
Okay, Dan.
I guess it must be a cancer when you sit in his seat. you just turn into it. I'm like,
now, is this yellow ribbon on behalf of the Israeli hostages, or is it for Catalan independence? We'll never know.
I don't want to really know the answer, but I want to know the answer. You know what I mean?
We'll never know.
I have, and just to give you a reference, Bam, I know you want to know what we're talking about here. Here is the ribbon we're talking about. That is the ribbon. So this is the person that was a key figure in the debate. This is the ribbon. So it was a big issue. It was a big ribbon. And that's all I took from this gentleman speaking. I just saw ribbon the whole time, along with the rest of New York and I guess America. But
that's hilarious.
Let's I'm having a lot of fun flipping tabs here. All right, here we go. Let's hear Cuomo, Bam's favorite former governor, Andrew Cuomo.
And put our campaign in second place.
Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mondami like a hot knife through butter. He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills. That's all he's done. He has no experience with Washington, no experience in New York City.
Look, it's true that I don't have experience with corrupt Trump billionaires who are funding my campaign. I don't have experience with party politics and insider consultants. I do have experience, however, with winning $450 million in debt relief for thousands.
Cool, it was the same clip. Anyways, yeah, so we were right about that. It was the same clip. Ribbon guy showed up and was like, mine's bigger. He should have said that. He's like, I don't really know how much Cuomo really cares about New York. Look how tiny his damn ribbon is. I'd have been like, damn, you know what? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
I'd be more interested in like the Seattle debate for mayor. Or like
right now you care about New York. New York is bigger than Seattle, I guess. So we have to discuss New York. It's important. They would probably talk about the LA one too, which I don't think they would, but yeah. I don't really want to go through this article. Do I have to? Is that the rules?
No, let's go to the AOC.
Okay, let's do it. I'll pop it up right here for us. Okay. Big news. Dan kind of did a slight here, but Dan says AOC finally backs Zaharan. I heard the finally in there.
That's Sachi.
Sir, Sachi said finally. Sachi, I'm gonna have to have you relax on talking about AOC. Like, this is not a safe space for you to talk like that, okay? Relax. She did do the endorsement. I did also see that she has like a secondary endorsement for the other candidate. What's her name? Marion? Is it Marion her name? I can't remember her name. I feel bad. Anybody know?
Where's Bad Lefty when you need him? Bad Lefty.
Bad Lefty. The one time I host Bad Lefty not even here. I don't. That's crazy. That's what I bet Trump had something to do with that. There's no way.
Wait, I think I saw it. Go down a little bit again. No.
Here, Adrienne Adams. Adrienne Adams. She was also in a debate. Was pretty solid. So she also. But yeah. AOC backs Zaharan. I think. And she did the whole, meme of rocket to the moon. This is the to the moon endorsement. This is big, obviously big names. But to me, like if we're talking about normie American voter, obviously this is gonna do good for him probably on the left adjacent side. But I think overall, I don't think this is surprising considering his progressive politics. It's something where you're like, you would be like, oh yeah, well that makes sense more than like, oh okay, in my opinion at least. So yeah, so you got that backing. Did you want me to kind of look through this a little bit? It looks like she did do she said she will rank after him Adrian Adams, Brad Lander, Scott Stringer, Zelnor Myrie. I hope I'm saying that right. In that order after Mamdani. I wish I could look at what was the name of the people on the stage. Okay, yeah. I don't know if this is going to be an issue in the chat, but I kind of really enjoyed hearing from Michael Blake. Michael Blake, Bam, you're muted.
I said, why would that be an issue?
I don't know. I don't know his politics very well. I don't know a ton about him. I liked his retorts. I liked his conversation. I would say, as good as Zahran did, I would say that Michael Blake also gave me a lot of. I liked his position on things, and I think that he kind of. I don't know. I don't want to say piggyback because maybe he's already had these viewpoints. It felt like honestly, okay, I'll say the big W for Zahran is that the stage wasn't everybody being massively divisive on his progressive politics. A couple of some of the goofy, like the hedge manager guy, the hedge funds dude, the ribbon man was making a lot of disses towards Zahran, but honestly, he was kind of really the only one kind of going for him. Like, so he was kind of in a safe space and allowed Zahran to kind of pop off more and Michael Blake to kind of really show their stuff and kind of position them. And Michael Blake, I think, seemed to be much more friendly with the other candidates, which some people like that kind of stuff. You know, they're like, oh, like they all kind of like him too a little bit. So, but when there was contention for Zahran, there wasn't as much contention towards Michael Blake. So I think that's a benefit for him. I'm not saying it's a benefit overall, but it felt like a net benefit for him. And I like the stuff he was saying. So hopefully I can pull up a clip here too.
Now, here's the question. Aaron is saying that he wasn't bad to look at. Would you agree that he was handsome?
He was a handsome man, a tall, bald, handsome man. And I will, I want to, let me, how about Bam? How about you read the chat a little bit? I'm going to pull up a clip real quick. I'm going to pull a Dan mode right now. I'm going to pull up another clip here from the debate. That is Beckman.
Okay. Aaron watched the debate on Hassan's stream. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's really funny because I I'm over here reading about Brazil and Bahia suing BYD and stuff. I'm over here thinking that that's big news. I'm like, oh, damn, that's interesting. You know, the BRICS countries having beef and stuff. Oh, and I was supposed to be
you
watching.
Just wanted to hear about the forest getting torn down.
I'm over here. I'm supposed to be watching the New York City mayor debate. What? But no.
I have a clip here. I'm gonna have to share.
Okay, go drop that clip.
I'm gonna drop this young clip right here. Okay, stop telling me it's easier to share with two monitors. I literally know that. All right, so Bam, why don't you go ahead and present for your boy right there?
Ask nicely, no, I'm joking.
please, and thank you.
This debate stage tonight as the Democratic candidates who want to be the next mayor of New York squared off.
And while they disagreed on topics like immigration and affordable housing, many were in unison on attacking the frontrunner, Andrew Cuomo.
Oh yeah, it was like let's get after Cuomo, which I'm down for. I'm down because if he's talking about I got all this experience and this and this and this, well, buddy, then let's see how you do when you get the hands thrown at you. Let's see how it goes.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Einiger is here with what the candidates did
Okay,
and
production
did not
crew.
say tonight. Josh?
Well, Sade and Mike with incumbent
a crazy shot.
Mayor Eric Adams renouncing his ties to the Democratic Party and running as an independent. The crowded primary field is now topped by a different familiar face on a comeback tour.
Pause it.
Tonight, 8 rivals.
I'm not loving this guy's last name. I'm not loving this guy's last name right now.
What do you mean? I want you to. How do you say that name?
I'm not loving this guy's
Niger?
last name because
Niger.
He got it really bad, or
Do you ever think anybody put 2 G's when they spelled his last name?
he was doing it himself. like
Dude,
I
what
really,
if his name was 2Gs and he changed it legally? He's like,
I
can't be
really
going on
hope
this.
he didn't do a Halloween costume with blackface. I really hope he didn't do that and just like I came as myself. Like I really hope he did not do that, Mr. Josh Einiger.
This is totally unrelated, but I do have a random person in the chat dropped a picture of his Halloween outfit. Crazy. I was like, dude, what the hell, dog? That was you? Anyways, that was Josh right there, you guys.
With
All right.
varying degrees
That's
of
BBC, so you can't get mad at me.
prominence tried to topple former Governor Andrew Cuomo.
One of my regrets is having trusted the leaders within our own party, leaders like Andrew Cuomo.
From almost the first.
Oh, there was actually a funny part about Bam left, literally homophobic. Wait, I just noticed this dude's shoes. Did anybody see his shoes? No one brought up this man rocking sneaks on stage. What
Okay,
the hell?
okay, Caesar. If you don't, you literally are turning to Dan. Play the damn clip.
Okay, but the dude's rocking sneaks.
Moment of this chaotic debate.
The people who don't feel safe are young women, mothers, and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City.
It was open season.
Wait, go back. Let me hear that one again.
Prominence tried to topple former Governor Andrew Cuomo.
Big Josh.
One of my regrets is having trusted the leaders within our own party, leaders like Andrew Cuomo.
From almost the first moment of this chaotic debate.
The people who don't feel safe are young women, mothers, and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City.
Michael Blake was not playing around. Said he keep watch after your grannies around Andrew Cuomo. He don't play around. He had multiple allegations, multiple workplace sexual harassment allegations, and went to trial, I believe, for one as well too.
Is he getting his Wayne Rooney on? What's going on here?
He was getting his Roon dog on.
Was open season.
It's not only that Andrew Cuomo lied to Congress.
Hated this guy. Sorry.
Which is perjury. He also lied to the grieving families whose loved ones he sent into those nursing homes to protect his $5 million book deal.
On one man.
Andrew Cuomo has the nerve to talk about defund when he signed the bail reform bill with loopholes that you didn't even read.
No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No regrets when it comes to slow walking PPE and vaccinations in the season of COVID to Black and brown communities. Really, no regrets.
Andrew Cuomo, the former governor and current mayoral frontrunner, spent the night parrying attacks from many of the 8 other Democrats on stage, all vying for the party's nomination. Though Cuomo targeted really only one, State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani, the only challenger.
Had an agenda because Zohran's popping off.
To break through in the polls.
Donald Trump would go through Mr. Mamdani like a hot knife through butter. He's been in government 27 minutes. He passed 3 bills.
And so it went for 2 hours tonight as moderators steered the conversation through a wide range of city issues, from housing to public safety to dealing with Donald Trump. Though, because all those candidates had just 30 seconds to respond,
Helicopter
they often simply focused on the frontrunner.
And the difference between myself and Andrew Cuomo is that my campaign is not funded by the very billionaires who put
undercount nursing home deaths.
Cuomo resigned as governor in the face of a sexual harassment scandal, though he has denied any actual wrongdoing, and he's been criticized for requiring nursing homes to take on COVID patients.
In terms of the rate of deaths in nursing homes, New York is number 38 out of 50. Number 38. Only 12 states had a lower rate of death. Which is really something when you consider that we had it first and worse than anyone else.
It's really, I just want to say, this to me was like such a crazy line, because it was like, you know, when like you kind of get when you get a bad grade in school and you come home and your parents get the paper and they're like, why the hell did you get a D on this class? You're like, look, I got a D on this test, but it's really crazy, Mom. Everybody got a D. Everybody got a D. Like, everybody got a fucking D. But I got like a D plus. So like the homies got like 57s, but I got a 68. So I almost got a C. So like the 12 other states were kind of way trash than us. So I mean, like, we weren't like the worst. It's just, this is not a hill to die on or to combat, and this is not parrying an attack, in my opinion. But it is what it is.
The candidates have real differences on many of the issues, but like the race as a whole, much time was spent bickering rather than breaking through.
Kids, it's grown-up time, so just give me a second.
By the way, one name that rarely came up on stage tonight was Eric Adams, who, as an independent, will now run in a three-way general election against one of those people on stage tonight and whoever wins the Republican primary. The Democratic primary, by the way, happens just under 3 weeks from now. Early voting gets underway June.
Yeah, sure. And we also heard that Eric Adams's vice mayor, whatever, is going to be a Russian, right? A Russian Russian that paid him off. Was it that he got in trouble for, like a Russian spy or something? Didn't he get paid off by somebody? Was it Turkish? What was it they got in trouble for?
It was Eric Adams was Turkey.
Yeah, Turkish. A Turkish diplomat's going to be running alongside Eric Adams to help him out on this independent campaign. We're really excited to hear about that. Eric Adams is my forever mayor. Yeah. You can have all the mayors you want, but I only know Eric Adams. That's the only person I know. He did go on Breakfast Club like 3 times. That's an all-time record.
I'm just wondering who Josh Einiger is voting for.
I already showed you who he is. I don't know why you want me to show you again, but I can show you again. Josh Einiger. We all know who he is. I don't like saying his name. Yeah. So that was a little bit of the debate. I kind of want to show you a little bit of Mark Blake, but I got to show to.
I got to look at him.
Also, yeah, Mark Blake.
Also, you're wearing your gaming headphones. Don't be dropping random F bombs like you're playing Apex or something.
Okay. All right. Sorry, freak it. I'm freaking it right now. Dan is dropping X links. This is crazy. All right. I'm pulling up an X link right now because we're gonna move on to the next discussion. I know we love talking about 2 hours of NYC mayoral race debates. Woo, that was fun. But we already know Eric Adams is gonna win anyways. I don't know if you caught the news, Bam. The girlies are fighting. The girlies are fighting. They're throwing hands. Their nails are flying everywhere. And it feels like we talked about this happening. It feels oddly like no way this can last. Too many petty people in one room. And they didn't just start fighting. It's like full on divorce. Like it's not like, oh, I put some money in. I'm going to hold out, but I'm going to throw a little shade. It was like, fuck it. Let's ball. And that's what's going. Sorry, freak it. Let's ball. So I got another link here. I got an x.com.
Stupid.
I'm just hating that I gotta go on x.com. I hate that I gotta go x.com. I'm sorry. Let me share this link, and I need Bam to approve it. It's an approval process here, I guess. Even though Dan reset it, I'm just bothering so Dan can fix that. Bug him. Yeah. So Elon tweeted. I can't believe I'm reading an Elon tweet. Sorry, I can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. That is from Elon Musk. And like Pinkerbell said, we are hearing this from Elon, who is the most divorced man in America. It is. How have you followed any of the trades, the war that's been going on?
Oh yeah, we saw Elon coming out against that bill, against the big beautiful bill, as
big beautiful,
as Trump was calling it. But I think that he's against it for like his own reasons. Like he's saying stuff about the deficit, whatever. But I feel like there's things about it that he like a personal thing for like his billionaire self. Like he's not against the bill for the people. You know what I mean? Like he's against the bill for himself. And I don't know what exactly he thought. Like this is the thing. Like this bill is what Trump getting elected. Like this is what's happening next. Like it is a deficit raising tax deduction for the wealthy. Like that's what's going to happen when Trump gets elected. No, guys, Palestine's not going to get free when Trump gets elected. No, guess what? Oh yeah, the United States is still vetoing United Nations resolutions, just like they were when Biden was president. Literally, the doctors are saying that it's the worst time ever in Gaza. I know that he was supposed to be different than Biden, but he's not. And so he got elected, and this is what happens. They passed the bill for the billionaires, but there's something in the bill or things in the bill that Elon is against personally.
But would you think that personally one of the bills is that it rewrites some of the electric saving government spending initiatives?
Well, okay.
That was amounting to billions per year.
Well, that's interesting because I was seeing, maybe months ago or weeks, or I don't know how long it was ago, that even Elon was saying that he didn't really care, or he was like, didn't care if the federal like rebates or whatever happened for electric cars. So I don't really know if that was like the biggest issue. I genuinely don't know, because I remember reading about that some time ago, that he was not like pushing for like more benefits for Teslas, like the cars. So I don't know exactly. It could have still been that, but I don't know.
Yeah, and there was a lot. I mean, Elon decided to go full I hate my ex-girlfriend mode and just started mass tweeting about Trump like crazy. Luckily, I'm not on. Now, this is the time I do wish I was on Twitter because that'd be fun to see that. But along the lines, I did see him discuss that, and then him refute saying, I don't really care about it. I mean, it's funny you want to, take away this, but you spend so much money on oil, etc. He was like kind of playing this game again, like he's coming back to be the moderate Democrat or something. Elon was dropping some sneak diss and saying, without me, Trump would have lost the election, Dems would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate.
What, Caesar? That's not a sneak diss.
Sorry. He was dropping a diss. So there was that. Also, now, people are saying this is a big bomb. I don't think this is that big of a bomb to me. Time to drop the real big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason why they have not made public. Have a nice day, DJT! Exclamation point.
Now, anybody who knows anything, like, okay, actually, let's break this down. Let's break this down.
Let's break it down.
What is an Epstein file? I don't know what the Epstein file means. Like, I don't know what that thing is. But what I do know is that Donald Trump was very friendly with Jeffrey Epstein. Does that mean, do I know that means that they were committing those crimes together? I don't know that. But they were friendly, and whatever those files have in them, basically, what's his name? Patel, the FBI dude, and some other guy, Bongino or whatever.
Don't say Bongino like
that. They've come out and gone against like all their QAnon narrative before, and they have said that Epstein killed himself. And basically, there's nothing to see here with the Epstein files. Like, they both have done that. I don't know if that's the case. Like, I don't know, because I just like I'm not into conspiracy theory like that. But the fact is that Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were friendly.
And if anybody follows Star Wars,
let me say, actually, let me just include this actually, because I always forget this. Not only were they friendly, when Ghislaine Maxwell went to trial, Donald Trump publicly wished her luck. Publicly, he said that. He didn't say nothing about what these QAnon people think. Like, oh, she's a trafficker. No, he basically was like, good luck to her. Like, he didn't have nothing about her being a terrible person or anything like that.
I want to say also, Sachi did drop literally a truthsocial.com link for me to click on. This has never entered my browser in my life. And I know, Dan, just know you can never say I don't love you for this, okay? Truthsocial.com has entered my browser history for the first time ever. Far worse things happened before. Anyways, so we're here. I have Donald Trump's response to this. And I'll share this, and then I'll have a little clip too to show what Donald Trump said to the media. A little 2-minute clip that I will pause in the middle because I'm on full Dan mode. Donald Trump says Elon was wearing thin when I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he went crazy. Apart from this, Elon was talking about Trump was talking about Elon having a black eye, and a lot of funny little comments about it's messy. The girls are fighting. There can only be one Sith, so someone's trying to eat the other one and get rid of the other one. We all know the Star Wars lore. We probably don't, but I said it anyways. I'm going to share this little clip here of Donald speaking about Elon Musty.
Now, definitely a little bit ago, Donald Trump was saying, I love Tesla.
Yeah, he did say he loves a good Tesla. He could have even said Tesla. All of that would have been accepted. But yes, he did say he loved it. He said he was going to buy one and nobody wanted, but he put 4 Teslas in the front of the White House and said they're great cars. So do we want them or not? Okay, Aaron then said, you definitely have a computer virus now. Sees, yes, I do. And Alex Jones has been a real disappointment lately. Wait, what's going on with Alex Jones?
Well, it's disappointing because he was riding around in a freaking cyber truck. I'm like, really, dude? Like,
I did see a tweet or a picture of a tweet that was like, man, this sucks. Like, libs are burning my Tesla. MAGA's burning my Tesla. Like, everybody's coming together to burn Teslas now. So, bad time to own a Tesla. Let's hear from, unfortunately, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and which was a lot of money for electric vehicles, and they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles, and they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. And Elon knew this from the beginning. I can understand why he's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk, and even with the black eye, I said, do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup. But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting and very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship.
That wasn't English.
I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best thing. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars. And it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different, and I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody, and he never had a problem until right after he left.
Yes, famously in America, extremely difficult to get gas cars. People really are like, where'd the gas cars go, man? And they put too much electric out here. I can't buy a gas car. A big struggle in America, according to Mr. Trump. Anything to say on that, Bam? Some of the dissing there talking about the black eye and.
Well, I mean, Elon's talking about you being in the Epstein files. Now, granted, this isn't 2018 anymore. You okay?
Yeah, I think my cat is deceased for 5 minutes.
The dishes is falling over in the sink. You didn't wash those.
I've dishwasher.
Excuse me. Elon, granted, it's not 2018 when QAnon was like at its height, like 2019, 18.
QAnon fell off.
QAnon fell off completely, but Elon is trying to Elon is like hedging his bet in that like the conspiracy people believe in him more than they believe in Trump. So he's throwing that Epstein thing out there because the conspiracy world became like slaves of Donald Trump. So what he's trying to do is like, I'm going to throw this out there to see if these people will like not believe in you anymore and like either believe in me or just like not believe in you anymore. Now, what could Trump possibly do other than to just ignore it? Or like I've seen, I don't know how true it is or if it's rumors or what, or go for Elon's government contracts. Now, if Trump takes away Elon's government contracts and starts funding NASA more, I'll be like, that's a good one. but what he would probably do is just like stop giving the money to Elon and also say fuck NASA.
No, what would a rare Trump W would be defund Elon, fund NASA. What a probably Trump move would be defund Elon, fund Blue Orbit Bezos. That's probably what we're doing.
Exactly.
But if it was a Trump W, that's what people, we don't get those kind of W's around here. Also, I did hate that when Elon was asked about his black eye, I hate that he said it was like his 3-year-old kid that hit him in the face. I kind of wish you said something like, oh yeah, somebody tried to burn my Tesla, I had to throw hands. I'm like, okay, well, he got out there and mixed it up, but he doesn't know how to be cool because he pays to get carried on video games. And once you do that, man, it's just like, you don't really have the sauce, do you?
He's no Chris Cuomo.
He's no Chris Cuomo. Yeah, you're right.
Tinkerbell says Elon's brother is in the files.
Yes.
I don't know.
I did see Elon's daughter did a podcast recently. She seems really cool. The one that was dissing the hell out of him and calling him a loser. She seems really cool on Wine about it. So that was a random thing I just said for no reason.
All right. Somebody says Caesar's in the files too.
Mr. A, can we get a ban on Mr. A? Where's Bad Lefty? Literally not working the day I'm hosting. Yeah, ban Mr. A. So let's move along here. Am I going too fast? I don't know. I feel like should I slow it down?
No, you're doing great.
I can slow it down, Bam.
No, you're doing good.
You know what? How about this, Bam? Hop on. Let's just play some Apex, and we'll just stream Apex Legends. Anyway, so next here we're gonna talk about Johnny Ernst's cruel remarks on the Medicaid cuts. Have you heard about the Medicaid cuts they're discussing recently?
I've never heard of Joni Ernst in my life.
Either, but she is a senator, so.
Okay, from where?
I feel like it's Iowa.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so what I'm looking at here, we have another beautiful moment of these Republicans are going and doing everything they can to make your life miserable. But the best part about this, which is not a good thing, is when they have to go to a town hall and everybody hates it. Everybody hates it. Everybody's coming at them. But at the same time, I'm like, that's crazy because this is a room full of voters. So I just see a room full of idiots. Yeah, so I have a clip here to share. Oh, Sean's in the chat. Mr. 8 minutes. Yeah, Sean, Ben, Mr. 8, please. We need to bring out, we need to do a Pro Clubs stream. Everybody can see my character, which is named John McCain. Yeah, that's, my political stance. We have a clip here from the AP.
Shall I?
About the corrections in this reconciliation bill. Again, it's corrections.
Let me rewind a little bit just in case we get some context in the view, sorry.
And he's been very clear about it. He's been good about it. In 4 months, he's made it in.
When we're talking about the corrections in this reconciliation bill, again, it's corrections of overpayments and people that have not been eligible for these programs by law as it is currently written. So when you are arguing...
No cheering. No cheering in the crowd. The crowd goes hush. Maybe because they were upset they saw a Dasani water bottle. I don't know what the people were upset about. But Medicaid cuts have been a contentious issue in America, especially recently. I can't believe the Republicans are running this when a lot of their constituents are older and nearing retirement age. So it's a little crazy to take this stance.
Well, no. What's crazier is that they keep voting Republican, and every single Republican runs on cutting Medicaid. Yeah. Now, ask yourself why. Ask yourself why they still vote Republican.
See,
is there something they care more about than their Medicare her
Yeah, not
Medicaid.
seeing a black woman as president. Okay.
When you're arguing about illegals that are receiving Medicaid benefits, 1.4 million, 1.4, they are not eligible, so they will be coming off. So people are not, well, we all are going to die. So, for heaven's sake.
Just like this is crazy. Like when I heard this clip, I was like, okay, like this is like to me. I think she just had like the smile on her face is like ultimate crash out. Like I'm talking and everybody's booing. Fuck it, all you bitches are gonna die. That's all she was just thinking the whole time.
Aaron says apparently Ernst had an affair with the general and it broke up her marriage. She's been spiraling.
Yeah, so she's like, you all are gonna die just like my ex-husband. Like that's
Now we don't know if that's true.
No, allegedly.
But
sorry, Dan.
you know that
legends here.
That definitely is not like when you're a politician, you just can't be cynical like that. You have lost the ability to be cynical like that.
You can't do this. We can have this fun. You can't.
You can't do that. You have to have bullshit hopes and dreams. And
we're getting rid of the too many illegals receive health care. And I
Right.
mean, honestly, all you motherfuckers are gonna die anyways. And just like walk off the stage. It's crazy. It's crazy. They run that back.
It's even more sad because because people generally don't talk like that. Like the people in the crowd,
They're
like
not this crass. It's very like
people don't say things like, well, if like responding to her like, well, that means we're gonna die. Like that person is talking about like a really dire situation, and that's like a vulnerable thing to say. Like that person is saying like, I'm in a situation where if this gets cut, I'm going to like potentially not be able to live. And she's just, well, we're all gonna die, bitch. Whatever.
I mean, everybody's gonna go out one day. Why do you need to have a lump sum retirement fund, idiot? And then it's like, what?
It reminds me of that one. I want to say it was the lieutenant governor of Texas at the time, who was just saying like, talking about the COVID situation at the time, like, basically you gotta like sacrifice your grandparents and go back to work or whatever. And it's just like, dude, like people don't want to hear that level of cynicism from their politicians.
Yeah.
Hopefully it matters. Like hopefully like this people remember what she said, this and her ass gets voted out of there.
They're all gonna Don Sean says they're all gonna end up like Herman Cain. Yeah.
By that he means black.
Yes. They're all gonna go blackface after this. I just you don't want to hear this type because not only does it speak to you having like in her situation, you see somebody on stage that's completely removed from not only the American experience, the average American experience, but completely unaffected by making decisions that are supposed to be in support of her constituents. You're supposed to make decisions to help them. And when you hear someone say, well, all you motherfuckers are going to die anyways, it's like, okay, well, the job was not to accelerate the process, idiot. That's not why I voted you. Because if that was it, I would have just not got Medicaid in the first place and just thugged it out. So clearly these people are trying to live. It's the opposite. They didn't read the room very well, the assembly hall.
Now let's see this next, or her fake apology. Let's see this.
They are not eligible.
Well, no, it's a different video.
It's the same video. I know. I'm just gonna finish out the video.
So people are not. Well, we all are going to die. So for heaven's sakes, folks. Okay, no, but what you don't want to do is listen to me when I say that we are going to focus on those that are most vulnerable. Those that meet the eligibility requirements for Medicaid, we will protect.
Did you know that because of Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom, and Gremlins, we have the PG-13 rating? My name is KT, and here's a quick movie fact. Yes, neither of these movies is rated PG-13, they're both rated PG, but because of that fact, we get the PG-13 rating. Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom, directed by Steven Spielberg, comes out on the 8th of May in 1984. It is pretty intense for a PG rating, which is the only other rating besides R. It's not hard enough for an R, and that kind of made sense. So you're gonna not give it G, you'll give it PG. Parents did not feel that way. Not really. I mean, there's that scene where he's going to rip the guy's heart out of his chest. There's a lot of scary stuff happening in here for a PG rating. A month later, literally a month later, June 8th, Gremlins comes out. This is a horror movie and it's PG. It also has Spielberg's name on it. Now, he didn't direct this, he produced it, and so people got confused and they thought another great Spielberg family movie, and they brought kids to it, and boy, did the letters start running in to the MPAA, and the head at the time, Jack Valente, was pretty upset. Parents were very upset. Spielberg also upset because he's starting to become the poster child for a movie that's not supposed to be for kids being geared towards kids, and he's like, this isn't my fault. The rating system should be the parents' idea. So he's a friend of Jack Valente, calls him up and says, we need to do something. We need to create another rating between R and PG that lets parents know that this really isn't for maybe kids who are under 13. And they put this right into effect. By August 10th, so not exactly another 2 months later, but a little over 2 months later, the first film ever to come out with a PG-13 rating, Red Dawn, comes out. It's not the first one given a PG-13 rating. Technically, that is Gary Marshall's The Flamingo Kid. That doesn't come out until like Christmas. So the first movie to come out with the rating is Red Dawn. The first one to get it is The Flamingo Kid. Some technicalities there. But it is amazing how quickly this got enacted and how much it changed things for people who were like, all right, now we know maybe this isn't for my 6-year-old. That being said, theaters kind of pushed back because they're like, look, I know how to ID an adult. How am I supposed to tell if a kid is 13? They don't carry around ID. And again, the idea was that the parents should really be sitting on top of and making sure that their kids who are under 13 aren't going to the theater unaccompanied and seeing things like that. The rating system would stay the same until the 1990s when they would decide to take X at the time and get rid of it and change it to NC-17 and add those little things that we now see where it tells you the rating and then additional information like why it is rated that way.
Hey. How's everybody doing? You're still here. This is amazing. We're all still here. You've been watching This Space, an independent media collective created for and by working class people. I am the Letterhack, and with me now, coming to the stage, Andrea Rovenski. Andrea, hey, we made it to the end of the day. How's it going?
Hello.
I want to remind everyone, yeah, we're live. We've been live
The whole time
since like 2:30 this afternoon. This is pretty sweet. I just want to remind everyone watching to subscribe to all of the hosts that you've seen today. Follow them on social media. Subscribe to their other platforms on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, wherever you may find them. You will find ways to support them financially, monetarily in the description of the video, and that goes for every day. I want to share an updated graphic for everybody.
Be sure to give everyone who did a show today, give them as much money as you find to be reasonable. You know, they went out on a limb here to do this program. We're not paying them. You know, it's kind of a risk. You know, there's a lot of people on this schedule who maybe you don't want to be associated with. So it's a little risky. So I would say go ahead and give everyone, you know, give them $10. give him enough money for a peanut butter sandwich with maybe a little bit of jelly, maybe throw a pickle on there. Whoa, why am I up here? Whoa, that is too big. That is too big. You can see facial features you should not be seeing. Oh, look, where's the producer? Get the producer in here. Hello? Fuck. Hello?
I just wanted to let you.
Yeah, don't do that. I don't need that in my life. But anyway, what was I saying?
You were saying to buy
Right.
these people a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Or
Do whatever
pickle.
you can do to
Just give them $20. Tell them it's on me. It's not
They
on me,
deserve
but
it.
do it anyway. Because it's again, this is we're doing something that frankly no one's ever done before, because everyone who's done anything similar to this is trying to make money off of it. We're not making money off of it, at least not yet. Hopefully in the future we can become multi-billionaires, and then we can fly to Mars and possibly even further beyond, but at this point in time we're not doing it for money. So
yeah, and
but
that
they
is-
are, so give them the money. They're definitely doing it for money.
That is fun because, like I was saying earlier, when we were introducing this space this afternoon, if you missed that, go back and check it out. Andrea, Ben, and I kicked the whole thing off at 3:00 this
That's
afternoon.
Pastor
at
Ben.
the beginning, Pastor
You
Ben.
worked really hard for that title. You gotta
Call me Mr. Matt from now on. Just kidding.
Um,
But
don't think
we were talking about how when we were developing this, we were going through the strategies and process, asking a lot of questions, trying to find a method for doing something like this, purely grassroots. And we kept coming into all these moments where I was like, haha, look, this won't make money without investment on the front end. This is why people don't carry on. Like this point right here is where most people go, it's not going to work, because they're not going to make money off it. There's no return on the investment. Our return on investment is participation, audience participation, and with the various hosts. That's the return on investment. That's why we're investing our time and energy in this. Look at how that went today. Pretty smooth, I would say.
Did it go well? I watched a little bit.
I watched
a
the
solid
whole
couple
thing.
Hours. You watched
It
the
was
whole thing.
amazing. Yeah, it was great.
I had to
It was
take
great.
a nap earlier. I had to mow some grass. I got a little exhausted, so I took like a 30-minute power nap.
Big day. Well, it is
No,
grassroots, so sometimes you
That's
gotta.
the thing. I had to pull them out by the roots. I had to get down there with my gloves on. And you might notice I'm wearing a different shirt. That's because I had to take a shower because of all the work. It's not rewind the stream. It's one stream. You can look back wearing a totally different shirt earlier.
I thought that I was going to get to this point in day one and go, well, we'll smooth a couple of things out. We'll improve that. I don't see. I mean,
think it's
that's pretty good.
Yeah, from what I saw, I was watching Alex's show. I was watching Carlos's
Yeah.
show. I was watching a little at the
Christina.
end of Christina's show. And it was
syndicated
all
stuff.
fantastic. It was great. I don't know shit about fucking like Star Wars or whatever, but hey, man, it's all good. I don't. Carlos, he was talking about Bernie Sanders being a little shithead. That was fun. I enjoyed that movie. I'm sorry, I'm running over you. I'm sorry. I got really.
We can always find ways to make it better for sure, but that's
Nah, it's
almost like fun and easy at this point. Like, really, the next challenge is packing more people into this,
gotta pack
getting
'em
more
in.
people on the schedule. So
That's right.
while we were live, I had a couple of people reach out and say, how can I get in on this? I had, and already there's FOMO. Day one.
That's the
and there's
thing. That's the
FOMO.
thing. You should have
Here
gotten
they
back to our
come.
emails last week. I mean,
Oh yeah, you can have the 5 a.m. slot. How about that?
Yeah,
Just
how
kidding.
about 13 a.m. That's one that'll come up real soon. Don't worry about it.
This
No,
is
but it's
gonna
great
be
because
awesome. Yeah.
we want to expand this to be 24/7, and that's why we started it 3 days a week, because you can just slot someone in there, and you grow it slowly over time. And then also, frankly, a lot of people, they want to make sure at least we're not blowing smoke up their ass. Like, hey, we can at
Right.
least. We can do this. I mean, it's not like, because when you're trying to get people involved earlier, you kind of have to explain it. It's a concept, you kind of have to like draw a picture in their mind. But now you don't. So,
No,
and
I
we're going to
know.
get a lot of people in here, in my opinion.
I've explained it to people, and then they're like, "Oh, still not sure I understand." And I'm like, "Okay, I guess that's cool. It's high concept. I didn't realize, but if it is,
I mean, personally,
great.
it's It's low mid concept. It's a mid concept.
Let's
It's,
take
that's what
a
the kids
look.
say. The Zoomers, they call everything mid.
Let's take a look at the schedule. Here's who was on
This is a great
today.
schedule.
These guys were on today. Kristina's Corner was on at 5. You can expect this to be. I'll tell you what's going to change next week is I think the Power Report will come on earlier in the day. And then maybe there'll be something here at the end of the day. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. But today you watched Kristina's Corner, Devil's Advocate Productions with Alex, A Difficult Truth with Carlos. We showed some syndicated content from Dan from the Internet's Power Report with Bam and Caesar. Those guys are great together. I love those dynamics. And then with Dan, texting them annoying things. And I love that I think maybe they found their spinoff show. And then we saw which wasn't on the schedule because it was a last minute addition. What You Can Do, Jake Draugelis coming in with some content. Excited to show more of Jake's content here. There will be times where you don't really know what to expect. We're just going to have something come up on screen. And look, if you're not watching, you'll miss out. I'm just saying. So pay attention.
And this is the thing is that there will not be a greatest hits compendium of all the secret bits, all the little secret, you never know. We just saw the movie Runtime. That was 4 minutes about PG-13. That was cool, You're never going to there might be secret one-off, one time only, we're going to get someone on here to do some crazy ass shit for 1 minute and 12 seconds. Unless you're watching all the time, which you should be, you're not going to hit them all. So
yeah. And then you'll have to go back and say, why is everyone talking about this one thing I didn't see? So see, this is where the deep cuts come from. You got to be here for it. So, everyone should have a fear of missing out big time. Okay. So, but that's what I'm saying is we are the way it went from show to show and then content.
It was great. Yeah.
At one point I was like, this is better than the Young Turks. And I watched the Young Turks for a long time. Better than transition, just going from one show to another without commercials and stuff like that. Oh my God. I loved it. It was
no
so
commercials. In fact, no commercials for corporations. We might do commercials for ourselves. I've always wanted to do one of those fake ads where it's does this ever happen to you? And then it's me trying to stream with 0 viewers. Well, now you should join this space. Guaranteed viewership and more. I might do something like that.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be great. I would love that. And we do want to have promos for the creators. We definitely do.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at tomorrow.
Oh, shit.
Kicks off at 2:00 Eastern with Jeff Waldorf, the logical leftist. Then from 3 to 4, welcome to Fuckville with Andrea Rovenski.
What's that little that's I can't really read that.
Oh, wow. It looks like you were censored. Oh my gosh. Blame Instagram. Blame Instagram.
Why would I blame? I've never even made an Instagram.
We got to put this on Instagram.
We got to put this on Instagram. Are you serious?
You cannot.
We can't make
swear.
I got tape.
Exactly. And then Left of the Box, 4 to 5. Sandy Lovis will be here for Left of the Box. And then 5 to 7, we're going to replay the Leftist Mafia from last week. And then from 7 to 8, American Wasp with Dieter McBusiness. And then Rational National content. But look, here's the thing, real quick.
I noticed for the Leftist Mafia that you put everyone's last name except for Lance, whose last name is Surfs.
It's not, though. So the reason... okay, so check this out. When I was just watching the Power Report, it's a week old, but that information, what they were talking about, the debate, and I forget the lady's name who said we all die. That stuff should not be old news. That should be in the front of our minds. I was like, oh man, I'm glad I'm watching this. I didn't get a chance to see that debate. I heard a couple of people talk about it, but here we are. This is great. A show from a week ago is still very relevant. So I'm not going to play into that whole, oh, a week ago, that's old news. Not really.
A week ago. Wow.
It's not old news. So anyway, I was really happy about that. I thought that was cool. And I can't wait to watch The Leftist Mafia because I didn't watch the whole thing last week. So I'm looking forward to see.
I didn't watch it at all, so I'm excited.
There you go. There you go. And there's going to be a whole new chat. We can all talk in the chat about whatever they're talking about, if there were updates or not. So see how this works? This is win. And then after the Rational National, and I'm almost going to insist that we have some more movie runtime in there because I love those. But like, oh, hey, Funny Book, that's my show. So at 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. tomorrow night, Hey Funny Book with the Letterhack, that's me. All new original live show right here. And then we will do Left Past 10. Now, it's going to bring this up again because this time slot, the reason, oh, here, real quick, real quick. Thursday. So Wednesday, packed. Thursday, also packed. Beard Bonnet Chronicles with DJ Exclusive. Very first thing. You see how each day starts earlier. That's good. So 1 to 2, DJ Exclusive will be here. James Williams. And then Raw News and Politics. All original content with Gina. That's pre-recorded, but it's original for us. Like it or not, syndicated. That's Rebecca Azor's show where she lets Benjamin Dixon and DJ Exclusive be on there. The Humanist Report, we're going to replay some of Mike's content. He's been very supportive of us. Then Jackson White will be here with a live show, Politics and Paper. His live show will be here. And then Benjamin Dixon will be here live.
No key on that one.
At the Benjamin Dixon show
role for this.
He goes back and forth, so I was being flexible. Then another live show with Ben, and then another live show with the Angry Ginger. Look,
I'm looking forward to Angry Ginger. He's cool.
Setting them up, knocking them down. But look, the reason Andrea and I are back up here right now is because we had to make a last second adjustment to the schedule. Like we were saying earlier, Sandy Shellis and Environmental Coffee House was supposed to be on right now. We were supposed to go right into that show. It would have been the ideal ending to this first day of broadcasting. Like we were saying, we're not up to 24/7 yet. That is our goal. But Sandy should be here in this specific hour. And while we are immensely proud to have everyone who is participating in this space, and while we couldn't be more excited for their participation, we had hoped to close out our first day with one of the first shows that we invited to join us, hosted by someone who Andrea and I have been working with for nearly 2 years now on a weekly basis. It breaks my heart. I'm sure it breaks Andrea's heart that they cannot at this time be part of what we launched today. It is no fault of their own. Sandy didn't do anything wrong. This is either a mistake or an error. Either way, it's an injustice that they haven't fixed it yet. We are hopeful that they will. And Sandy will be welcomed back immediately. If she wants to have a show on this channel, it's a done deal. No problem there. I don't, it irritates me. It irritates me in a way that like I'll quickly get irrational. And I think like even we have talked about it.
Let the rationality leave your body.
You and I have talked about it in a way that where I was just like, afterward I was like, what was
he
I
was
even
throwing
saying?
shit. Look at that like background, that library with those beautiful bookshelves. He was tearing the
Can you
bookshelves
just
down.
imagine we're talking like this and I
he
go,
just gets up,
and
he
I
goes
get up,
crazy,
I just
throws the
trash the
headset.
room.
He fucking just went crazy. This was like, I think it was Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Or no. Today's Tuesday. It must have been
Sunday.
Monday.
It was
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday. Yes, that's right. Sunday. I'm on some drugs right now, but
I was back there.
yeah,
She
that was
like,
crazy.
what are you doing? And
I
I'm
was
like,
I was shocked. I did take pictures, but I did delete them afterward. I felt like no one should have to see that. But frankly, I'm also really pissed off because I've been victimized by YouTube's horseshit many times. That's right, I'm a victim. You're probably all victims too in some way. If you use this website, you're probably a victim just for what's on here. But YouTube's their whole thing is that they just claim that you did something. There's no evidence. There's no here's a video that you did. Here's a title that you made that's wrong. There's no any of that. It's just like here's some horse shit. You did this. There is no recourse.
Where? When?
When?
I'll
No,
fix
we
it.
don't know when you did it.
What did I do? I would never do that. That's horrible. Oh my gosh.
I've never even thought of that. Like it's like Minority Report. They're getting
they're
you
like,
not before
nope.
you do the crime, but before you even think about the crime. It's crazy.
They said, we hate to tell you this, but you did do it. And they're like, but where? Give me some evidence. And they go,
There's
we
no
looked.
evidence. And
You
then they have
did
this
it."
fake appeal process where you can
Yeah.
click the button, you write off your, you give them everything. No one reads that shit. No one gives a fuck about what you write. Anytime you write in there, it's probably a waste of your time and theirs. So no one's going to read it. It gets filed away into the who fucking cares list at youtube.com headquarters. And then you have to get people to yell at them on the phone and on Twitter or something to get them to actually read the thing a couple weeks later. It's a horseshit system. And frankly, again, Sandy should be here right now. But when she was terminated, they terminated her in such a way that said that if she's on any other YouTube channel, they're going to get terminated. So it's all for some horseshit garbage that they just made up. They hallucinated that
she
shit
can't be
they're on
on-
magic fucking mushrooms or some
She
shit.
can't be on Left Past 10, which is just that's our show. She should be on there. And so anyway,
I also, real quick before you start, I also want to say that a goal of this space is to eventually build. We're going to stream on more platforms, and we want to build an emergency scenario. This is something that I want to do. Hopefully by if this is still going on in a year from now, we'll have our own website where if someone did get censored from YouTube, we can say, hey, go to this website. You can see them live on so we need to build these alternative systems. We're not quite there yet. But the more you guys watch and you spread all the word, and we can build this, because the more people that are actually willing to do these calls to action and actually willing to yell at people on Twitter, that kind of stuff, the more power that we have in being able to put this kind of stuff on. So go for it, Tracksuit.
no, that's me.
Yeah, that's you.
Oh, and on that note, I'd like to remind everyone that you, the viewers, and the ever-growing audience are as much a part of this space as anyone. I saw so many new folks in the chat that I've never interacted with before. I feel like it was great to meet you. I've seen a lot of familiar faces, and I saw between people I don't know and know very well, a lot of people were here the whole time. And people would say, I'll be back. And they'd say, I'm back. It was awesome. I'm very grateful for everyone's support. It is your support that will grow this channel and this platform. And like Andrew was saying, give us the ability to do all kinds of stuff. So in that way, it is experimental, but in a positive way, not in a negative way where we don't know what'll happen. It's in a positive way where our experiment could yield all kinds of results, and we're just going to, let it happen. So I don't know. Is there anything else that you want to talk about, Andrea? We'll be, Andrea and I will be back.
Yeah,
tomorrow
we're
night,
going to be doing
so.
Left Past 10 tomorrow, which is the thing about Left Past 10, frankly, is it's a Letterhack controlled show. So that way, you're going to have to deal with a little, it's this guy wears a tracksuit for entertainment. So you can't really be sure.
A lot of Letterhack.
But tomorrow I am going to premiere my brand new show, Welcome to Fuckville. It's a new show. It's not my older show. You can watch my old show if you want. It's old. I'm younger in that show, if you can believe it. And now that I have gotten to my cantankerous boomer years, so I'm beginning a new show. And you can watch that. To be honest with you, I don't know how it's going to go. I have 17 scripts that I wrote for the premiere episode. And then, stuff like what's LA in LA that happened. And then Sandy got banned. So then I threw all the scripts out. I burned them and destroyed them. And then I wrote 15 other scripts, and then I realized my hand hurts and I'm not even going to read a script anyway. So what am I even doing this for? So I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. That's going to be a very, very interesting experimentation. But another thing I'd love to talk about before we wrap, because I think Letterhack's got to go to bed soon, but I'm going to eat some spaghetti later. This is what I'm planning on eating after this. Is I'm going to have a nice big bowl of spaghetti. It's going to be fucking awesome. So I just wanted to make sure all of those points were discussed in today's show. Go on.
I was just asking if there's anything else you want to talk about tonight.
Yeah, well, I mean, I pretty much hit all the points. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know, maybe.
Look, we'll be back here tomorrow. We showed you the schedule.
Show it again. Put it up. Put it up for them.
More original content, as well as syndicated content. Look at this lineup: Jeff Waldorf, Andrea Rovenski, Sandy Lovis, the Leftist Mafia, Dieter McBusiness, David Dole for the Rational National, the Letterhack, and then Left Past 10. Like, come on. That's one channel, one stream. Starts at 2 p.m. Eastern, goes till, we go past midnight.
See, that's why it's we're the last show. Because frankly, if we had to keep this horse shit that we do in 2 hours, it's just not going to work for anybody. Left Past 10, sometimes it's a short, because we have a lot of new people here that don't know about Left Past 10, which is a crime in and of itself. But we'll discuss that. We'll punish you in due time.
You're gonna love it. You are gonna love it.
I don't know. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just like it. Maybe they won't even like. I don't know. But we've done 90 minutes. We've done 8 hours. Yeah. We've done everything in between. Go on, Letterhack.
This right now isn't scripted, but we basically know the points that we need to make. Left Past 10, there's no points. There's no point.
I usually come in with a secret arsenal of points.
Anything can happen. We might not even get to those.
Well, I think we will.
I don't know. But that's tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with this
2 p.m. with Jeff Waldorf. He's the logical leftist. I don't know.
And that's just what's on.
He just kind of claims he's the logical leftist.
He is, though. I've seen the show. He is.
Maybe he's a logical leftist. Like that. Totally.
He's the only logical leftist. He's the only one.
I don't know
on that show.
We'll find out tomorrow. If you are as skeptical as me, you're gonna have to show up tomorrow.
You could see how if there were 2 people on that show, one of them would be going, "Wait, you're the logical leftist?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he goes, "I'm not." And he goes, No. Then that would get weird. So he's the only one on screen, which makes it diffuses a situation that was never even there.
The tensions were rising, and then
they didn't even rise. There was never a boiling point. But
they would have in the alternate quantum many worlds dimension where that stuff happened.
B-Cat, he's pretty logical.
I agree.
I'm just hearing the tone.
He's when I think of logical people, he's on that list. Whether or not he's we'll have to find out tomorrow.
Not tonight, not this week, probably not next week, but it's a goal that this will just keep going. I mean,
well, if anyone has any suggestions, we'd love to take them. Like one idea we had was
go off air for 45 minutes, download this, upload it, play it again.
Play it it's like you get to see it again for all those Eastern Europeans that are watching. It's really late for them, so they're gonna get up, drink some coffee. Do they have coffee over there? I don't know. Yeah, big time.
But we need more West Coast people who can come on late night when it's not late for them. Do you know what I mean? And do a show. That'll be fun. But also more syndicated content. But don't worry, we're going to be pestering people. I think we figured out how to invite people and talk to people. And I am personally, I'm the guy who's always like, I don't want to email people too much.
I don't want the email to be too long. And I had to sleep for 17 hours afterward. Frankly, I haven't recovered yet, but I'm really every day's a mountain climb, something like that.
Well, we'll climb this mountain together.
We'll climb the mountain or not. A lot of people climb mountains, they freeze to death. You know about that? You climb a big enough mountain, you're going to freeze to death.
And they usually pay like $60,000 to $100,000 for the opportunity. Like idiots. I can't stand it.
I get it. The mountain guys are like, well, these guys might as well drain the bank account for me, otherwise their bitch ass kids and fucking shithead fucking spouses and stuff are gonna get all this money. Fuck that. Anyway, Left Past 10 tomorrow. If you like this, which you really shouldn't.
If you want more of this,
Yeah, this is
Go
well,
Left Past 10's not a new show.
it's an old
You
show.
can go back and watch.
It is
like
really
almost 2 years worth of.
Well, some would say
bits.
it's all new. Some would say that. I wouldn't personally. I would
It was
not.
all new for like a year, and then
was. It
season
was.
2
Now
started,
it's
and it was
kinda
like
new,
you
kinda
can't really
new.
say all new,
It's
but
somewhat new. It's somewhat.
it was still
Really, this
exciting.
basically is an elaborate
The excitement
mechanism
didn't wear off.
to advertise our show. Like this is really that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make our show more popular. Really, I mean, all this other stuff is pretty good, but Left Past 10 tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a whole show tomorrow. A whole
You don't
whole
even need
set
to
of
know.
shows
You don't
tomorrow.
ever need to
start at
ask
2.
when is Left Past 10 because it's past 10. All right, I'm done.
Anytime past 10 on a Wednesday, p.m. Eastern. All right, everybody, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.